Welcome back, folks. Gfinity Spring Masters #1. Again, as always.
Yes.
With my buds, Duncan.
They haven't kicked
Richard.
us out yet.
We're still here.
I know.
You know, we keep getting crazier and crazier, and they keep saying we're doing a good job. Whatever.
If we are, then you should probly follow us on Twitter, I think. What were those
Follow us on Twitter.
Oh,
there
the
they
wow,
are. Hey.
Great job by the production staff there.
Yeah,
very nice.
Whoever they might be.
Notice how they keep
I don't know.
I got my own.
I'm not associated with
the tech gremlins.
Yeah.
That we've
Tech
not met yet.
gremlins. So, again, we're here to give away $50,000 to some top Counter-Strike teams. So they're going to bring me a graphic in a second that kind of breaks down for everyone how it breaks down. Again, 3rd and 4th place sometimes don't get played at tournaments like that. It's the same amount of money, and they both get it. They are playing that, Virtus Pro, Cloud9. So if you guys are interested in watching that, that'll start fairly soon too. That's going to be on Twitch TV Gfinity #2. So you definitely want to check that out. And then again, the graphics coming up, but basically $25,000 for 1st place, $15,000 for 2nd place, and then $7,000 for 3rd, $10,000 for 4th. So nice spread.
All the way around on the last ones.
Wait.
Didn't you say 7,000 for 3rd and 10,000 for 4th?
3,000 for 4th.
3,000 for 4th.
Yeah, so, yeah. Making a grand total of 50. Here it comes right here. So again, nice prize pool. And again, if you're just tuning in for the finals, this is the first of 4 tournaments just like this, the Master Series for Gfinity, doing 2 in the spring. There's another one in May, exact same location. And then 2 more in the summer. I'm not sure those dates are exactly announced yet, but definitely 4 more coming. And then on top of that, date not figured out yet, will be kind of their championship final of these 4. So it's really cool, nice little circuit they're putting together.
And props to Gfinity actually, because well, I think when they announced the original prize pool, it was a little bit less.
Yeah, they doubled it.
Yeah, and basically they listened to feedback from the players, and the players were like, "Look, you know, it's a big commitment on our part to come to this event and enter into this, you know, mini tour that you're putting together, and you know, it would really help us out actually if the prize fund kind of justified that a little bit more." So Gfinity doubled down. They said, "No problem," you know. Prize money boosted, so you know, absolute massive props to that. You know, that CS is getting that kind of prize money, while all these other filthy casual, you know, esports titles don't.
Exactly, and again, like we talked about. Every day, there's been a slew of technical issues. We haven't sugarcoated it. We've definitely called them on the carpet all weekend long. There's issues with the boost. There was issues with audio. All these kind of things. But again, on the other side of the coin, they're doing all these cool stuff. So again, if they can catch their tech up and their production up, because they're a brand new company in that sense, right?
It's almost as if binary thinking was bad. It was almost as if, you know, people didn't have to be entirely evil or entirely good. It's like you were allowed to make mistakes. I don't know. What do I know, right?
Yeah. So eventually they'll put it all together, and you know, we'll have a solid company like, again, the ESLs and the DreamHacks that have been here for decades plus, right? And again, another cool thing to think about is well, and again, speaking of DreamHack, Robert Olin has joined the company, so who knows? Maybe this will turn into something even crazier. Maybe that's why we're allowed to be so loose. Another cool thing, you mentioned like the prize purse being doubled. Every team that came, all expense paid trip. So if you're the owner of said team, it doesn't cost you a dime to come here, which makes it nicer, easier.
Huh? Infused were loving it, I know that. It's like a little vacation for them.
Yeah, you know, and some of these, like Team Orbit, these guys don't get paid. They're not hardcore players where they're on salaries. So, and the team doesn't have a whole lot of money, so they have a travel budget, but this is great for them.
But this is another reason, you know, I saw some people being a little bit critical, like, oh, why aren't there better teams at the event? Right, when you're paying for teams to come along, I think you've got a responsibility. I think it's actually a better gesture to have smaller teams come and, you know, make up. You know, sure, in terms of competition, it might not be the best thing, but like you say, when are Envyus going to go to an event again where they get to play, you know, a Virtus Pro and people like this? You know, it's not going to, it's Cloud9. It's probably not going to happen again for them. And Team Orbit came here, drop of a hat, 19 hours notice, right, put us on a plane, we'll come in. And I think that's amazing. You know, I think that's great to get teams of that caliber coming into something like this and playing against top teams. It's only going to help the scene grow and, you know, help those players get experience.
Like you're saying, it's rare for people like Orbit to get up into that upper stratosphere, you know, Rich. Rarefied air, if you will.
Mate, wordplay.
Orbiting those big stars in the game.
It's good. It's good. That's why you're the top journalist in esports, I've heard, mate.
I mean, listen. Jokes aside, it is actually pretty amazing that you can have 4 small events that are 25,000.
Yeah.
That used to be like the biggest prize in CSGO in the NiP days when they were winning all those tournaments. They'd have loved that. I mean, I know to you, Scoot, it's like 25,000 for an event. That's like, well, that's my fee. But no, some teams don't get that for every event, and they have to split that 5 ways, Scott, you know, You know.
All right. Enough being nice to Gfinity. Let's get back to the business at hand.
Okay. Yeah, well, when the man with the rifle leaves, then
Wait there. He's writing something on the board. You're all fired. Okay. What the Gfinity has done is they've done a couple graphics for us, kind of the road to the finals for each team. So they're going to bring that up for us. We're going to do the Envyus one first. Why don't you walk us through this, Duncan?
Okay, so they started out playing property. It was actually fairly easy, as the 2-0 suggests there. But even the maps, the scores were pretty big. They beat out JW in that particular match, Property's ringer. Then they played NiP, anticipated matchup. Actually, the matchup we're going to talk about now, but this was a best of 3, not a best of 5. In this one, yeah, again, easy. They just comfortably moved past, just shoved NiP to one side. And then Cloud9 just now in the semi-final. We just saw this game. Yeah, Cloud9 got starts in both games, but at the end of the day, it was just all Envy, pretty much in all the key moments you can think of in your mind, and they've got to the final without losing a map.
Yeah, I mean, and I want you to think about, if you're a viewer at home right now and you're thinking, well, those aren't great teams, you'd expect them to win those games. Certainly not when NiP's concerned. But, you want to really process the fact they haven't dropped a map against a team that's comprised of some of the best non-attached talent, outside of NiP and Fnatic in Sweden, a great team in their own right, really capable players, with JW as the stand-in, of course, as well. They 2-0'd NiP, NiP who just were in the final of a major, and then they made Cloud9 look very basic indeed in how they've dominated there. So haven't dropped a map en route to the final. Hugely impressive performance from Envyus.
If you look on the left-hand side, they had the team names there.
Yeah,
I'm guessing that little sort of Lego Stalin / Tsar type.
What is that? Captain?
Is the captain's role.
Okay, yeah. And here, walk us through Ninja's
okay.
run.
NiP started out playing against Gamers 2, a team that had almost upset them at DreamHack Winter. Reasonably comfortable game, 2-0 there. Then they had to play Envy, the team they're playing now. As you said, they didn't do very well in that. They looked quite lackluster, actually. Moving into the Property series, when they played properly, listen, Envy had no problems with Property whatsoever, but NiP played properly, they had a lot of problems. They lost the first map, they almost lost the second map. Third map they won, but even then it wasn't a stomp in any sense. So, yeah, you had questions about NiP at that point in time. We knew they were a little bit weakened. They weren't in the same electric form that they'd been in Katowice. Coming into the semi-finals today, Virtus.pro gave them all they could handle. Virtus.pro took it to them on that third map. They got through it. They had a little bit of the NiP magic. They had a little bit of help from Virtus.pro as well, admittedly, who didn't have the full lineup, didn't have their best player, but they got through. And like I said, that's the mark of a champion. You keep getting a bit better as the tournament goes on, and crucially, you just keep making it through. It's like that old joke, like half of success is just like turning up. It's like if you can just get there, if you can hang into a game, you're going to get chances to win. You're going to get chances to actually upset someone. Whereas, yeah, if you don't have to just blow them out of the water immediately. So NiP's here in the final. They're in another final. Let's get right in Forest. They're in yet another final in CSGO.
Yeah, and again, I want to backtrack a little bit and go back to Envyus. I want to ask you to give me some information about Shocks. First off, he's...
Come to the right man.
He's blonde Shock.
I think about him a lot.
This is a PG-13 stream.
Yeah.
Can we handle this?
He's got a blonde shock of hair.
So let's try to keep your comments on point to his Counter-Strike abilities.
I've got a very interesting stat for people who are going to watch this final now, because a historical precedent will either be continued or the trend will be bucked. So it's famous in the old days when it was Very Games and Titan later, but when they didn't have Shocks, famously they lost those first 4 finals to NiP, and they could never beat NiP in a final. And famously, we always think of Very Games, people like NBK Smith as like the eternal, perennial runners-up. The losers, they could never win over NiP, the champions who can't be bested. Then Shocks joined their team in around, I think it was around May, I think, of 2013. He joined their team, and after that period, when he's played against NiP in finals, he is a perfect 5-0 against NiP in finals. The greatest team of all time. He has never lost a final to them, including the 2 recent finals he played. So if Envy lose today, that will be the first loss in the finals against NiP for Shocks. If he wins, then he gets to extend his record to 6-0 in finals against NiP. That's like nobody in the game has a record like that. I made a joke when I noticed that stat initially after the MLG final, that like we used to always think of Very Games like, oh, what is the solution to NiP? Right? There is no solution. There's nothing you can do. Like, they're so much better. It turned out the solution to NiP is Shocks. Apparently, he's the talismanic figure. He's the player who can just get it done in that amazing final.
Yeah.
We have the bracket up just so you guys can see. If you are just tuning in, how we got here. Again, Envyus beats Cloud9, Virtus.pro loses to NiP, and there you have it. Again, we are playing the 3rd and 4th place playoff match, so you can definitely watch that on Gfinity Gfinity TV #2, if you will, on Twitch. let's keep talking about this classic matchup.
Yeah.
These teams met. DreamHack winner. Obviously, we know what happened there. Envyus.
LDLC at the time.
LDLC,
got the major. They got their own major.
They get their first major. Again, that was the 4th. NiP second place, if you will, in a major. Impressive in its own right. But then, obviously, also X Games. They meet at MLG X Games. You were at that event. Again, Envyus takes the gold medal. Kind of walk us through just the history of this matchup, especially when it comes to offline matches.
Well, that's the thing. Once they got these two lineups together, well, obviously the NiP ones had a change of players, had Makaleli and Alu, but the LDLC to Envy lineup is identical. They've met in 4 offline best-of-3s now. So they met in the final DreamHack Winter, as you're saying, and that was a close win by LDLC. They won out, even though NiP got to championship point and had 2 of them on Overpass. Envyus, LDLC got it to overtime. They won that, and they won the major. They were crowned, and NiP were denied being the first 2-time major winners. Then we had the MLG final, where NiP had come off that great win over Fnatic, and it looked like, hey, this is their chance to do it. It went to 3 maps again. This time it was a bizarre, randomly selected cobblestone in the 3rd map. That was the real decider. And actually, initially, NiP got kind of like a Cloud9 type start. They got going, and then Envyus just won all the rounds from there on out, and they won that final. They took another final away from them. The 3rd time they met was in ESL 1 Katowice in the semi-final. This time, it was NiP that cleanly won 2-0 on maps that are maps for Envyus. They just crushed them. So they won 2-0, even though it had always been a 3-map series beforehand. And the 4th time was in this tournament here. It was in the upper bracket final here. And this time it was Envy who took the clean 2-0 victory, and it looked very easy. So now we're heading into the 5th one. But of course, this time, there's another factor that's different. This isn't a best-of-3. This is a best-of-5. Now, what's interesting is a bunch of those. So we've had 2 times, the first 2, where it went to 3 maps. It was really exciting. We've had 2 times where it was just crushing 2-0 victories. When you play a best-of-5, there is going to be no question at the end of a best-of-5 who is the better team out of the 2, or at least who played better on the day. Because if it's not going to be like a 2-0 crushing. In that world, it'll be a 3-0 crushing, and that's monumental. Or if it goes all the distance, hey, now you never have to be the team like, oh, you know what? Yeah, we had 2 championship points that we could have won in 3 maps. Well, over 5 maps, you're not going to have. You can't really make that excuse anymore. Yeah. You've got potentially 5 whole maps to play them against. I think whoever wins this one, you could probably. I put it this way: if NiP was to win this best-of-5, I might even boost them to like number 2, just because a best-of-5 is a big statement to go with the Katowice result. Like this would be a monumental thing for them. And if you're Envy, you want to hold that number 2 spot. You want to say like, hey, Fnatic, we're coming for you. Like we just want a best-of-5 of the number 3 team. You're in position to.
Yeah, well, look, I just want to rewind a little bit and talk about, you know, the kind of the French CS scene and how these things could have been very different. Like why we've had to wait so long to get a team like Envyus actually up there and sort of challenging people like NiP. Because historically, you're absolutely right. Shox was the answer to the NiP question. Oh, we just had the veto coming as well, so I'll pass that over to Scoot. So looking at it,
thank you, John.
You know, Shox was a guy who every time he went into very games, it could never last. And the reason it could never last, and he's very open and you know, direct about this. They had this ridiculously regimented environment where you had to be a complete model professional in bed at 10 o'clock at night, you know, and they would have a bedtime patrol. People would check in. You couldn't, kind of like what NiP said, you know, when they were looking for a new player, no drama when you're playing, no banging your fists. You know, when you think about the players that have been on very games lineups and Titan lineups, you know, when they've had Shox and they've had, you know, Kenny S in, and you know, there was a team at the time that could have been assembled that could have beaten NiP, and Shox was absolutely key to it. Yet they almost made the decision to sort of surrender that opportunity because they wanted to do it this model professional way, and that was fine. I almost think they were spoilt with their success in CSS because they had this dominant period between, like, you know, from 2008 onwards where they could win their way. Nobody could touch them. They got so far out in front with the resources and the players and the talent that they had that they barely, you know, lost the final. I think it happened on like 2-3 other occasions.
Well, like you're saying, even when Shox would come into very games, they'd be very successful, but they could let him go and they could still win. They could beat him as well.
Exactly. I mean, and that was the thing. And it's just like in the CSGO era where they were my tip right at the start of CSGO when it came out of beta. Very games were my tip to dominate it because it was my feeling that a CSS player would have a slight advantage because of the engine. NiP, on the other hand, though, what they'd done is they bedded in really nice. They brought Fiflaren in, and Freiburg in particular. People forget what a star he was right when they first started dominating. But you're absolutely right, Duncan, in that Shox, for me, has been this. You build a team around Shox, that's it. You've got one of the best riflers currently in the world, arguably the best. And if you put everything in place to allow him to play his game, you don't shackle him, you don't suppress him, you're going to do very well indeed. And that's exactly what LDLC and now obviously Team Envyus have done. I think they've literally got all the tools to succeed here and be a very good team. And like I say, he's right at the heart of it.
All right, here's what we got. So we'll start with the bans first. NiP dumps Overpass. And Envyus dumps Nuke. Map 1, NiP picked Inferno. Map 2, Envyus picked Cash. Map 3, Dust 2 by NiP. Map 4, Cobblestone by Envyus. And the tiebreaker, the map that's left, is Mirage.
I mean, I already think Envy is a better team than NiP, but here's what's interesting. In a best of 3, I do think NiP has chances. They've shown they have. I think they can get maps from them. But seeing this best of 5 draw here, I think this is really good for Envy. Like when I heard those maps there, the first 3 of those maps, I'm having Envy as the stronger team on all 3 of them. Even though NiP's won some cash games against them in the past, I'm feeling like those first 3 are all Envy.
Well, yeah, and just to kind of stop it for a second, I'm just looking at how they played during the group. And the 2-0 that you talked about for Envyus was a 16-6 Inferno and a 16-9 Dust 2.
Yep. So those two, I'm seeing them way out ahead. Because to me, I think Envy is the second best team after Fnatic on Dust 2. Inferno. On Dust 2, I think they're the best team. Cash, I think they're very good. They've got to be up there as one of the best. I'm not sure who is exactly the best, but they've got to be top 2 or top 3. So for those 3, if I take them all in isolation, I have to say I think Envy wins all 3. So I could have them winning 3-0 here. If it gets to Cobblestone, okay. Listen, Envy have shown themselves to be good on Cobblestone, but okay, that's a weird map. I could see NiP having some chances on that map. And what was the 5th one?
Mirage.
Mirage. The key thing is, Envy usually don't play that. They haven't been playing it in quite a while now. NiP plays it a bit. They seem to like it more when they had Makalele. I don't think it's going to get there. So if it was to get there, I think that's more of a toss-up. But I actually, this will sound harsh, I'm actually going to predict Envy win this 3-0 based on the maps.
But based on the maps, I think Duncan's right. What I will, to a certain degree, I definitely see Envyus taking Inferno. I don't think NiP have been very convincing at all. In fact, we've seen them. Okay, they beat Virtus Pro on Inferno with a good T side and Arlu instrumental in that. But people are forgetting they gave away 10 rounds against Virtus Pro with a stand-in as CT on Inferno, and the only other time they played it at this tournament, they lost it. So they've already been battered, I think, by Envyus at this event on that map. So you've got to give that to Envyus. Dust 2, nobody can touch Envyus on Dust 2.
Think of the point I brought up after that last Dust 2 game. The 4 times they've played Dust 2 offline, 3 of them have had this identical storyline where they only Envy gets 6 CT rounds, but then they just get the 10 T rounds. So listen, if you can get 10 T rounds on Dust 2, it's no wonder you're the best team in the world. You're unreal. And that takes away games where sometimes you will have a strong CT side. So I can't see any way they lose Dust 2. Inferno also, likewise. Cash, there might be some more play on it. NiP have had some clutch wins on that map.
That's what I was going to say. I think NiP are going to take Cash. I do think that. For NiP, for some reason, look, they've had some real dodgy results on Cash in the past. I mean, NiP have always said it's one of our best maps. They really want to play on it. They pick it quite a lot when it comes to the vetoes. But actually, they've lost to some really poor teams they shouldn't be losing to on that particular map. And I've brought this point up time and time again. Sometimes when I've been doing this, sometimes when I've been doing casting, it's always seemed a bit of a strange pick to me. But that said, I think they'll beat Envyus on it here. And then I think Envyus will win out on Cobble.
And there's nothing's changed in the vetoes there. NiP in general, despite their history in the DreamHack Winter Final when they played Overpass, they're not really playing it now. In fact, when MLG, when they had Makalele still, that was their most banned map. They always banned Overpass. It's no surprise that the Envy guys ban out Nuke. They don't play it. They don't want to play it. They've only tried it a couple of times against Fnatic, and that's because they know Fnatic doesn't play it, so maybe they felt like that was their chance to get a new map up on Fnatic. They're not going to play it in this. It's best of 5, so you're only getting 1 ban anyway, so these are the 2 obvious bans. That's fine. It's more the picks that are kind of weird to me. Can you tell me who picked each of the maps?
Yeah.
Envy picked Inferno, right?
Well, Inferno, NiP.
Yep.
NiP, Inferno.
Inferno was
NiP. Cash by Envy, Dust 2 by NiP, Cobblestone, Envyus, and then obviously Mirage was left over.
That's an example again where NiP has this trend. I've seen it again and again where somehow, whatever it is they think they know, they always pick strong maps for the opponent. Like, they'll directly take the strong map into the opponent. It's like, if you want to take, it's like a MOBA example, it's like purposely counter-picking yourself with like a bad champion matchup to say like, oh, I think I could beat you anyway. That's how I kind of feel. Maybe they do it because they think it's a confidence thing. Like, hey, we're going to pick your map and beat you on it. Like, if you did, you would rattle them a bit. But those two maps they've picked there out of the first three, Inferno and Dust 2, I think those are the two best maps for Envy. So, yeah. As crazy as it might sound, because you might think, come on, like, best of threes often go 3 maps. If it's the best of 5, surely they're going to get 1 map. Listen, NiP are the number 3 team in the world. They're very, very good. And if they've gotten better as the tournament has gone on, they should be able to take a map. But just looking at the maps, how my analysis sees each one in terms of who's the favorite here, who's the favorite here, I think Envy's going to win the first 3 in a row.
Okay, I'm going to hit you guys with a second with actual just keys to victory on that first map. But I just want to reel back. Again, we talked a lot about history and matchups, but literally, when was the last time that NiP won a big tournament? Lots of second places, lots of top finishes, but when's the last time they took the trophy home?
Well, the last time it was a big tournament was ESL1 Cologne, which was in like August of 2014. And that was the one where they narrowly won, and it took miraculous wins throughout the playoffs. They won the Asus ROG Winter Tournament, which Richard was doing, but that wasn't like a Tier 1 event. That was an event where the only other good teams there was
Titan and
Virtus Pro, and that was an Virtus Pro where like starting to slam.
And Penta, who are in your top 10
and Hellraisers were there, but it wasn't, put it this way, it didn't have the caliber of like the elite level teams we have at this tournament. So that you can't really count that up with the MLGs and the DreamHack win. It's not really on that level. So yeah, you have to go back as far as 3 majors ago to find the last time they won a big tournament.
And interesting enough, Fifth Lauren's last event.
Yeah, the last tournament he played.
I mean,
no, that wasn't actually.
Oh, wasn't it?
No, they then failed to make it out of the group.
Sorry, God.
He wishes it was his last.
He wishes it was his last. Sorry, Robin, I tried to rewrite
history. You don't want to retire on that. Yeah.
There's that little Lego Star Wars inspired me to do it. Like
ESWC was his last event.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's just fast forward again. Inferno, keys to victory for both teams. And this time I'd like to have both sides from each of you, what each team has to do.
From seeing how the past Infernos have worked out between these teams, I feel like the real key on this map is actually the play of Shox, because this is the map where he always impresses me the most with his entry fragging. Like, when he has good entry fragging on this map, Kiyoshima's actually become a consistent entry frag. I know what I'm going to get from him, like maybe 7 or 8 good entries, and that gives us a chance. So if you add in Shox as well, and he usually entries the other side, he is unreal when he's on his game. So if he has entry frags, it's definitely going to be a win for Envy. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever there. So I think that's just the one I'll put down for them, because the rest of the team, I know what I'm going to get from them. But if Shox is on point with entries, they're going to win this map.
Okay, but now flip it.
Okay, I'll give you a NiP side of things.
Absolutely.
So for NiP, thinking of what I saw earlier, like, Alu had his performances in the semis. I don't think he was the reason they lost or anything. So I'm going to have to go with, on this particular map, okay, I'll go the other side. If NiP wants to win the map, I'd say Forest has to be. Because first of all, entry man, he can be devastating if he entries. And also, when he's on CT side, he's the guy you're going to see go up against Shox. Because when they go that A entry and they come out of that balcony, that's Forest who's waiting in that pit. Now, they've sometimes changed it up the last few events. They've tried putting Get Right there sometimes. So I wonder if they've noticed that's like an imbalance where Shox has been getting the better of it. But if they go with that old school matchup, because that was the classic 1.6 position for Forest, by the way, is the pit on Inferno. If they go with both players in the spots I expect them to be in, then Forest can neutralize Shox. He has the aim to do it. So if he's on his game, that's one chance to kind of like take away a strength of time. The Envy guys.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see how NiP can win this one, but key to victory for me, for Envyus, you know, we talk about Shox all the time. I'll try and, you know, steer away from that a little bit, but I really like the way Happy sort of, he typically plays on that B-bomb site. I think the way he, you know, handles his business is very good. They set up some really nice crossfires. They got excellent smoke and flash play there. So I think on the CT side, I imagine that bomb site's going to be very hard for them to get to. And let's be clear, you know, NiP should be out of the tournament right now. Virtus Pro had a malfunctioning B-bomb site, and we're just letting them up banana and just basically doing whatever they wanted on that site. And that's the only reason they're still in the tournament, well, in the sense of in the final. That's the only reason we're talking about them in the context of this game. Keys for victory on Inferno for NiP. What I will say is, we're talking about entry fraggers. Now, I know you're pointing out Forest here. Historically, Freiburg used to tear people apart on this map.
Yeah.
His entry picking on this map in particular was the stuff of legend. This was a guy who could run up banana and, oh, you're on coils, boom, you're dead. Like, he would peek. You know, he's got that angle perfectly down. He would just pick you. And when they were really rolling teams on this map, which did happen in their traditional era, Inferno was historically a strong map for them. Freiburg was absolutely instrumental on them posting seen big numbers on the T side. Now, I don't know where Freiburg is in the current kind of mix of things. They're having this very... It is a renaissance in a way. You know, they're trying to kind of find what people are going to do. You know, how are we going to bring our strengths to the table? And, you know, Arlu had a great game on the T side of Inferno for them to keep them in this tournament. But I don't know, I think some of the seasoned players, the veteran players, the traditionally NiP players, we need to start seeing something from them. You know, Freiburg's been a little bit quiet of late compared to what he used to do as a great entry fragger. So I'll be watching what he's going to do. I think if he can roll back the years a little bit, so to speak, I think that'll be important for him.
King of Banana.
Yeah, the king
coming up.
The king of Banana.
Love you, Chris Puckett. Okay, so predictions overall now, and again, we'll do, you know, break down each map as we do. We've been doing all day, but like overall predictions, did you say 3-0?
3-0. I don't think Envy's going to lose a map in this tournament in this form I'm seeing at the moment.
It's you know, sad for me. I came in on day one saying I couldn't look beyond NiP. Envyus has made a believer of me at this tournament because I've watched NiP malfunction, Labour against Team Property, 3 rounds from going out of the tournament. Then on top of that, you know, Virtus throw occurs, and that's how you get to the final. All right, great. That's not going to happen with Envyus, is it? I mean, this is a NiP that I think they should persevere with it, sure, but right now it isn't working. And so I've completely revised my day one opinion based on what I've seen on a tournament. Yeah. Envyus 3-1 for me, and I think you know, Cash will be the map that NiP takes.
And back to your rankings, I always like to ask, you know, your mindset. NiP beats, you know, wins this. Yeah. They flip flop positions. You think?
The only reason I say no would be if I think about the fact that obviously they got crushed in the earlier game. With that said, a final ranks over just a group stage game, even if it is a best of 3. When you add in the big semi-final victory, obviously results at majors matter more. Yeah, if they could win a best of 5 over Envy, that's huge. Like I'd probably move them up to number 2 from that, because like, you don't often get to play best of 5s. If you can play it over a team that hasn't lost a map yet, is number 2 in the world, and you can beat them in best of 5, that's a monumental accomplishment. So yeah, it would be a big enough, most impressive enough victory that I think it would put them number 2.
Yeah, and again, I keep talking about your top 10 and referencing the rankings here, and I'm going to throw production on the spot because we didn't talk about it in our show rundown. But when you guys get a chance, we'd love to see the rundown of the top 10 again, so we can kind of walk you all through. Kind of, if you're new to Counter-Strike, you know, Thorin does this ranking on a very regular basis, and again, it gives us kind of a good idea. We have enough big majors, enough smaller stuff online and offline that it's actually, you know, fairly accurate. And again, it'll come. Again, I as a production guy, I hate what I'm doing right now to them because they're like, oh, God damn it, Scooch. Scramble. Where is it? Find the graphic. So, but again, here at the event, Envyus, 2nd place.
Yep. NiP.
NiP, 3rd place. And obviously, the perennial 4th place, Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
Virtus Pro,
a lot of top 4 finishes.
Yep.
And then other teams here that at different times have placed in there. So Cloud9 used to be hanging around 8th, 9th, 10th, depending on their results, going downhill, unfortunately, recently. Other players in the mix, obviously JW is a member of my number 1 team, Fnatic, winners of the last major. The teams at the bottom, they're in the top 15, maybe heading down to top 20, but some of those aren't in a position yet to really challenge for top 10 spots, because some of them are, like we're saying, teams like Orbit, well, especially not Infused, I'll leave them out, but Orbit, Property, these teams don't even really get into majors, etc. And so you need to you have to at least appear at tournaments before you can rack up any sort of real offline results to get into a ranking.
Yeah.
You know?
I agree with Duncan's rank, and I think for the most part, I do completely agree with it. I mean, I think there's a question mark about Keed, having them at 8th, I think it was.
Once you get to the bottom, you're going off things like single map, because they're not winning series over people. Yeah. Nobody's really placing top 2. You're looking at stuff like, did someone win a map? Well, how good was your map versus my map? Was mine an upset? You're getting into very subjective territory at that point in time.
Absolutely, and I think Hellraisers as well in at 10th was a little bit like, I'm not convinced by them at all.
I think it's going to be the end for them in terms of the ranking. It looks like they're on the way out.
But certainly in terms of the Envy and NiP question, I mean, if Duncan's absolutely right. If NiP were to somehow win this final, were to somehow triumph in a best of 5 over Envyus, if I was doing a ranking, if this was Richard's rankings and not Thorin's rankings, I would be inclined to switch them, because I mean that's a mammoth undertaking. We don't see best of 5s, and like I said, there's no argument about who the better team is, certainly on that day or in that time period. If you do win a best of 5, I mean, it's an absolute mammoth undertaking. So I'd be inclined to see them jump up, but I don't think
Well, Well, what's funny is, for once, it's NiP who's facing the burden of history, you know. They're facing a team where Shox has never lost to them in a final. They're facing a scenario where they have to win a best-of-5 over this really world-class team. So, yeah, here's my top 10. Like I say, Fnatic, it goes without saying they're the best at the moment. They've had all these top 4s. They've won the big major. Envyus, interesting stat for you, have never finished below top 4 ever since setting this lineup in place. This is their 10th event in a row with top 4. That's an unreal streak. That's second only to, and I off the top of my head, I think that's second only to NiP. In fact, in terms of a 5-man lineup, it is. NiP, by the way, I don't think they'll be catching them anytime soon. NiP's streak was 31 tournaments before they placed outside the top 4, so that's a pretty hard one to beat. You've only got 21 to go there, Envyus. So, admittedly, though, some of those early tournaments, not against as much competition, so there's less chances to get knocked out earlier, especially if you're a team of NiP's caliber. So, yeah, Envyus clear number 2 at the moment. NiP, number 3, yeah, they haven't won any big tournaments, but they've had so many great results, so many magical runs. Crucially, they've had wins over Envy, they've had wins over Fnatic, so that'll put you in the 3rd spot. And Virtus Pro, they were in the position where if this last major they hadn't had a good result, they'd be dropping down the rankings. But they got another top 4, they had a classic game against Fnatic, so they've kind of cemented themselves, and the others below them are still scrapping to try and get to where Virtus Pro is.
I seem to recall as well, like, you know, when you've sort of crowned Fnatic number 1, you've been a big proponent of them on Twitter, you know, you're a big fan, but I do seem to recall prior to that you had LDLC, didn't you? Right,
I actually
for the long, quite a long period of time.
No, it was only a couple of weeks. What happened was, after LDLC won DreamHack Winter, I didn't put them number 1, because at that point in time, that was the first tournament they'd actually won, the first big one. They'd won a Star Series as well, but with lesser teams there, you know. So they'd won a big major. Yeah, great. Fnatic hadn't won a major, but Fnatic at the time had won something like 4 or 5 tournaments. So that wasn't enough to unseat them, the fact they didn't win the major. Then when Envy won in succession the MLG tournament, and that was a tournament again with Fnatic in attendance, and they beat NiP again. Okay, now you've got 2 big tournaments in a row. It's been a few months since Fnatic's won. You've never, at that point, they'd had a streak of like top 2 finishes, which was like 4 or 5 tournaments deep. That was enough to put them number 1. The problem there is they only had 2 weeks at number 1 before the iOS Pantamera tournament, where they did okay, but they finished 3rd overall. They lost to Fnatic, and Fnatic won the event. So you add all that context up, and it unseated them again. So if Fnatic hadn't won that, I think they'd have come into ESL1 Katowice in 1st place still, but their old rivals got it over them again.
All right. Well, there you have it. Thank you much for the top 10. And again, goldper10.
Goldper10.com.
Perfect. So check that out. He keeps it very regular. It's kind of nice to see. And again, number 2 in the world, taking on number 3 in the world, Envyus versus NiP. Semler and Banks, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Scoots, and Thorin and Richard for keeping us entertained. But this is it, guys. Yeah, buddy.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, man, crowd's starting to get hype in here. It is packed. We got a full house here for the finals, live from the Gfinity studios in London. That guy in the front row, though. All right, but Banks, I mean, we've just listened to the analysis, the breakdown coming from the analysis desk. What is your take on this best-of-5 finals that we're about to have between the 2nd and 3rd team in the world?
Oh man, this is make it or break it for Envyus. They would just look like absolute beasts if they come away with a win here. Where NiP, they kind of need to start proving that they're at this level once again, because they've been letting it slip recently. Now, I know they got a big fan following and everyone's here, a lot of people cheering for them. Yep. Envyus, they're putting in the work right now and they just seem so unstoppable.
Which is very odd after that performance from Katowice, right?
Yeah,
that's the thing where they fell short in the semis and they fell short to NiP. And that's the big thing for me now, is that there's so much on the line here. Happy's eyes, man, they're burning twin points of fire when he looks at NiP because he wants revenge. And now they're going to do it in a best-of-5. So
they
clear
did it
cut.
Online. They did it online before this as well. And it's like, the Envyus, since they come back from ESL, has just been like, okay, hitting it regimental, training hard, pushing hard, and well, if they come and walk away with this in a best-of-5, it's pretty much putting everything else to rest.
Exactly. It's pretty much closing it out. But one thing that we have to mention, and that we have to touch on, and I'm sure it was brought up, of course, during the analysis as well, is just the fact that NiP are still in another final, and with a fresh member as well, because Alu is still just a new addition to this team, taking a lot of flack actually, since everything has been happening with the drop of Fifth Lauren, and then bringing in Michaelele. Delpen had his moment, but then Alu is now the man who is standing in for the team, and he is the one that the team are standing by.
Yeah.
The team are saying, so long as Alu is happy with us, we're keeping him. He's a part of the family. So NiP now, the fact that they're in another final, even after going for a roster change, that is just incredible right there. The quality of these players to be able to keep that core four and incorporate somebody new into it and still be able to play a top-tier, world-class game, that's just incredible as far as I'm concerned.
And I think Alu has actually performed really well throughout this tournament. Like you said, he gets a lot of flack. People are like, okay, well, he's not the right fit or he should be replaced. But this guy is putting his work in. When he's picking up that AWP, he's just literally laying waste to the bodies around him. He's a good fit right now, and this is proving that with, again, another final.
We're going to be looking at Alu in particular here because Inferno seems to be a map that he can perform on, that he likes to step up on. He's very comfortable opping on this map as well, just like going with the rifle. But his primary weapon, his weapon of mass destruction, is the AWP, man. That's what it's all about with Alu. And he's a very cool, collected player as well, right? He really does fit into the lineup with the team because all of these players, if any of you guys were able to listen to the comms at Katowice, right? Because Katowice had this feature where you could listen to the teams communicate live during the game. You were able to learn so much about the teams. But when you listen to NiP, all four of the Swedes, very calm and collected, and that's why I think Alu really meshes well with the team. He fits right in because he has that same mindset. Just focus, clear thoughts, all about the game. Some horsing around, but they're there to get a job done, and they really do fit well together.
And he's also got this great thing about him. You look at the camaraderie with him. He straight away fits in the sense you see him fist bumping with the guys and everything. It's like, to me, he just seems like the perfect fit right now. I wouldn't put anyone else in his place.
Oh, Getright's just like, here, take my pistol, take my bomb, leave me alone, leave me my life, but it's not going to happen. Envy will pick up the knife round, and so they will get to decide which side of the map they're going to start on, whether it's going to be on the defensive side, the counter-terrorist side, or the offensive side, the terrorist side. So we shall see now what they have in store for us here in the pistol, but of course here is the map overview. Inferno, I mean, pretty much the staple map for CS. Every team is expected to be able to play a world-class game on this map. It's pretty much the go-to. So perfect map, I think, to start things off here in this best of 5.
I think this is going to be like a real testing map. This is going to put the wheels in motion for how we're going to see the rest of the games unfold. Both teams here can be stellar on it, but it's going to come down to who has that slightly better half, who's going to be able to push a few more rounds out of it, and it's going to be interesting to see which side is going to really bring their value to it, because you're looking at now, everyone used to say, yeah, CT is the side to be on. You're looking back at the last few games here, and it's like T-side has been pretty damn strong from both teams.
Yeah, and that's the quality both of these teams possess. It doesn't matter which side they start on. The knife round is more of a formality. It's just like, let's get it out of the way. Okay, you'll start CT, that's fine. We're okay with that. Because both of these teams, regardless of map, are comfortable on both sides. Yeah. So their T-side is just as dangerous as their CT side for NiP. And the same thing can be said for Envy. Both of these teams, I mean, they're basically at the peak of their abilities right now. So it's really just such a good finals that we have to wrap up such an excellent event that we've had here. A bit of a bumpy start on Friday night, but yesterday everything went perfect. Today it's been smooth sailing, and we're knocking on wood, just to make sure that everything keeps that way. But this has just been now 2 days of solid, beautiful CS.
And for a major like this is such a fantastic thing, not just for the CSGO community, but another big event coming out the woodworks, but also for the UK scene, filling out this whole cinema right in front of us, all the crowd here ready to watch and see the action. This is a real great starting point here for Gfinity.
All right, guys, well, we are about to begin the first map of this best of 5 of the finals of the Gfinity Spring Masters CSGO tournament. This is it. You guys, this is all for you, live here and, of course, watching at home. But it is the first round here on Inferno. And already right into the action, Forrest is going to pick off Kiyoshima. Kiyoshima taking that peek mid, trying to make it the boiler, but he's going to get punished. And there's Exist. Comes right in and takes out Nathan, NBK.
And we can hear the crowd chanting. NiP's coming strong, but look at this. The Envyus have got 2 kills on the board. Shoxy now taking on Alu as well. It's still all to play for. 2 members of NiP left hanging around this A bomb site right now. It's no. Wow. Smith ripped off Forrest's head with that USP shot. It's all up to Getright right now, and he does have the bomb in hands. He makes his way up middle. Will he see Shoxy on the right? And Shoxy makes light work of Getright, and Envyus will secure the pistol round.
Yeah, so just to make it perfectly clear for everybody tuning in, Happy is the number 4314. That is Happy, and Nathan is NBK. All right, so just putting that out there to make sure. On the other side, Exist. He's written it in a weird way, but the second man down on the right, that's Exist. The rest of them is pretty clear. So that is pretty much, it turned out a lot of speed for NiP, but then just some quick, clean kills coming in on the B side. Happy stopping that push short, and then everything kind of falling apart for NiP, leaving Get Right alone. Envy were able to just really quickly recover in that round, and that is crucial going up against a team like NiP.
Oh, Shoxy here, spamming through that smoke. Smiths is going to pick up the first kill. Can he get the second? No, he has to fall back just a little bit, but Happy comes in with 2 huge kills. Exist does reply, and Shoxy taken down by Alu as well. Oh, huge Swag 7 shot from Kiyoshima, leaving Alu as the last man alive with the FAMAS in hand, and he's just probably going to save onto it now and take it into the next round, as that's going to be the best option for him here.
I mean, that is an option, actually. I think, you know, he's kind of open to looking for a hunt here, but I'm actually surprised at Shoxy, you know, getting overwhelmed like that on the other side of the smoke with like, what, 5 bullets left in his gun? That was a bit awkward. Seems like he should have been able to take Alu out there, and we would be expecting, you know, a pretty clean finish here. But Envy right now, I mean, they're still in danger. They need to keep the remaining 3 members alive. This is where the line gets drawn, okay? You can spend enough money, you know, you spend money on 2 guys, all right. Envy aren't going to lose too much sleep over that. But if they start losing 3, 4 guys to Alu, that's going to be a real problem for their economy. So Alu now has a great opportunity to inflict some damage here to the Swedes.
Yeah, if he could pick out, say, Smiths right
French,
now.
pardon me.
He could pick out Smiths right now. That would be a huge movement. Get rid of that M4, but no, MBK is going to come in, finish him off. Second round up for Envyus. 2 men down, though. Not the best start for them on that round, but NiP will look to try capitalize off that in round number 3.
And I like this play here as well, you know, trying to skimp a little bit, trying to get the bank going. Nathan is just going to stay with that Tech 9. And Shoxy's actually going to be the one holding on to the Swag 7, so he's going to be looking to make a little bit of money here too. Of course, 900 bucks a pop when you get a kill with a shotgun, so that's a lot of money compared to the 300 average that you'll get with everything else practically. So here we go, NiP. No plants, really, so they are just limited on money. They're going to have to go for another round of eco. Very little money spent here. P250 has been picked up, but the rest of it is Glocks. And now, can Shoxy connect with a shot? He's got to be careful about getting flanked. He's caught out in the open, running out of bullets. He's going to take 1, but that is it. He gets overwhelmed in the end.
Freiburg there picking up Happy. 2 people down for Team Envyus right now. NiP got the 1-man advantage on the eco. They've also picked up the Swag 7 and a FAMAS now. So this could be a good start for NiP, depending on what movements they make. Smiths just checking out middle here. Might see Exist. Yes, he does. Gets the kill. Can see the bomb as well. Spotted 1 more. It's Get Right on the left there. And oh, he's going to have his work cut out for him. Get Right gets the better of him. Then fall down, but Kiyoshima's right on it. Goes to try finish off Get Right now. Got to be careful, though. They don't want to make any silly, small mistakes right now. Oh, nicely done. Kiyoshima played it smart. Waited for Get Right to just walk straight in front of him and ripped off his head.
I got that very clean with the last shot there. Little sloppy, actually, you know, coming out from Envy there. Smith's really committing to that push mid to just get that frag when he could have tried to hold that angle. Instead, he really committed, took that extra step out, and that just put him right in the middle of everywhere with 3 guys staring down at him. Yeah, right, caught in the headlights. So a little bit awkward there for Smith. So they're going to have to spend a little bit more money this round. But Envy, they have the 3 on the board. NiP now get the buy, and it's a pretty good one at that. Ooh. But Shoxy, he's going to peek out and take out Exist from mid early on here. Big peek from him, and it pays off.
Yeah, nicely done by Shoxy. That's the start they wanted. That's getting Exist out of the game now. Freiburg here is going to have to try something special. But look at Forest, snuck all the way up top middle. Smiths is going to have to be careful if he overextends himself. Oh, and Forest giving away his position right now. He's going to go full back into that smoke. Alu backing him up. Smiths does get 1. Falls back just with 18 health remaining and leaves Forest out there still on 100 HP to do some work in middle.
Yeah, and he's getting flashed as well by his own teammates there. That's a little awkward for Forest. Trying to stay alive at this point, though, but they need to bring it back. I'm amazed that Smiths makes it out of there in 1 piece. That's incredible. Still has the kill as well, so this 2-man advantage right now is carrying down to 50 seconds, and Happy gets caught out. Great little step there by Forest. He gets the headshot, and he brings it back now to only 1-man advantage here for Envy. Question is now, where do NiP take this? Because they're starting to run out of time. It's starting to get to the point where they have to make that call, and they have to start pushing.
Yeah, this is a little bit too slow from NiP, and that's not what they want to Get Right goes down, and the bomb as well. Shoxy does miss that shot, and Freiburg makes him get punished for that. And that's going to leave 2 members left alive on NiP right now. Envy is still in a good position. They're going to be making their way around through CT spawn. MBK is well aware of this right now.
This is
listening very carefully.
This is a very smart decision by NiP as well. They know that there's only going to be 1 man defending on this site. 10 seconds left. He's committing to the plant. Nathan doing the best he can to keep him off of it. And there you go. That's how you play it. NiP tried to make the right decision in that call, and I think that they did. They went towards the B site where they can assume there's only going to be 1 guy there. But at the end of it, they needed to get that kill on NBK, and it just didn't happen for him.
Yeah, he had just the tightest angle there, and it worked off. Absolutely fantastic for him. 4-0 now in favor of Envyus on the CT side here on the first map, Inferno. NiP just trading a little bit. Not the greatest start for them right now, but we saw it before. They are the comeback champions.
Oh, that's so clean right there. Kirishima with the mad spray, but he doesn't get the kill. Bit of a mistake there. Lets Alu get out of it. And Alu, he's going to be down low. He's one of the guys who bought Kevlar in NiP as well, so that's unfortunate for him. But now begins to play. This is going to be straight rush. Straight rush from NiP.
Oh, and look at this. No one's checked for Happy. He gets one, he gets two, but Forest gets the better of him, and they will make their way into this B bomb site. Smiths onto, that was Forest gone down. It's going to be all up to Alu and Get Right now. Oh, Get Right goes down the hands of Smiths as well. Alu trying to sneak around there, but Shoxy picks him off nice and easy, and that's going to be a clean 5-0 for Envyus right now.
That was such a quick rush coming out from NiP. Happy in the best place possible. First ran through as well, just trying to set up to be able to make that push to the site. And they look back, but it's too late. The damage is done. Happy is not going to let him get away with that. So a good spray down there, even after losing his teammate there, Happy. But they are able to recover somewhat, and Envy, as long as they keep just losing like 2 guys, they're fine with this. They're going to be able to keep dropping for them, and they should be able to maintain a little bit of bank.
Well, NiP right now, we've got Freiburg leading the charge up to the top of Banana there. MBK has just overextended just a little bit there. Going to try poke out and see who he can grab. Going to put himself in a nice position here, though. Good use of the flash, but he's going to see and hear the fire coming up. And NiP are making their way up to the top of Banana. Got to be careful that Freiburg doesn't manage to get a pick here. MBK falling back, nice decision there. Smoke's gone down as well, so he is nicely covered to spam through that smoke. It's a bit of a mind game going on right now.
That's why you have the M4A1. You're looking to get the spray through, and there aren't the tracer rounds that are giving away your position. It's all by sound at that point. It can get a little wonky. So he is kind of protected to be able to go ahead, and it's intense fate basically. See if he can get lucky and get a shot through. Good play there by NiP, falling back, making sure that they won't get tagged by any HEs either, trying to minimize the damage taken before the actual push begins, because it does look like with 40 seconds left, NiP are going to head on to this B site.
Yeah, Envyus have played this so smart. They knew this. They rotated Happy back to the B bomb site. MBK's going to drop the flash out. Oh, he gets one, but Freiburg shuts him down nice and early. It's all up to Happy right now, but Freiburg just being monstrous right now. Opens up this B bomb site. Smith's spamming through the smoke there. Can't quite tag anyone just yet, but it's now a 4 versus 3. The bomb is planted inside the B bomb site, and NiP are looking strong on this round.
Yeah, that they are. Nice timing there by Get Right as well. He was just a little off, but he nearly gets the kill on the man rotating through CT, but look at how Envy are just going to start pushing through here. They want to take this fight. They do have kits, they have everything they need, but they don't account for the crossfire. Freiburg peeks out just at the right time and takes Smiths out, and now this is too late. Envy can't even get out of this alive. They have to commit and try and do the damage. Shoxy gets the kill on Forest. He's trying to just buy as much time as possible and make this as expensive as possible for NiP, and they will do just that. They lose one guy. Freiburg was able to get just far enough away to keep himself alive, but still 3 kills on NiP means they won't have that much money going into this round.
Yeah, that was the best situation Envyus could have hoped in that at that stage. 5-1 right now, and finally Ninjas in Pajamas are on the board, but they've got to start making a little bit slight changes and just be a little bit more aggressive here to really put the pressure on Envyus.
Curious to see if there is going to be a change of pace. Rush up mid, yes indeed, and they were confident in their AKs, the ability to hit the headshot. Both of them missing there, however. Look at Kirishima, this is also a go-to play that they will use, but he gets caught out way too close, and there goes Shoxy.
That was very fast from NiP, completely caught Envyus off guard. Kirishima is going to try and undo the damage that's already been dealt by NiP. Does get one, but Get Right onto Smiths, and it looks pretty tricky here. Oh, fantastic work from NiP. 2 further kills, and it's all going to be up to MBK to take on the 3 remaining members of NiP. Bomb has been planted in the A bomb site, and MBK is going to have to make a tough decision here.
Yeah, and that tough decision is, do I give up my FAMAS for the AWP? I don't think it's a tough decision after all. Oh, he's going for the mind games. I like it, I like it. He's trying to catch them out in the open, but NiP are so wise. NiP, no. NiP, no. Your shenanigans right now, not going to work. They aren't peeking. They're holding as long as possible. Nathan really holding this line, and he's going to get that kill in the end on Exist and back off. And this is the best play that he can hope for in this position.
That's going to be 2 rounds on the board for NiP in a row, but look at that. MBK does manage to save the AWP, and we'll take that through to the next round. And again, only 2 members standing for NiP.
Well, this is where the pressure begins to mount for Envy. All of a sudden, that perfect streak that they had going, they're getting momentum, they're feeling confident, and then NiP come right back into it. Freiburg, I mean, he's like the king of just getting those entry frags when it matters most. He gets into that B site, cracks it open. This round, it's just a very fast A push coming from NiP. I love the fact that NiP are really changing up their game, trying to keep Team Envy doubting themselves. Because as soon as Team Envy get confident, that's when they're at their, that's when any team is at their most dangerous, but Envy in particular, they will just break you if they feel like they have control. So NiP just doing the best that they can right now to make sure that they don't get too comfortable.
NiP, they're just focusing on this banana push at the moment, just trying to work out and see if they're going to catch any of the CTs pushing off. There's actually 3 members of Envyus sat in the B bomb site right now, and quite a smart decision considering it is the site that NiP have gone for the majority of the time so far.
They've had some success on it right there, but NiP now, let's see if they're actually going to be able to set this up, because this is a pretty hard line held by Smith. Misses that opportunity, and now it's going to be a bit risky for him. Tries to change up his position fairly quickly here. Freiberg actually shooting his teammate in the back. There are currently 3 members on this side, however, for Envy, so they've got good positions. Smith does manage to get a peek. He goes for Get Right, but gets sprayed down, and now Happy. His turn to get the shots in, but he is only going to get the 1. Still, some good damage dealt here. NiP are low, and it looks like Envy are just trying to force their way onto this site. They just aren't going to have much luck doing it.
Only Kiyoshima left. There's 3 members left for NiP. They've got the bomb down, and right now she's going to be falling back with that 5-7. Best thing he can hope for right now, try and grab himself a weapon.
That's actually what I'm wondering about. Was Get Right caught out lurking somewhere? Is that why he's trying to change it up? Or he's just trying to make him think, okay, I'm in CT, I'm going to go walk all the way around, and when you guys try and run down Banana to save your guns, I'm going to be ready and I'm going to be waiting for you. So this is a really good call here by Kiyoshima. Look at this. Forrest, knife out and swing, and he gets another one. Oh, the party headshot. Alu is done. Can he save the off, though? Yes, hide behind the pillar. Why does he go for the peek?
That's that overconfidence we were talking about before. He got 2, he wanted the 3rd with the AWP, but he just couldn't quite get it.
You got to believe in yourself, right? That's why you're going to go. You get the 2, you're right. I mean, it's that confidence. You're going to take that peek, but that's a bit of a shame in this scenario because holding on to that AWP could have made a difference. You know, he could have handed that off to Smiths or Shoxy, so.
Having the 5-7 with the extra rounds in there was just absolutely fantastic for him. It worked so well.
What a read, though, by him. That was some great mind game. But now Nathan, this is going to be an interesting position for him. The flash, and there you go, pre-fire from Forrest. As soon as that flash goes off, that's the reaction kicking in to just spray and pray.
And NiP entering into this B bomb site doing serious damage right now. Happy's being forced to fall back, left on 41 health right now. And look where Get Right has got himself into a very good position. Started spamming away though, giving away his position. Smith gets the better of him. Shoxy on to exist as well. And this is slowly being turned in favor of Envyus right now. NiP really have to pull something out of the bag. Nice use of the smokes there by Ali, but he's being chased down. Shoxy does go down. Oh, fantastic work from Forrest. Takes down Smiths as well, turning this to a 2 versus 3. The bomb is down, and that Molotov is going to shut off the side.
It's going to make it very difficult for them, but Alu gets caught out, gives away his position. They're running out of time here, however, and they don't have a kit, and that's going to be the end of it here. Happy is going to catch Freiberg out in the open. Can he make it out of here, though? He just barely dodges the bullets, and he's going to be able to hold on to his gun. We lose the remaining members for NiP, but at this point, NiP are just happy getting rounds on the board. That is looking so good for them at this point. I mean, we're past the halfway point in this half, obviously here. We're getting into the 10th round, but NiP are sitting on 4. Realistically, they only really need 5 to feel like they've done a good job in the half. So NiP now, or rather all of the pressure has shifted over onto Envy. They had a great start, but now it's time for them to try and figure out what went wrong and how to fix it.
Yeah, and for NiP right now, they've got a full set of weapons in their hands, and Envyus just with 1 M4 brought over by Happy. NiP will be able to just take that confidence, push around a little bit, knowing the fact that Envyus won't be on fully buy.
Oh man, Happy taking a lot of fire damage there. He's just going to be playing close in pit, however, waiting for them to cross onto that site. That's the standard plant position that he's watching for, but Freiberg with the jump, going to get caught, and then the second man jumping out, but just not enough bullets in that M4A1. He gets overwhelmed. Exist crouching on the side is going to take out Shoxy, but there's still 3 members remaining here for Envy. They are putting up one hell of a fight here.
Yeah, they won't be backing down anytime soon. And look at this again. Kiyoshima is going to be trying to make his way around, doing some sneaky through the apartments. Smiths has already grabbed himself that AK-47 as well. So this is looking pretty good for Envyus right now.
I like that Smiths is backed out as well. That's going to be a good gun to hold on to. Now it's up to Kiyoshima to just, play sneaky, a little cheeky, you know, get up in the apartments, lie in wait, and let's see if Exist is going to walk into this. There you go, once again, but the aim punch saves Exist. He manages to tag Kiyoshima before that final bullet does the damage. He's going to be able to live through this in the end.
It just did the nick of time, but well played to Smiths, hanging on to that AK-47. Great job doing that. When another round on the board for NiP right now, they do walk away with 3 weapons as well. So
this looks focused, man.
Yeah, even though they got the round on the board, he's like, yep, next one now, next one. They're drilled and ready.
All right, but that's NiP for you, man. They focus, they can lock it down, but they can still choke at the same time, right? You know, listening to them play is just a real pleasure. you realize just how unique they are, that they're able to just, in any situation, even if they're behind, they're still cracking jokes and having a good time, and that's just incredible. Here we go. Already, NiP not going for the ultra fast quite yet. They are going for some very aggressive flashes, however, looking to catch him out, but Smith with a great flick. He takes out Forest mid. That's going to slow things down here somewhat for NiP.
Hiroshima here spamming away with that AK ready brought over from the last round. He's going to see what he can do here. Get right, just sat back there on A, hiding behind the smoke right now. Robo's got banana covered, and this is where NiP's fallen into that positions right now where they've got control, they know what's going on, and they've just got to see if they can make Envyus make a little mistake here and pick another member off at all.
They're looking for somebody to get a little impatient, a little antsy.
They need that opening frag.
There you go, there it is, the smoke to block it out, and Get Right gets that peek. Now he sets it up to try and force anybody holding behind the pillar out into the open, and you can see just how much damage Shoxy took from that one Molotov, so that was a big damage dealt. NiP, this is all just a distraction. Get Right, he is the lurker king. I mean, he is just going to be waiting to catch out anybody rotating now as NiP set up for the B site.
Yeah, they're going to be held off by this Molotov grenade as long as they don't give their position away. But Hiroshima does pick off lurking Get Right, and here we go. Happy gets one, gets a second as well. Freiburg does shut him down, but MBK easily picks that up, and that was really well played from Envyus. They put the Molotovs down, they really forced NiP's hand. The time was running out, and well, they just had to go.
Yeah, I think that's also just the reaction there with the Molotov. As soon as they see, as Hiroshima picks up Get Right and only sees Get Right, doesn't hear any other steps, doesn't hear any nades coming in. They're just like, okay, that's it. This is going to be like the NiP basically. Leave one guy behind to cause a distraction, and all the others are going to go to that other site. So the Molotov comes down just at the right time. That's just a very clean, well-executed play by Envy.
And you don't want to be too predictable. That's what NiP were that time. Done a couple times already, and they paid the price. Happy here had gone down banana a little bit. He's backed up by MBK. Freiburg just firing off with that Tech 9, seeing if he can get anyone through the smoke, and well, it's caused Envyus just to fall back a little bit for the meantime.
Freiburg's gonna have to be a little careful, you know, because we know reputation of the French dealing with kings. You know, he may be in his domain in banana, but you know, Happy may have brought his pocket guillotine or something, so he has to be a little bit careful.
NiP right now taking it slow and steady. It's all building up to what... Oh, look at that smoke. Fantastic smoke from Exist comes over. They will try to make their way. Oh, nicely done. Smiths has been forced to take the shot. Didn't hit anyone, but he hasn't been taken down just yet. Kiyoshima in the meantime taken out. Get Right. Shoxy onto Freiburg. Alu does reply though. Gets the kill onto Shoxy. Happy goes down as well. NiP are trying to get into this A bomb site. Nice work from Alu. Oh, and Smiths comes in with the reply. Takes down Exist. This turns into a 1v2, and Alu just no chance.
Did he hear those steps? I think he heard those steps. I think MBK should have been close enough to hear that.
Yeah.
Seems like they're rotating back now. He needs to get over to CT before Alu crosses over. And Alu, there you go, the Molotov. Not sure if Alu can actually make it through there without getting a bit too roasty. 10 seconds left, and MBK will catch him trying to push through that smoke. At that point, Alu's just crossing his fingers, hoping that both players are there and that he hits like an incredible headshot, or pair of them.
Well, good effort from NiP, but it just wasn't enough. Envyus, they're on point. Every little sound, every step that's made, they're reacting to it, and they know what's going on. 7-5 is your score as it stands, and NiP ideally, if they can pick up 1 or 2 more rounds here, that would be the best situation for them, but Envyus, they just seem to be on their game right now.
Now they seem to have recovered somewhat, and now they've also eliminated the bank that NiP had built after managing to win those consecutive rounds. So now that NiP are back to pistols, this is looking a bit better here for Envy. Freiburg just commits and runs through that Molotov. He is really looking to get the information that's set up so that his teammates can follow behind. But the bomb gets dropped by NBK, and Happy just looking to save his teammate. Nathan through the smoke doesn't need your help, Happy. Instead, Happy is going to look and get some of his own.
Smoke kills all over the place there. Forrest does manage to pick up Happy, but MBK does actually tag Forrest there. Runs away from it afterwards. Forrest does have an M4 in his hand now, but 4 members of Envyus, it's only a matter of time. Oh, and nicely done. Does use the Tech 9 to take down MBK, but already there is Smiths in the bomb site, and Shoxy is going to be closing in behind.
Forrest is just invincible, man.
He's just eating bullets, nades, everything. I'll be fine.
But a good recovery there by Envy. managing to hold off the push that was going to come around that corner. Freiberg committed, and I'm wondering if he didn't expect his teammates to be behind him there, if they were just going to try and push through that Molotov altogether. The problem is that they didn't have Kevlar, so Molotovs deal a lot of damage to you really quickly if you don't actually have the body armor. So Freiberg committed, he got the info. His teammates just weren't able to capitalize on that. So Envy equipped, making good use of the grenades that they had. And that's pretty much it. You know, just clean play coming in, Envy keeping their cool. But now NiP looking to catch them off guard this time again. This time, however, Nathan has the luck, and he gets both kills.
Now it's up to Happy. Happy gets one. Can he get a second? Oh, nicely done. But Getright gets the better of him, but the damage has already been done. Getright tries to get into the bomb site. He does have the bomb in his hands, but he's going to take on 3 members of Envyus who are already making their way. He's completely pinned down from all sides right now. Getright just sat in the back of the bomb site and... Oh, nicely done. Gets the better of Shoxy. Smiths is going to hear that, though. He's going to come through the smoke and... Oh, fantastic work from Getright. Can he pull this off? 25 health. Got to take on Kiyoshima. Kiyoshima gets the better of him. Nicely done by him. But Getright, that was phenomenal. 3 kills. Almost had it, got the bomb plant. Just right to the wire.
Yeah, exactly, man. Right to the wire. 1v3 clutch. Oh, man, Kiyoshima just manages to pick up that AWP there, so they're going to be pleased about that. That's going to go to Smiths. But yeah, Getright, man, that's also huge. Even if they didn't pick up the round, it's just doing damage. I mean, this is going to be the last round of the half, and Envy do have enough bank to get fully equipped. So, but if they'd been in, lower economy, had a lower economy, that would have been a big opportunity for NiP to pick up a 6th round. Now it's going to just come down to the AKs and the headshots. Alu takes out Smith, who is going for an aggressive Kenny-style peek from the bedroom.
Yeah, that was an absolutely huge shot there and a fantastic start for NiP. MBK on Banana there. Look at this from Kiyoshima. Comes out, gets the headshot onto Exist, but Forrest replies, standing in the fire, eating the damage, down to 21 health. He does get killed by Happy. Shoxy's looking around, seeing if anyone else dropped down, but it's the one man left there at the back. It's Getright. Freiberg's coming up through middle. He might be able to catch him off guard. Nicely done. Takes down Happy. Turns us into a 2 versus 2. Getright and Forrest getting it together right now, but they've got to be careful because and MBK was in the perfect position, but Freiberg shut him down straight away, and now they'll just be running away to that B bomb site. Get the bomb plant down, and Shoxy's actually going to go to 2's taking this from Banana.
Yeah, this is an incredibly difficult position for Shoxy to find himself in, but of course, Freiberg just stepping up once again, clearing the way. 2 key frags to make it possible. Shoxy trying not to waste any time at all. He wants to get up on this side as quickly as possible because he knows it's going to be so incredibly difficult to flush the NiP players out into the open. NiP know now that they just have to play together. They'll take the peak together. That's all that has to happen here. Shoxy just has so many angles to check as well, clearing out this half of the site and attempting it, but there's the spray from Getright, and he's going to get the knife finish. There you go. We got the Go Ninja sign up in the crowd, and that is fitting because that's how you do it right there. And that's not for bravado or anything as well. It's good that it ends up being Shoxy because Shoxy hates getting knifed, hates it, and he hates when his teammates do it too. But that's also a very clear way to get anybody who's trying to defuse and smoke, because 2 slashes and a big stab will kill anybody if they're on that bomb. So Getright just runs in there stabbing. He knows he's going to find him eventually, and it's a more accurate way of doing it than just spraying and praying, because what happens if you run out of bullets?
Boom.
Bomb gets defused. So
you only get 5 seconds.
Exactly. So really well played there by Getright. That's pretty much NiP just playing that situation perfectly.
Well, 9-6 first half. Not a bad start for NiP, but will this be enough to carry them through? Only time will tell.
See what they have in store for us here. And oh, man. Envy are like, okay, that's enough of this. We're not going for anything subtle here. 5 Kevlars across the board. They're looking for a brawl.
It'll be straight rush. And it looks like might be making their way through apartments, and Exist is going to be straight on it. He comes round, but Happy gets the kill onto Alu there. Oh my god, fantastic shot. Burst Glock headshot jumping, and it's all up to Getright. The only man left does take off the head of Happy, but he's still got 3 members of Envyus to deal with right now.
Yeah, this is so difficult now as well. I mean, I wish that he had Kevlar, that he had picked it up. I'm surprised that it's actually Getright buying the kit, because it's usually Freiberg who will be the kit man for NiP. Didn't notice if they went with a 2-kit strat, because sometimes teams will do that as well. But it would be silly to have both kit holders. Okay, whatever. But the fact that he doesn't have Kevlar makes this a little bit more difficult for him, because he's just going to take so much damage if he gets into a prolonged fight. And already you have Nathan, just catching him out. This is almost a situation where Getright should just try and hold on to the kid and try and live through the round, but NBK is not interested in letting that happen, and the pistol round will go the French way.
Nicely done by Envyus there. They, as you said, they're ready for a brawl. They came in, guns blazing, and, well, Exist tried to do his best, but he got completely caught off guard there.
Yeah, and Envy played that so well. You know, they just throw one guy in there. He's the distraction. Exist tries to spray him down, and in the meantime, you've got 3 other Glocks that are just rushing him down. And from there on forward, Envy always took a fight. It wasn't one-on-one. It was just, it's always 2 Glocks, 3 Glocks, but it's so hard to deal with that if you're NiP. You know, you just peek around that corner, and all of a sudden you've got 2 Glocks staring you down. You're going to be in for a rough day.
Freiburg right now might try to use this smoke to his advantage. Does get a few bullets spammed through it, but Shoxy got himself in a very nice position in apartments right now. But look how all the NiP players are playing it. Playing nice and defensive, staying back. Get right at CT Arts right now. Avoiding the grenades, and the Envy's just taking their time, slowly working their way up.
Now we have to see if they're going to be able to catch this man off guard solo, but there it is, the lurk. I love that it's Get Right versus Happy as well. It's like the 2 lurkers for both teams, and Get Right comes out ahead that time, and he has a gun to work with now as well. That's an AK dropped in enemy territory. That's going to be a little bit tricky here now.
Envyus right now, they're not fully committed on where they want to go. They're going to just fake them completely back into this A bomb site. This is huge right now. Forest has kind of worked it out, but it's a little bit too late. Envyus are already there. That bomb's going to be planted very, very soon. There we go. And look at that. NiP are going to be kicking themselves. They fully committed, and it was completely the wrong decision.
Yeah, I think NiP ended up buying the fridge, the air conditioning unit, a set of mugs. I mean, Envy, that was the biggest sell ever, and NiP just took it all. Wow. Okay then, and now NiP. I mean, this is the only call that they can make at this point. They still have, because we can see, nearly 9,000 in value on them. Save it. Hope that you get better luck next time. Yep.
It's the best decision right now, and obviously they've got that AK-47.
Yeah, that's a big. That's actually pretty big. I'm surprised that Happy would go on a lurk like that.
Yeah.
With a rifle in your hand. Like, if you have a Tech 9, okay, you know, just give away the Tech 9. That's fine, you know. But if you have an AK and you just hand that over, that is actually a pretty big loss. But now we have to see. It's going to get into actually an interesting situation, because it's not every day that we get to see, you know, 2 of these armor buys. So it's like take 2 now going into the 19th or the 18th here.
Yeah, and this AK this time round with Get Right having it, that could be the big game changer here for this round. And we still look on Envyus. They've got the P90 in play, a couple of umps as well.
I mean, Get Right's in a pretty decent spot as well with it. He's going to be holding far back on the coils, so if they try and rush through, Freiburg is there to soak, Get Right is there to do the damage with the AK, and an aggressive push from NiP outside of the apartment. Shoxy is going to look for that kill, and he's going to get it. Point blank headshot onto Forest, but Freiburg is going to find NBK in the meantime, and this is getting bloody. Lots of damage being dealt on both sides.
And look at the health of the Envyus players, though. A lot of damage has been dealt to them. They've got to deal with 2 more members of NiP. Get Right's in a great position, but the spray didn't pay off for him. Kiyoshima got the better of him, and they will now assault the B bomb site. It's all up to Alu. They do still have low health, and he should be able to pick up a gun on Banana, but it's going to be a tricky situation. Go, he's good to pick up the P90. Shoxy's waiting for him. Shoxy's there, but he gets the better of him. Now it's Alu versus Kiyoshima. 32 health versus 10. Oh, what a shot! Absolutely huge with the P90. Rips apart Kiyoshima's head. Will get the round for NiP, and that's going to do a lot of mental damage as well as the money damage.
That's going to set you back. That is going to rock you if you're Envy. All of a sudden, it's just another helmet Kevlar buy. Get Right doing the damage. I mean, he didn't get both kills, but the fact that he dropped them down exactly, he did what he needed to do. He spotted that bomb, and they knew exactly what to do from there on out. NiP. What a comeback. I mean, that's the power of NiP as well. It's just like every single round, they are dangerous. Doesn't matter if they have a P shooter. You know, they're still going to mess you up.
And anyone saying about Alu previously, like we were talking about, that should put him to rest for the meantime.
Yeah, talk about a big clutch play there for Alu. That can turn things around completely for NiP now. But Envy still had enough money to go for the AK buy, so they're going. This is now buy versus buy. Big difference here is that Alu, because they won an eco, like Alu has so much money, he can go straight up to a fully equipped AWP build here.
Yeah, he's got to make that work for him right now, and it looks like Envyus are going to do the push outside the middle. Smokes have gone down. Alu's throwing out the early grenade there. To get himself in a nice position with his AWP, see what he can work. He's desperately going to have to get a hold of picks here.
Yeah, but look at the short push coming up. This is not something you see every day here. This is a little bit risky here. Are they going to get checked? Force gets spotted, and Kiyoshima holding that angle, catches them out. The risk does not pay off, and Exist just got headshot as well. He has to fall back.
Yeah, a lot of damage done there by Envyus. Smart play, just completely outthinking NiP right now. And now it's going to be up to the guys at B to see what they can deal with, and it's currently just Freiburg on his own.
Freiburg's in a pretty cheeky spot, though. If Envy get ahead of themselves and are not thorough, they don't check this corner, they can pay big here. Flash dead onto Freiburg, and guess what? 2 guys are looking straight at him, but Gfinity is here, and Gfinity with the triple, the quad! That is it! Get out of his sight!
That was amazing from Gfinity right there. 4 straight kills. He's only got to deal with Happy, who's going to be running to save that weapon with 10 seconds on the board. That was insane.
That was magical. That's Gfinity.
Yeah.
There we go. That's Gfinity. What a save. I mean, Freiburg, there's very little you can do. You get flashed? Sorry, you know, there you go. You're pretty much gone. But for Gfinity to rotate in and hit that timing perfectly, look at that. Nipper all smiles. Of course they are. 2 huge clutch plays, basically, from their teammates in 2 rounds. That's big.
Yeah, that's going to give you a nice boost of confidence. You're going to be screaming and shouting, and they're going to be really feeling the momentum right now, and this is exactly what they needed. Alu still with that AWP. They're comfortable right now, and they've just got to capitalize on it. It's 11 for 8, and NiP going to try to bring this back.
That is, I mean, NiP are doing just that. I mean, talk about like the 1-2 combination punch. You know, Envy have definitely got the air knocked out of them here, and I mean, you can see that right now. They're just like they're trying now to keep this from getting out of control. They're going for another Force buy. They want to try and push aggressively here, and Force just drops out in the nick of time. He gets out of there with 13 HP. Talk about close.
Yeah, I literally thought he was going to go down there, just managing to get away narrowly. But Shoxy's still going to be going through these apartments, happy with him as well. Kirishima up the top of middle. Don't seem fully committed to it just yet. They might try and fake it once again, but NiP are holding strong on their positions as it stands.
There you have it. I mean, there's the peak.
Oh, huge 1D from
eagle.
Kirishima. Takes down Gfinity. And that is going to put a little bit of damage, a bit of pressure onto NiP right now. Alu misses the AWP shot, can't get the kill. He needs to hit a couple of shots. They need to get the advantage. Look at Shoxy. Comes round, takes Forest down. Exist has got to do the work right here. Gets 1, but he's going to have to get a bit more. Look at Alu. Picks off the kill onto Smiths. Oh, and he did just see 1. Did Happy notice it was here? Nicely done, gets the kill. Oh, wow, huge from Freiburg onto MVK. It's all up to Kirishima, just with the deagle in hand now. And Freiburg cleans it up. Nicely done. And NiP get another round.
NiP are stabilizing, and NiP are going even further than that. They're now proceeding to break Envy. Like, that is another round that Envy are going to feel that they should have won. They should have had that. With the 2 entries, just the fact that they then just start getting picked off. Individual play coming to the fore there. Exists with the kill on short. Alu locking down Arch and hitting a hard shot on the man trying to jump into Arch. That is not an easy shot to hit. So for Alu to tag that man and take him out, I mean, just big plays all across the board from both of these teams.
Yeah, and right now, Envyus once again on an eco round. Gfinity got himself in a nice position, using that smoke to his advantage. And Envyus once again just playing around at this middle, trying to force out a push from NiP. They just want to catch that 1 player off guard, grab his gun and see what they can do. See the confidence in NiP, just how they're playing. Gfinity giving it a little bit more aggression. Freiburg's in the back there to back him up, and Envyus spamming up, trying to just almost giving away their position. It's a mental game right now between these 2.
That's exactly what it is. It's a mental game they're basically trying to get NiP to doubt themselves. The only thing is that NiP should realize that Envy are, you know, it's going to be very difficult for them. They're just going to go rushing right through the smoke here, running out of bullet tower, but NiP still managing to remain alive. That's the important bit. Freiburg just attempts the spray, but Kirishima will take him out with that Tech 9, and Gfinity now just trying to stand his ground in CT. Will he get faced? However, the timing is just right, but he will get caught, and Shoxy will bring this to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, and look where Smiths is. No one's checked it just yet, and oh, Exist gets headshotted, gets taken down by Happy. Alu's got to go for it right now. It's only Alu and Forest left. Forest gets 1, Alu gets the other. It's all up to Shoxy. 1 versus 1. Can Alu pull it off again? And oh, Shoxy comes in, gets the jumping kill, and wins and puts another round on the board for Envyus.
What was that? The jumping M4 shot, that wasn't even silenced. I'm waiting for the tweet now from Cali. You know, Kappa. Kappa. I mean, there you go, Shoxy. I really want to nickname him the Bumblebee right now. I don't know, because it's like so perfect with his name as well. You know, it's like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. I mean, there you go. That's the embodiment of it right there.
Let's make it happen.
Let's see. We'll see if it sticks. But that's a real problem now for NiP. These rounds have been close. But losing a round like that to an eco as well, that's, I mean, look at the situation now. Yeah. FAMAS, a 5-7 on Gfinity, limited nades. This is such a close match right now. as far as the money is concerned.
Especially how far on we are in the rounds. Round number 22, 12 rounds already for Envyus. This is not what NiP wanted. And they were just getting to that point where they would have had that bank.
Talk about the perfect start to a best-of-5 final, man.
Oh, yes.
I mean, they are delivering on Inferno right now. This is excellent.
And this was our dream final. This is what we wanted. And these two teams are bringing their A game right now.
See, now, I mean, basically, this is, again, turning into a bit of a waiting game. Happy, looking for the angle, seeing if he can't find somebody pushing through. But Get Right, not going to commit and run through that smoke. But both of them will escape with their lives. Exist thinks, you know, he's shooting at shadows there, but that also sets it up for Alu. They think he runs back. Smith is able to trade, though, and that favors the T side until Exist steps in. But then NBK comes back and takes out Exist. This is just a back-and-forth battle going on between both of these teams for this A site, and there's only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, Team Envyus have been a little bit too slow here almost, and oh, did Forrest not see him, but Get Right's on his case. 2 kills with the 5-7. Freiburg picks off Shoxy, and NiP get another round on the board.
And they come right back into it. Just look how the focus right now on this team. They lose an eco. I mean, they lose an anti-eco, then they come right back in. Short pause here, I imagine, coming in actually between both. Yeah, and it's right back into it. Maybe just some, you know, cable getting caught somewhere. These things happen. But now that's, again, you know, Envy, that's going to take the wind out of their sails as well. You know, they're like, yeah, we can do it, right? We just took an eco. This is all ours. You know, we're trading effectively. Everything is going our way. And then Get Right is there to ruin their day with 2 5-7 kills. And it's just like that. It comes to a screeching halt. The boat capsizes. Everything flies out, and it's just horrible.
The 5-7 hugely paid off for Get Right there because he did so much damage at the beginning on Banana as well and picked up the 2 kills. Good investment considering their situation. But right now, Forrest trying to get the kills on, gets one, Alu with one onto Nathan as well, and Forrest does come with 2. This is a good start from NiP. This is how they want it to continue, and Envyus not really doing what you would have expected here on their pistol round. Then Alu comes in with the AWP shot to finish and close that round out. And look where we are, 12-11. It's getting incredibly close.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, just talk about wild, those hands, man. Crazy. That is also like the quality of Forrest, right? He can get those snap headshots like that. Good, cool composure from him in a very tough situation because when they're up short like that, so close with Tech 9s, one like half step further, he's too exposed, he gets taken out, and then the bomb can get planted. That at least was kept from happening this time around. But Envy now have the money for an AK. They decide to go for it. They're making the play. They have so little in terms of gear to work with. A lot of this is going to come down to the headshots now. They have 3 smokes, and one of them has just gone out now. Mid-smoke, actually. What is that? Yeah, it is going to be the arch smoke. Okay, so they want to eliminate that one angle. Does this open up short? The counter smoke comes out now from NiP to slow things down. They know that Envy are hurting economically. They know that if they can get them to use gear, that's nothing but good for them. Envy, I mean, look at NiP. They still have so many flashes. This is going to make it so difficult for Envy to get in here with their side intact.
Oh, and I thought Alu was going to see a bit of skin there, maybe pick up a kill. And as you say about Envyus, they don't have the nades to play with. Another smoke comes out, but it's not really going to affect Alu right now. Exist opens up this round with a kill onto Happy. And oh, he comes round, gets the second one onto Kirishima, third onto Smiths. Absolutely fantastic from Exist there. That's what he needed to do. He came and delivered. Only Shoxy and MBK left right now. And look at Get Right, gets the first one. Shoxy does reply, but Freiburg picks up the final kill.
At Freiburg, I mean, that's what you're talking about there right there. But that's timing as well, right? The counter timing that it comes out, Get Right with that flash just as the smoke comes up. He hits it just right, and that's like thousands of hours of experience right there, all coming out in one play that lasts 2 seconds. So there you have it, right? Get Right, just one of the best. Freiburg and him making an excellent team on that B site right now. Envy, I think Envy now at this point are starting to wonder, where can we go? Where do we make this play happen?
And Alu came in with the AWP shot, legged Kiyoshima. Even Stevens right now on the scoreboard. And look, the nade picks up the kill onto Smiths. Get Right here battling, and oh, fantastic shot from MBK. Rips apart Get Right's head. Forrest is going to have to do the work, but he's taken down. Shoxy going huge. Getting 2 fantastic kills there, opening up this A bomb site. They will comfortably be able to get the plant down. They just need to get some weapons in their hands. And, well, we've got an AWP and an AK so far for them. This is going to be pretty difficult for NiP to retake.
Yeah, this is so difficult here. This is also a very hard shot to hit for Happy. Flash goes behind him, though, and he misses it just wide. Needs to get out of there before Freiberg hunts him down, and he just barely makes it out. Shoxy with the AK will shut him down, and now it's down to Exist. 1v3, and it's not meant to be. The quad kill from this man right here on your screen, Shoxy.
Shoxy, absolutely huge with a Tech 9 first 2 headshots, comes in with the AK, cleans up. That was his round, and he made that round for his team. 13-12, and this is going right to the wire.
Yeah, this is incredible, man. So close, so close. They refuse. Both of these teams are basically indomitable. The spirit that they have, doesn't matter what the rounds are, they are always going to make it close like this. Now,
yeah, it's 100% or nothing for these guys.
Exactly. I mean, we saw it with the comeback from NiP. I mean, they've had like 2 comebacks now in this tournament where they just refused to give up. They were behind on the inferior side, and they still somehow just made it happen. Both of these teams, the magical.
Happy here. Got himself in a good position with the AWP, but Exist does take down the man of last round. It's Shoxy who goes down. They started off a little bit fast. They've got this mid control right now, but NiP are playing it nice and far from behind.
There's a shot. Peekaboo. Forrest right there, and a great nade to the face. That hurts. There's the peek. Get right, looking to see if he can't get lucky through that smoke. Envy still down a man though, so they really do need to set up the perfect nades to give them an opening. But look at how passively NiP are playing this now. They just consolidate the defense. 2 guys on B, 3 guys on A, and on A they don't necessarily peek out. This is a little bit risky just because of the information. There's the flash to get that info, and there's the kill to follow it up. Exist is gone, or rather Smith is gone, thanks to Exist. But they're getting bogged down here, Envy.
Well, Envyus just then, they got that mid control, but NiP just let them have it. They fell back, and MBK, he's going to have to come up huge and get the kill. Kiyoshima does manage to take down Alu. That's a fantastic start for getting into this A bomb site. Forrest, though, does do the work, replies. MBK comes in with the kill. Oh, and Get Right does manage to finish off Happy. Wasn't scoped with the AWP. Now a 1v2. Oh my god, MBK dodging bullets. Get Right trying to jump up. MBK gets the kill. Can he clutch this? But Freiberg shuts him down. And oh my god, that was close. 13-13, we will see now. And I can see this is how it's going to go on the first map.
Oh, this is perfect again, man. Right back and forth. The clutch situations everywhere. I mean, NiP at that point, they were playing so cautiously that they were playing in the dark. It was the perfect flash, but then it comes right back when Happy gets his counter kill. And it's so close, but I think that the breaking point there is basically Forrest catching that man out in the open like that, managing to just pull a fast one on the man who was holding pit. He manages to get past, get a free kill, and buy enough time for the rotation to come in. I mean, NiP right now are on point, but because of that bomb plant, Team Envy, they actually have some gear. Only problem is they just lost Kiyoshima. Alu is going to be able to open things up.
Huge from Shoxy, does manage to get 2, but Alu is on point with that AWP. Oh, and he picks up Shoxy as well. Get Right comes from Banana, finishes off MBK, and 14-13, NiP have got their flow.
And this is where we need to actually see the money, because right now I think they have to go for it. They are going to be able to force here. Well, what kind of force is it going to be? It is. That's it. CZs. I mean, they're just trying to make it work. 1 Galil, 1 AK, 2 Tech 9s, and a CZ. I mean, that's not a lot to be going into this round with to try and keep NiP from map point.
NiP looks so comfortable right now in these last few rounds. Oh, and Alu with the AWP. He's pulling off some great shots right now. He just needs to open up this round if he wants to secure match point for NiP.
I mean, are they going to gather up? Is this going to be like the Fnatic play? It seems like it. Smoke on Arch, and then they're going to try and flash through on the smokes, I think. And that'll open things up. They're trying to catch somebody off guard here. Flash behind it. There we go. And Alu is there to peek, but there are just so many people here. Exist gets taken out immediately. Alu needs to hit this shot. He gets out of harm's way, but they need to slow them down somehow.
Oh, huge kill from MBK there. Shoxy with another, Happy with another after that. Freiberg does reply, getting rid of Happy, but he's got to do a lot more than that. Still 4 members remaining for Envyus. They've managed to pull this off so far. And MBK comes in with the AWP kill. That was so vital when Alu missed them 2 shots. It was just, that pretty much said all she wrote.
That's it right there. You know, if Alu can hit with even 1 shot, that slows them down enough, that makes them hesitate. But Envy were not going to stop at that point. No. It was all about just going very quickly behind the flash. Everybody gathers up in mid, and they just flash their way forward, and just try and catch anybody out of position that they can. So you saw that with Exist. He wasn't able to get anything done. They just overwhelm him, and that's exactly how it has to go. It's all about momentum. And Envy that time were able to maintain it all the way onto that bomb site.
Well, 14-14 is your score right now. NiP in a tricky situation right now. They've got to make this round work for him. Oh, and that's the start they wanted. Get Right gets one. Alu with a swag 7 kill. Happy does get one, but look at this from Alu. Huge work, now a 2v2, but Kiyoshima only with 7 health.
And Forrest in the apartments, they have no idea that he's so close behind. Forrest, he's not going to hit that time. Yes, he will. He catches the bomb planter, and now it is all down to Happy. 1v2. Can he hit the shot? He spots him, but misses it so close.
And he's so blind right now, they're going to assault him from all directions. He's got to be careful. Huge shot from Happy, though. Freiberg shuts him down. NiP will claim that round. That was so close, down to the right second right there.
I'm done, man. Like, stop. My heart can't take it.
We got 4 more of this if it goes all the way.
And because of that plan, I mean, well, you know, just because of that plan, are we really going to get overtime in this first map? Because they are able to just get a decent buy into this actually here. Smith is really skimping. Nathan, I mean, 3 AKs, 4 AKs. Okay, here we go. 4 AKs and a decent number of nades. NiP able to put together a reasonable buy as well, but both of them are kind of low on gear.
It's going to rely on Alu once again to get that opening kill with the AWP here. He's got to keep the distance, but look at Shoxy coming through apartments, done the boost up. If he can get a kill here, if he can sneak round, if he can catch one of them off guard, this is what they need to burst into this round.
Well, there it is. Okay, Shoxy, he spots it out. Forrest now changing up his position, trying to become difficult to predict, and that's actually going to force Envy back. Envy were looking for an easy frag there. They were looking to just catch somebody, sleep at the trigger, get that kill, and then fall back potentially, or speed up behind that because the bomb is still there. But now, as far as NiP are concerned, they have to still just hold solid on the site. 2 on B, 3 on A, and cross their fingers and hope that they'll be able to land the shots when Team Envy decide to make the push happen.
Alu right now holding that angle. Envyus taking the bomb up to Banana.
Fresh smoke on Banana, actually. That's a really late smoke. That's a very good smoke for NiP, because as soon as that clears, it's not going to leave a whole lot of time for Envy to act.
Just over 35 seconds on the clock right now.
Here we go.
Nice
Pop flash out.
Off.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful work. Freiberg with the triple, and Get Right gets another. That's how it's done. Happy is going to be able to kill a man on Arch, but he's 1v4 now, and NiP, they are going to be able to pick it up. Exist will end it 16-14 in this first map of the best of 5 in this finals. But that's how it's done. The perfect pop flash, and Freiberg does not fail. He hits all the shots he needed to.
That went right down to the wire, but look at that. They went to go challenge at B. Freiberg shutting them down. And wow, Inferno all the way. That is what we want from a grand final opening map.
All 30 rounds right there. I mean, I would have been happy with. I would have been happy with overtime there as well. I mean, I think that Envy, this is a really rough way to start it as well, because NiP now are going to have the confidence. Envy are going to feel like they got robbed, and going into the rest of these matches, you know, it is a best of 5, so they still have a lot of maps to come back in on this and regain that mental fortitude that we were talking about throughout this map. But Envy now, it needs to be sit down, try and shake this off. This map never happened, and go into the second map swinging, because if they let this get to their heads, it's very difficult to come back from this, especially when you feel like you have the map in the bag, right? To feel like you just got robbed, that can mess with your head going into the second map.
Oh, I feel sorry for Envyus, because there were so many rounds where they almost had it just there, and they just gave it away. Just these little small details, but Alu was so on point with that AWP. Yep. That was really the deciding factor for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, he had that one round where it was a little bit hit and miss, but really, I think he was consistent throughout the whole map. He had some very clutch situations as well that he was able to come through on, and it feels like everybody on NiP had their moments. Get Right was a little absent, but, well, no, I say that he had his moments too. Everybody had their moments. Everybody had their times to shine, actually. Really, everybody stepping up. But let's go ahead and hear now what the analysts have to say about the first map in this finals.
Thank you, gentlemen. Again, back here in the analyst studio, Duncan and Richard. Again, NiP pulls out the first one. You had a 3-0 in Envyus' favor, so obviously that changes prediction. Doesn't mean wrong. Yeah, and obviously you had a 1, but I don't think you didn't call this map for NiP.
Again, this is this is a strange one. This is an anomaly. I think it's one of these things that do keep happening with NiP. Perhaps this is going to be a feature of the new NiP. That just when you think they're actually struggling and they got all these problems, this seems to be when they pull out the performances. It's just such a hard team to read, because they've been awful on Inferno for the most part, and then that is incredible. I mean, as you described it, legendary shit, I believe, is what he said while he was watching. It was unbelievable. At 14-14, you think, well, maybe Envy might be able to pull away. I think Get Right, again, just phenomenal. Pulled out some incredible, frags when they were needed, little clusters of kills. So NiP's pedigree shining through a little bit here, and I think that's going to rock Envyus, put them on the back foot just a little bit.
And again, this would be what you allude to when you say NiP magic, right?
Well, how can you not call that result magical? I mean,
well, this is the interesting thing, Duncan, because I've been in the makeup room.
Okay. What have you been doing in there?
Putting on makeup, mate.
Putting on lipstick.
Do you think we look this good normally?
I'm getting ready for the after party. Got my high heels in there as well. But no, I've been there's a computer in there, and I was having a look around, see what's been happening on Reddit, see what people are saying about us on Twitter.
I wonder why the door was locked.
Yeah, it did. Funnily enough,
pretty loose right now.
There was a laminated picture of Shocks there as well. I don't know who could have put that there, but anyway. So I was looking at it on Reddit, and there was a Facebook post from Get Right, and he seemed to be a little bit upset by the NiP magic term. He'd said, Arlu stepped up there on Inferno and we make it through to a final, but apparently it's NiP magic whenever we... So I think he's a little bit almost upset at the term magic because there's almost like an implication, strange things occur. It's not just actually the fact they're brilliant, but the performance is brilliant. So there's a little bit of a backlash coming against your NiP magic.
Yeah, and here's our replays going too. So we're going to try to do these after each match, so a little more relevant.
What's magical about NiP is that they are one of the most consistently all-time great teams at finding stuff to complain and whine about. Like, that level never changes. They never need to raise that at all. Every member who comes in seems to fit in with that culture of, like, knowing how to whine about stuff, Like, oh, they're giving us compliments, calling us legendary and stuff. Oh, that's not right. Just call me God. All right, yeah, that's how he talks, by the way. He's like an old man.
Is that how he talks?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Put that on Reddit, by the way.
Yeah, because, I mean, you mean it in a complimentary tone that, even under adversity, they can pull up by the bootstraps and pull out the win.
If sort of like the tone was that I thought he was kind of like a whiny little bitch, I hope it didn't come off that way because it's it's magical, actually, what I was there. It's like, I think he's cool. I think he's a cool guy. Yeah.
We're going to see some NiP magic there from the replays, but I mean, I thought Envyus got to see how I'm reeling it back. I thought Envyus got into some real good positions, on the map, and it was pretty. They got off to a real good start. I think they went 4-0, and then NiP went around, and then they went around, and then NiP just started gaining this momentum on the T side, which is actually what they sort of did against Virtus Pro. Now, I said Virtus Pro really threw that lead that they had away, and actually, maybe this Ninjas in Pajamas with Arlo are really strong on the T side.
Look at this. This is versus guns. Yeah, it's the pistol the whole time. So yeah, crazy round. And that's the thing. When you watch this map, never mind NiP, the whole map was magical because both to dominate the T sides, that just doesn't happen on this map. This is famous for being a map where you lock it down CT and you put up that wall and you just can't get in. Whereas over and over, we had great entries from both teams. Get Right had some really big kills in this game. He was like the Get Right of old for a little while, the vintage play there, a little bit of magical Get Right coming in there. But at the right time, crucially, and obviously to win on Inferno, very strong match. Historically for LDLC, now Envy, with this lineup in offline play, they've got something ridiculous, like a 78% win rate on this offline. So they don't lose this map except to elite teams. In general, they're only going to lose to the absolute best teams. So for NiP to bring this out, and remember, they were avoiding it Inferno earlier on in the tournament. It's very impressive stuff, and they have raised their level again once it's got to this part of the tournament, I think.
This is one of the features that I was highlighting. They're so good on B. The NBK and Happy Crossfire here. I mean, they've played this, textbook and shut down this push here. We're going to see the last kill coming in a minute, I think, while Forrest is kind of doing a rear guard action. But, that was a feature of their play, and we knew that was going to be there. So you're like, okay, well, they got more rounds against Virtus Pro on the B bomb site. With a Happy and an MBK there, locking it down rather than a stand-in. I think it was Michu and Neo played for Virtus Pro on that site. You're like, there's no way that they're going to have this terrorist penetration on this particular map, but somehow they actually found a way. It was, like you say, you've got to give them credit for raising their game again. It's well, this ridiculous.
Is the same. Remember, we already played. I think this was one of the maps even that we played earlier on in the tournament, didn't we? Wasn't Inferno 1-0?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And it was convincing for Envy.
Yeah, it was.
Like, actually,
hands down.
Earlier on, the Envy that played then was levels above NiP. Now, NiP's gotten close to them. I feel like from what I saw at Envy vs Cloud9, Envy still must be at a very high level. It was a very competitive game. It was a great map, actually. It was very fun to watch. But NiP wasn't at this level when they were playing Virtus Pro. Yeah. They just weren't in that position. Now, they're near the Envy level. And so, hey, listen, their map pick comes up next. This was Envy's map pick, I think.
Nope.
Oh, this was actually NiP. So, well, next up they've got Cash, which was the one that Richard predicted they could win on. I thought NiP has a chance on it. So can NiP go up 2-0 in the best of 5 already?
Yeah, CT side, NiP, they made some changes with how they're playing it with the addition of Alu. So what did they kind of change up?
Well, actually, for the last major, what's interesting is when they played this map, they'd already changed some key spots. Like they'd taken Forrest out of that pit that he's so famous for playing in. Get Right was playing in there. It looked like they'd switched it up to both because Forrest was underperforming a bit, but also because to bring in Alu, they weren't just going to put him where they put Makalele before. So they tried to switch it up a bit because one of the criticisms of Makalele before was initially they just gave him all of Fifth Lawrence spots, which didn't really fit his strong suits. So they've changed some of it back. We saw Forrest back in that pit again, but actually, again, it wasn't the CT side that won this for NiP. It was mainly Terrace play.
Here, I mean, this bunch of kills, absolutely unbelievable. We're going to
This
rewind
is vintage Get Right.
Yeah, this is what Get Right does. So they've got a kill on Freiburg. They're pushing up. They're swarming over the site. And just bang, 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 goodbye, round over. And Get Right did that on about 3 or 4 occasions. Understand, this was at 14-14 at one point in this game. You could cut it with a knife edge. And he's done something like that at 4. That's what wins you a game.
Yeah. Well, remember, earlier on there
was insane.
Earlier on there was a crazy round from Envy when it was getting close to like NiP was starting to take control of the game. Envy had this round where I don't know when if we're gonna. This might be it here.
Yeah, the eco.
No, this is just where they get sprayed down.
Yeah.
Where they came in with pure pistols and they actually won the round. So let's see if this is actually the one here.
Yeah, this was when I remember this round. This is Get Right comes in, he gets the kill here, almost the last bullet, then gets burnt alive. And then I think, does this round? Yeah, I think this goes to a 1v1. Exist here kind of fluffs his lines a little bit, doesn't get the kill. See, Happy gets that. So Alu pushes in aggressively here.
They've still only got one gun on the Envy side.
And then it ends up being a 1v1. And I think Shox does a jumping kill here as he comes off sandbags here like that. So that was, again, you know, another 1v1 situation that went Envy's way. And it's super close rounds, which is why, again, you know, when an individual can step up and just make multiple frags, you know, 3 rounds, 4, you know, 3 kills, 4 kills, that's solid goal. That's money in the bank.
But the context of that round, you simply do not, when you've got, and here's another round where they win with just starting out with the pistols and
this is the pistol round.
You do not rush B on this map versus full coats and armor with Tech 9s only and win the round overwhelmingly like that. Like, it's ridiculous. Normal teams can't do this. That's the site, especially where you spray them all down, you get kills and you move back.
Yeah.
We saw they only got to 1 gun in the whole round. It's not like they got the first 2 guys, got their guns, then killed everyone. This was nearly all with the Tech 9. So absolutely amazing stuff, even from Envy in a game they lost. So I actually thought this was probably the best map of the tournament so far.
Excuse me, folks.
You know, Shox did play...
Tech 9 OP?
Yeah. Shox did play really well for Envyus. I mean, he's probably scratching his head a little bit, like, how have we lost this game? Because, you know, he played really well. It's just, you know, this is like the student and the master kind of thing at work, because Get Right just had those more impactful flurry of kills in rounds that were absolutely vital, you know, because it was so tit for tat. No one's economy really snowballed, and Get Right, like I say, had a few rounds where it was like, if Envy win those rounds, all of a sudden NiP are on ecos, decos, you know, having to buy Tech 9s, and Get Right simply didn't allow that to happen. This is a classic
Freiburg type round where you just spray them all down when they come in. He's always the best at that close position, just full clip spraying. He can get the 2 to 3 kills, where the other guy gets the 1, then he runs out of bullets. The thing about this game was, though, NiP won, really impressive that they could take Inferno away, but you can't say like, oh, they won just because Envy was playing bad or whatever. No, Envy's winning rounds with pure Tech 9s, like crazy stuff. Their aim was on. This was like a proper dogfight. This is the best map of the tournament, the most high-level map of the tournament so far. What a great start to the best of 5.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And, you know, it shows that we've made a joke about it, you know, Freiburg being the king of banana. I was talking about him from the T side, actually, you know, being able to go up and get those entry picks, which he used to be famous for. And we haven't seen that quite so much now. But, you know, he still understands the angles and the positions, as you can see from that clip that we just saw there. So, I mean, this is huge. I mean, look, as like I said yesterday, there's probably people out there now, especially NiP fans who love you a bit, don't they? Who are saying, you know, these analysts, you know, second-rate hacks, all they do is make YouTube videos from hotel rooms about nothing and all that nonsense.
Same fans who said that NiP would win that major? Well, we'll be joined later by someone who has won 2 majors.
We'll come in
and he's not coming from the final, I'll tell you that much.
the point I want to make is, you know, that we like to be surprised, and all the evidence we've seen from NiP at this tournament points to them losing on Inferno. The fact that they've already played Envyus on Inferno and lost in the groups. I mean, all the evidence is pointing at that. That performance is absolutely phenomenal simply on that basis. And I'm wondering what's going through Envyus' minds as they go into cash. Now you may introduce, we're going to have a special guest, aren't we, Scott?
Hey, why don't you just blow all my thunder, gentlemen,
all right,
you know? So again, thank you, gentlemen. Next map is going to be cash. They've already kind of spoiled the surprise. I was going to say after the break, we've got a great surprise for you.
We haven't said who it is.
He basically gave it away. Who here has won 2 majors? There's only
no one listens to Duncan. It'll be all right.
So we were lucky enough to have grabbed JW. So he is going to join us after this break. He watched the second half of this map. So we're going to get his insight onto the first, you know, his side of it, what he saw. And then we're going to keep him as long as we can for the rest of the finals to kind of give us this pro player analysis. I'm going to watch him and Thorin fight each other, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Map 2. Welcome back, folks. Like I said, here at Gfinity Spring Masters #1, we've grabbed JW here because he's filling in for Team Property. He is the only two-time Masters champion. Obviously, congratulations to you for last week's effort in Poland, for you and Fnatic. How are you?
Yeah, thanks. I'm great. A bit sad that we are not playing today, of course, but yeah, it feels good to be here. I really enjoy the arena, so I can't wait to play here with my team next time, hopefully.
And how was Poland? That experience? Obviously, 4 teams have all won one. You guys won the very first one, and now you've won the 5th one. That's got to feel good, right? I know sometimes you're friends with other these teams, but that is some bragging rights.
Yeah, it feels amazing, but yeah, I guess Thorin don't really agree that we won the first one, I guess, so... But it's
amazing, slightly different roster, yes.
Do you want me to swap?
You can give it back now if you want.
No, you need to be in between these two.
No, I don't mind. If these guys want to go at it,
just because you steal a priceless heirloom, if you then actually create one, doesn't mean that other one wasn't stolen. So you can give it back now if you want. Just give it back to NiP, and we'll call it evens. 1-1. Oh, they'd be 2-1 at Apache, yeah. Props to NiP.
Yeah, I forgot you said about Fnatic's first win was a fluke.
Yeah, it's weird, because what happened was they won that tournament, and then they finished 3rd at the next tournament, and then they finished top 8 of the next tournament, and then at that next tournament after that, DreamHack Summer, 4 down the road, they didn't even get out of the groups. So it's almost like it was a fluke or something. I don't know. I guess maybe my bias affected reality and made them just not as good anymore.
You're
we'll never know.
A NiP fanboy.
I'm a NiP fanboy. Yeah. Well, we'll find out when we get to the predictions who the NiP fanboy is, my Svenska friend.
All right, so let's get right into it. You kind of caught the second half of Inferno, right? You're on your way here. What were your thoughts on that?
I'm a bit shocked that NiP won, actually. I thought that Envy should win Inferno, but I guess the NiP magic happened again. Pretty much.
You can't say that.
Do you believe in the NiP magic?
There we go.
Is there NiP magic, JW?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. I don't say that it's of course there's skill involved, but there's something that, when they are out, something triggers them to play 100 times better.
And what are you guys' thoughts on that map? Obviously, NiP pulled it out.
Yeah, great stuff. I'd say, like I said, the best map of the tournament so far. And we'd already had some good maps. We had the Orbit versus C9 one. We had, obviously NiP versus VersePro had some exciting games, but I don't think anything matched both the excitement and the high-level play of that map. All the rounds being run, they weren't fluke rounds. They were impressive rounds. They were great plays by individuals. Teams managing to win with no guns. It was great stuff.
It did. It had a bit of everything. I mean, good atmosphere as well, I've got to say, because obviously we've sold out today. There was some tweets.
You sold out a long time ago, didn't you?
Oh, no. It's a nice YouTube channel.
What did we get yelled at about?
There was tweets out there that was 2 people in a crowd going UK events, they can't fill out, what a joke it is. And today obviously we sold out, capacity crowd. Yeah. So it's been a great atmosphere, and like I say, great start to the final. Seriously, it's really shaping up to be something special.
All right, so let's jump into cash.
Let me just ask you something first. Overall, in terms of the series, okay? Because obviously we did our predictions. We said who would win. Oh. I said NiP 3-0, Envy 3-0. Rich said Envy 3-1. But I was talking to JW, and who do you think's going to... Tell me honestly, before this first map, who did you say was going to win? Before the first map was over?
I think NiP going to win. Okay. I thought they're going to win 3-2.
Yeah. Which maps did you think have been taken?
I thought Envy going to win Inferno, NiP Cash, and Envy on Dust 2, and then NiP on Cobble and Mirage. But now I think NiP might even take it 3-0 actually.
3-0?
Yeah.
So you came to this event with a bunch of Swedish schoolboys. You just got, Skolpojana, as you might say, and you brought them along with you. You almost knocked NiP out single-handedly. Knocked them out the major. Let's knock them out this too. You almost did, including beating them on Dust 2. But they're just going to smash Envy, the best team in the world, on Dust 2. Great stats, all the rest. What makes you think? Honestly, what makes you think NiP's going to win 3-0?
Yeah, actually, we won on Cash, not Dust 2, but
okay, Cash. But you have NiP. But you have NiP winning that one.
Mate. Yeah, but
he hasn't winning Dust 2 as well, by the way.
I don't know. NiP in the finals. I just think that they're gonna show the best level so far.
And they're from the same country as you, so yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. I'm a Swedish fanboy.
Well, and let's talk about Cash a little bit. Property, you played Envyus, right? And they 16-0'd you on Cash, and obviously you're a stand-in, not the same scale of team, but 16-0, and like you just said, you did beat NiP on Cash.
Envy 16-0.
That was 16-0, yeah.
But you beat NiP on cash, therefore NiP will probably just smash Envy, right?
Yeah, we can talk about it after the match.
Oh, Swedish, right? Yeah, Swedish, yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about after the match.
Yeah, so let's break down cash a little bit.
You're enjoying this, Rich.
So,
Glad I'm here.
Starting with you, let's
follow JW on Twitter, by the way. He posts a lot of selfies.
Absolutely. Starting with you, let's talk about cash now. So again, we'll get to you at the end on this. Your thoughts on cash?
I mean, I had Envy winning each map. Obviously, they didn't win map 1. Great performance by NiP. NiP has had some legendary cash games. I mean, they beat Envy on it in Katowice. But from seeing the NiP here at this tournament and from seeing how good Envy can be on cash, I admit, in finals, you can't always go by how maps go elsewhere, like in semis and groups, because people do play with a bit more free. They're not as pressured. So I will admit, in finals, Envy at times have had close matches where they've looked a bit shaky. But just looking at the analysis, I think Envy's going to win this map, Cash. I think they're the stronger team. I think they're going to have the better CT side. So I'm going to take Envy to win it.
Okay.
You know, I'm so kind of struck by the first map going not the way I expected at all. I don't know. I mean, JW is the best. I feel like maybe I should start listening to him a bit more rather than Duncan.
Oh no, Crims is the best. He just plays with the best.
He's put his French poison in my ear. Maybe I'm spinning out a little bit. I don't know. But I said this would be the map that NiP would win. So I'm going to have to either deviate from my 3-1 prediction or deviate from my map prediction. I think NiP can win this map. I definitely think they've played you know, some great games in this in the past. They practice it a lot. They believe they're great on this map. And as you point out, you know, they've beaten Envy on this map.
That's true.
Recently, you know, at the last major. So this could be NiP going 2-0. I got to say. I think they can win cash, yeah.
Well, they go to 3-0. You mean just 2-0 to start?
Two up ahead.
Thank God, best of 5.
Don't worry, I remember that much.
Okay.
Well,
you're getting old.
I've had my medication.
And your thoughts on it?
Both teams are very good on cash, in my opinion, and I think it will come down to who has the better CT side, because both are very good on T side on cash. So I think the team with the best CT side will win the map, but I think NiP will win 16-9 or something.
And I've been asking these guys consistently kind of keys to victories from both teams. What does each team have to do to win this map?
I think it will come down a lot to map control, like Alu holding those up peaks and getting A main, for example, or a CT that is, or middle as T and stuff like that. So I think map control will be a big part in this map. Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great having you. Hope you stick with us. We're going to try to keep you the whole time, but obviously you got other things to go do. Hopefully we can stay with us. Map 2 coming up. Semler and Banks, take it away.
Thanks, Thorin. Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Rich and Lewis.
And thanks, JW.
And thanks, JW, actually. I'm really glad that they actually got JW up there because, of course, he's just matched up against these teams. He knows he's going to have a feel for where they are right now, where they stand in the game. So for him to be saying, NiP, it's looking pretty likely, actually.
Yeah, well, you had some interesting insight during the break as well.
Well, just the fact that right now I think that Envy are pretty rattled, and we talked about it before going into the break. Saying when you come that close to winning a map, and you should believe that you have won that map, that you have an advantage, and that it's going to be your map, and yet the NiP magic happens, right? And NiP come back and take it away from you in the 30th round. That's going to do something to your head. So now it's a question of mental fortitude on Envy's side. We talked about how these teams have just indomitable spirits. Yeah. Now it really is going to be boiling down to that. Are Envy going to be able to stabilize themselves? And more importantly, are they going to be able to take what they learned from the matchup at Katowice and bring it here and adjust their game to make sure that they can win here and bring this series to 1-1?
Well, we just had the third place playoff update. Cloud win map 1 against VP.
Was Nuke. That was Nuke.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Obviously, I commentated the game on VP when they were playing on Nuke. They looked really strong as well. And
they did.
I didn't fancy Cloud9 for that at all. So potentially we might see Cloud9 aim and take that third place.
That's incredible. And that's a best-of-3 as well, guys. So best-of-3 match. That's Cloud9 up 1 map versus VP. VP are another team that are temperamental, a little bit like Envy. They can have those. They can have that falling out, or they can start doubting themselves, and that's the real problem. So when you're in a break, you're not talking about what happened. It's more like what trying to just break down the game and talk about what's going to come next. That's the difference that needs to happen here with Envy, I think. Like right now outside, they were just kind of like a little shaky, it sounded like. So now we're all going to be watching here to see if Envy are going to be able to bounce back, because they do have the experience. I think that's the main thing. They need to forget Inferno and just be like, okay, we've played NiP on Cash already recently. We know what they're going to do. Now let's focus on these rounds and let's shut down that game early. Make sure that we take NiP's legs out from under them and get this second map.
Well, as you were saying, they can't let this defeat affect them. It's a best of 5 as well. We've got a few more chances left in it for them. Don't let that one map be your crushing defeat.
Exactly, best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5. You've got time to play with, and I'm guessing that Cash, it's not going to be like. I reckon that's just going to be just as even. I don't think NiP's going to run away with it. And if they did manage to do that, I think that's just going to come down to the mental game of Envyus.
Yeah, NiP right now are definitely going to be feeling very good, because it's the complete opposite, right? It's like you win that clutch map, you go to 30 rounds, and you take it away from them. Exactly. You're going to be just floating high, full of adrenaline going into the second map. You're going to feel like this is your playground. So all attention now has to be on Envy. They're the ones who are going to have to shut down the Swedes and the Finn, and just making sure that they're going to be able to get a good start here. We should be starting the knife round fairly soon here, actually, so we can figure out who's going to get the start on which side. But in this scenario, I don't think it's going to matter that much. I don't think either team start CT, start T. I think they're as comfortable on both sides. It's not going to be a big problem. Yeah,
I think that's for every map as well with these guys. They're at that level. They know each other so well that no knife round's going to make the difference. It's all going to be about who's getting these pistol rounds early on, who's gaining these rounds, and who can really build off all that momentum. And I know we talk about it a lot, but it plays such a major part in Counter-Strike.
See, actually, I think we're going live with the... No, okay, never mind.
We were looking a little bit confused.
I was looking at the monitors for the players. I was like, they're buying gear and looking, what is this? Okay, then. No, okay, we are good here now. So both teams have readied up. Good luck, have fun, CSGO script since 2012. Thanks, Get Right. Well, we should be good to get into this. It looks like it will be the knife to settle who's going to be able to start on the defense here, who's going to start on the offense. That's what it's all about. Again, don't think there's it's a very huge situation as far as who's going to be able to start on which side. I don't think it's going to make or break either team. They're going to go into this with just level heads and set up strong. But what are you expecting? Like, okay, we got the predictions now from the other analysts. Like, what do you think, James? How do you think that this map is going to play out?
Just from what we spoke about, what we know of how Envyus are feeling, I think the real big deciding factor is going to be NiP's confidence. That's going to then make them bring their A game. And we know what NiP's like. Once they get on this roll, once they're fully confident in what they're doing, they are very, very hard to beat. And so they've just come off the first map win. We're going into Cash. They know they've got a couple of maps to play with now. It's a little bit less stress for them right now. And that's going to be the major playing part of this.
I think this pistol is going to be what the big thing is going to be, the crucial round right here. If Envy can get a strong start, then we can really start to see something develop. But if NiP rock them hard, it's going to be real rough. But here we go. Match has restarted. We are going into the pistol now. And let's take a look at the gear already. Lots of Kevlar picked up on NiP. 3 Kevlar. Kit and HE picked up on Freiburg, so that he's their usual kit man. And Get Right going with the dualies. Okay, then, Get Right. I love it. He's probably got the Swedish colors going as well. On Envy's side, some Kevlar picked up, but then there are some nades. So flashes, smoke, and this is going to be a very quick play onto the A side here. They need to land the shots early. They got to catch out Get Right, and they overwhelm him immediately.
Yeah, them Julies didn't pay off for Get Right at all there, but Alu does come back, gets MBK down, and that takes it into a 4 versus 4. The bomb has been planted. It's looking good for Envyus right now. Kiyoshima's picked up them Julies as well to make them work for him. Smiths, though, he's on very low health right now, 2 HP, and Happy, the lurker, gets taken down by Forrest. That was huge, but Shoxy's come in, Smiths with another as well, and Kiyoshima's going to come flying around the Alu as he tries to reload. 1 versus 2 right now, and Kiyoshima's making them Julies work for him, finishes off Exist, and that's the start that Envyus needed.
Holy hell, yes, that is exactly what had to happen. And for a second there, for Envy, they're focused. But when Happy gets taken out without getting a kill like that, it's just that hiccup moment, like, oh, okay, we got to keep calm. Kiyoshima just did exactly what he needed to do. He baited out his teammate, yes, but when he did step up, he got the kills, and he stayed alive, and that's what led to a successful first round there for Envy. So there we go. They get the start they were looking for. They've got the guns going into this second round. NiP are the ones who are going to be spending some money here. Freiburg with the Deagle, Kevlar helmet, buy on most of the team. So now we have to see if Envy are going to fall for it, but actually look at what is going on here. This is a full-on stack to B from NiP. They were really expecting a B play. This is a total gamble on their side.
Yeah, 100% here. Just kind of strange. Not even Get Right lurking around trying to spot any of them out here. And looks like they're just going to keep it completely steady. Hold on to their positions right now. And Envyus calmly walked into that bomb site with no problems at all.
Have to be careful here, though. Smith's getting a little ahead of himself. There's quite a few NiP members around him. As soon as he shows himself, he's going to get picked off. But there you go, long-range shot with the Tech 9. A little help from Kiyoshima as well, and they are actually cleaning up here. They know that there's a man in CT, but Alu does not manage to track down Shoxy. He's going to get taken out. Exist, however, comes back into it with 2 kills in the 5-7, and all of a sudden this got a little expensive for Envy. I think they might get a little frustrated with the outcome here. Losing 2 guys, not the best scenario. They need to be trying to hold on to the guns that got dropped there.
Yeah, the downside to that was Exist didn't actually manage to pick up a gun, so he just walked away, saved the 5-7, the smart decision, but it would have been so beneficial if he could have just grabbed the gun and take it through to the next round.
Like Smith or somebody was able to save the AK there, so that's actually not too shabby. That's a big save. And they are just going to continue doing this. You know, a couple rifles, an SMG, a couple pistols. This should be more than enough firepower to deal with what NiP are going to have this round. And again, NiP, more of the same. Just back-to-back gambles from them. I love it. Oh, yeah. The double HE. Just a single HE, but actually Freiburg waiting around the corner, so he's protected.
Very close to seeing them. Nade does come in to take off Exist, and look at that. Freiburg gets the kill, but he's quickly taken down. MBK doing work with that Tech 9, ripping apart heads. And there we go, finishing it off with 3 kills for MBK with that Tech 9. 3-0 in front right now for Envyus.
That's actually really solid work from Envy. You're walking into a full 5-man stack from NiP, even if they haven't really invested too much in the pistols. To only lose 1 man, that's not bad at all. Great work there from Team Envy. But now we get into the meat of it. 4th round, the bye, and NiP. This is when they have to have an impact. This is when they have to shut Envy down. But the double headshot opening, triple. They completely annihilate the defense mid, and Envy now. This map is theirs. They can go where they wish.
Yeah, look at that 3 quick kills straight away. Happy lurking once again. He can see Get Right. Does away with him. That was just such an easy kill for him to take. Freiburg, the only guy left standing for NiP right now against 5 members of Envyus. They've got complete control. And look at that. Freiburg does get 1, but Happy. Nice and easy. Nice and simple round for Envyus. That was so well executed. Alu didn't even get a shot off with that AWP.
He just got a... That's the mid control, the total mid play coming out from NiP. Smokes, flashes, setting up close, and none of it worked. They just got wiped out. That's a great play there from Envy. It really does look like, okay, now they got that start, and they're just going to keep that pressure up. And look at NiP now. They're just like, okay, if 3 wasn't enough, we'll throw 4 in the mix.
We're going to put everyone to middle, try to do some serious damage here, and fall back to A.
If that was the intended target there for Happy and his smoke. He's getting caught out in a great peek shot from Exist. Headshot onto Happy. That's going to hurt. But in the meantime, Envy have worked their way forward and picked up this B site, so they will be able to get the bomb plant here. Now the question is, can NiP continue to get frags?
Yeah, if NiP can pick up 1 or 2 more members, this would be huge. You can see Exist playing around in vents right now, but Kiyoshima and Smith both getting ready for someone to walk straight into their crosshair. Yeah,
exactly. I'm glad that Get Right is going to play a little bit safer with this AK. This is pretty much the most expensive gun on the map for him. Forrest with a great headshot on Shoxy, just puts him to sleep. And now all waiting around the corner with the CZ will not get the kill. 2 HP left on NB Kappa. That's such a fitting name right there.
Yes, very much so. And look at that. Kiyoshima still picking up Exist as well. And Get Right down. Only Forrest remains after that round. NiP 5-0 down already. This is quite crushing on the opposite side of what we thought it would be.
Yeah, this is really rough, except that, I'm not too worried for NiP because they've already shown that they can pick up a lot of T rounds as well.
Yep.
So really, I'd almost go to say, if this finishes 8-7, it wouldn't be the end of the world for NiP. So we're not going to count them out just yet. Envy, though, as far as they're concerned, 5 rounds, T side, that's good work. If they can get up to 6 or 7, they'll be happy.
Well,
already MBK.
Yeah, he's coming in straight away there, using that smoke to his advantage, jumping up, trying to see if he can bait someone out. Exist opens up the round with 2 huge kills there at door, but MBK peeks out B. He's got that bomb site all to himself right now, and look at Shoxy hiding in the A bomb site, does away with Get Right, and NiP slowly falling down. It's 3 versus 2 right now, and Shoxy tries to get a better of Exist, but Exist picks up his 3rd kill of this round. He's being monstrous, and Alu needs to do something about it. The B site is completely covered by Envyus.
Yeah, now do they actually get in here? They are fairly close. One in B halls, but they need to catch them peeking. And Exist being so low on HP makes this very difficult for NiP to really just try and work their way in here and get this retake going. They hear the vents getting shot out, so there you go. They have a bit of an idea of where one of these players is going to be coming from, and they now have to check these angles, but they've got Envy boxed in on the site, and this is solid, but NBK with that AWP lands the shot on Exist, and that's the signal for Alu to back off and hold on to his AWP.
Yeah, best decision he can make here. The bomb was already ticking too fast, and they took their time. NiP will go down 6-0 right now. Envyus just looking so confident, and NiP really just need to get it together. They need to play it a bit more like we were seeing on the previous map. Like, they just need to play more solid. At the moment, they're just giving away silly little trades, the 1v1s, and NBK walked into B. He shouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, he walked into B, but then he got instantly the 2 kills. Like, he probably pulled a 180 to get both of those. So it's just really nicely done there. Shoxy now, quick boost up mid. He gets tagged down to low. He gets a leg there, and that's dangerous. But the Molotov is going to force Alu out into the open. And here we go. 2 members here. But the great shot from Alu does manage to get that parting shot onto Shoxy.
Gives him a 1-man advantage already. Exist trying to... Yeah, he's putting another smoke down, so he's going to make sure that stays defended. Smiths does open up, though. Does get rid of Exist. It's now a 3 versus 3, and we've still got 2 Famises in play for the CTs. Not an ideal situation at all. Envyus just seem like they've got so much control going on, and NiP just don't have an answer for it at the moment.
This is a lot of just momentum going their way, right? You know, just carrying that momentum, carrying that confidence. And once you have that, you know, you just believe you're going to land those shots. You will take those peaks because you know that you're going to get that headshot. This is very tough for NiP to hold out on, and it's also a very difficult position. Envy are playing the clock at this point. They're perfectly fine to wait and see if NiP are going to get antsy, try to peek to get info. So this is all about a waiting game. And NiP, they take that pick A main, happy, not able to get that headshot. Question is now, is he going to be able to make it out of here in one piece? Because Kiroshima's moving up on short. They're trying to split A right now. The bomb is making its way here as well, and Happy's going to be able to pick up that kill. But Get Right is still here. He is lurking, and he knows one is low, but he does not get the kill. Cannot drop that player. And with 25 seconds left, that bomb will get planted. So Freiberg now, is he going to be able to pick this man up? Yes, he does, and that's just a little bit of stroke of luck there. Catches Happy looking the wrong way, and now it's down to Smiths. 1v1 versus Freiberg.
Nicely done by Freiberg here. Knows where Smiths is. It's going to be a waiting game. He's got the AWP, gets the shot, and Smiths does it once again. Nice flashed out, comes in, takes the shot, and Freiberg just couldn't have an answer for that so quickly.
Yeah, that was really slick play there actually from Smiths. You have that flash. It's just a split-second decision that you have to make. Are you going to turn or are you going to try and face?
Playoff correction.
Virtus Pro in map 1. Right.
Thanks,
okay,
guys.
Thanks. There we go. We'll just come back off, you know, Cloud9 winning that nuke map, and it's going to be VP winning it. So Cloud9 not having a whole lot of luck, and neither are NiP. They run right into the blender, doing their kitten impressions. Shoxy, man. Shoxy, he is on fire right now, but Alu is here with the FAMAS trying to spray in and he's trying to keep them off of that site, but he's not going to get lucky through that smoke. Instead, he's going to catch a bullet from NBK.
This is just not good for NiP at all. Nearly 8-0 down right now. This is completely going in favor of Envyus right now. NiP just don't have a reply.
So you know why he does that? You know why Smith goes and shoots into Get Right, deliberately shoots into Get Right? It's because that really pisses Get Right off. That's actually a little tick. You know, Get Right, he's trying to control it, but that's actually something that really annoys Get Right when people shoot into your body. So Smith, he knows he killed Get Right. He just takes his time, goes up there, makes sure that Get Right sees it. Just a little bit of an edge, just a little bit of a poke.
Start playing their mind games when they're already feeling down.
Oh, yeah.
And push them even further down to make sure you can secure that win.
Yeah, this is all about pressure. This is all about strength of will, and Forrest is going to be able to overwhelm Happy, who once again was out solo. In the meantime, however, his team has taken control of the A site. They will have that bomb plant, so this is now just down to Envy landing the shots.
Yeah, right now NiP just completely on the back foot. Forrest does have the AK in hand. It's just going to hang on to it. It's the best decision. They've got the 5.7s, the P250s in play. Oh, Smiths though on to Get Right with the AWP shot. He's going to be able to do that nicely from distance. And well, Envyus, they're just looking so structured and clean right now.
They're just looking like bullies. Yeah. Because there isn't really much subtlety to what's going on here. It's just Envy kind of running in and just annihilating the defense. Exactly. It's headshots, headshots, headshots. So, I mean, it is kind of interesting to see that Envy right now, it's just a show of force. Yeah. They're like, we don't have to outthink you. We're just going to out-aim you. And that's like, what do you have left? If we're going to be landing all the shots, you're landing none of them. You know, it's more like get out of this map and let's move on to map 3, right? So Envy, they've got 9 rounds on their T side. This is a fantastic first half for them.
Yeah, NiP have got the positions. They've got everything down to a T, what they're trying to do. Envyus are just coming here and saying, well, we just got the raw skill. And at the moment, they're just outdoing NiP.
This is very clever. This is very clever. Not every day. And there you go. The boost into connector. That is so sick. Olu picks up the kill on Smith, but NBK comes back into it. Kyoshima, however, is lost to exist, and they're trying to go for the sneak, the lurk. Forrest has got the angle on Happy, however, and he will get that flank. And this is quickly shaping up to be... No, never mind. Shoxy shuts it down. I was about to say that this is shaping up to be a round that NiP could take, and then Shoxy gets the double kill and puts Envy right back into it.
Alu missing that first shot, though. That's what did it. Absolutely unbelievable. He was just facing completely the wrong way. Now Envyus have got the bomb down. They've got the bomb site under control completely. And NiP, they've got to work out if they want this or not. With Freiburg going down, only exists left. Going to push into it. He still believes he can do it, but look at that. Just narrowly missing the shots coming towards him. Does get away with MBK down. It's now a 1v1, but he's only got 8 HP against Shoxy, who hasn't even been touched yet. Oh no, just at the wrong time, and Exist still couldn't do it. What on earth was going on?
Did Shoxy really just go for the MLG 360 no-scope? Like, what was that? Knife out.
I'm lost for words.
It's like, knife out, Exist. Oh, and then Exist was like, no, bro, I'm going to try and shoot you. And Shoxy was like, oh, this noob.
Oh dear, 10-0 right now, and NiP are just falling. This is not what we expected in any sense. Envyus must have sat there. They said they were down, feeling down. Well, they've brought themselves back into this game, and in a major fashion right now.
Let's see here. As things develop, again, look at how they are really just grouped up right now. This is almost like, this feels like watching TSM versus NiP from Katowice, actually, how TSM were constantly just grouped up as 4.
Oh,
they walk
nice.
in, they try and trade. This time around, however, it's not going to work. NBK, who took point, will get picked off by Freiburg from the site. And Exist is now here to lend a hand as well.
That position Freiburg played was so strong there.
Brute Force, is it going to work? Exist, is he going to get flashed in, or is he going to get flanked? This is getting a little scary here. Shoxy gets boosted up in defense, but Olu spots that, and then gets the second kill as well. Takes out Happy. Now, is there any magic left? Do we get the double kill? I think not. Smith gets shut down, and it's just Kyoshima alive with this bomb, but not for long. Exist will get rid of him, and NiP are on the board.
Yeah, that's how NiP come back into the game straight away. Only one player goes down. They come back with full force. And now I wouldn't be surprised if we see them really push and get close to getting the next 5 rounds. 4 rounds even.
Let's see it. I mean, 12th round now. I mean, 10-5. Are we just going to have, like, opposite day, man? But in any case, regardless, NiP have just a long road ahead of them in the second half, no matter the score here. I mean, 5-10 would be perfect, but it's going to be a monumental task that they have on their hands, and Olu spots him out, but he does not get that shot off.
That was a huge bit of scouting information there for Alu, and he gets the kill onto Shoxy. Huge opening for him for this round. Now Happy still doing his running around, being the little free man to do what he wants and see what he can get picked off here at A. Smith's now in a good position, being boosted up. Will Alu be able to get this? Oh, and Get Right gets one. Smith does away with Forrest. 3 versus 4 right now, and Freiburg being so careful, just checking on the vents. He's heard someone out there. Get Right getting boosted up right now. This could be interesting, and if you can see Smith through there just yet, hasn't quite got it. Flashes go over, he spots one, takes a shot, Smith misses, Smith gets punished for it. Exist does get the kill. Now it's into a 2 versus 4. Nicely done by Get Right, picking off Kyoshima, and now MBK, 57 health left, got that AK all alone in the B bomb site. Let's see if he can sneak around and maybe pick up a couple of kills here. Oh, he does away with Hello.
First one. 1v3, I mean, he's still got 25 seconds left. He's not really going to care about this Molotov. Just going to run right past and see if he can catch somebody off guard here. But Get Right, yeah, don't mess with Get Right. Yeah, don't try and pull a fast one on him. He will shut you down, and now he's got the AWP for Olu as well, which is a big save. Olu would have had to have, well, he would have had to go full glass cannon here, although Exist does actually have, he did actually have a decent bank. So Exist could have dropped one for Olu. But that's a good, it's a good amount of money saved there by NiP.
Yeah, 10-2 right now. Envyus completely stomping it 10-0. NiP now pulling it back by 2 rounds. They need to try and hold on to this. They've really got to push for it because they can't afford to lose any more rounds.
If ever there was a team to come back from a scenario like this, these are the guys. Okay, we saw this round earlier, actually. We saw this round earlier. Talk about brute force. There's the pop flash, and they're just going to run and gun behind this. Forrest trying to go for the spray. He's not going to get it. He gets overwhelmed instead. Get Right, however, only takes 1 before getting taken out in turn. Olu misses the shot point blank on NBK, and this should be a bomb plant. But the damage is done, and Smith nearly burns alive.
Yeah, nice work there by Exist. Did manage to pick off one. He is going to be able to force them from planting the bomb just yet. They will go to get it down now. Smith's only on 2 HP, but Happy and Shoxy do have full health, and they are in a good position right now. It's all going to be on how the retake works. Exist does get the better of Happy, and that's the start they wanted. They'll both try and make their way into the bomb site. Freiburg's going to have to show up here, but Shoxy comes from the side, does away with him, and Smith's just to the right time, perfectly executed, comes away with the AWP kill, and that's going to take us 11-2 in favor of Envyus.
Yeah, dominant, just dominant, and also playing that so well. Even giving up Happy there earlier on, I mean, to Exist. After that, they just turned it into a perfect crossfire on short like that. So difficult for NiP, both of them coming from CT as well. It's just which way do you look? So that's so hard, and NiP, they had to go for it, really. They need every single round, so there was no backing off the save. They just had to make the attempt, and this time it did not work. Envy are going to be able to stabilize and force NiP into a force buy situation, really.
This is just so one-sided at the moment that you just...
They're going for the same thing again.
Yeah, you just wouldn't expect this in any way. And here we go, they try it once again. MBK gets the better of Get Right there. Full clip wasted. But look at this from Freiburg and Forest. Alu picking up one as well. Kiyoshima does reply, but Exist coming from the side does manage to get the kill onto MBK. It's all up to Kiyoshima now. He's got to deal with 3 members of NiP. Gonna take it nice and slow. Oh, nice shot onto Alu. Rips off his head before he can get away with the AWP shot. Plenty of time left on that bomb. But look at that. Freiburg does away with Kiyoshima. NiP pick up their 3rd round, and, well, 11-4. It's not the ideal score, but they need it now.
They need it bad. And no bomb plant as well. That's the one thing there is that Kiyoshima, he played to win. I mean, but of course, you have so many rounds on the side. You know, you can't afford to go for the big plays. It's just, you know, if you really wanted to be secure, you get the plant, and then you attempt to hold them off, right? Instead, he went to just end it right there. Turn it into a 1v1 and end the game. So... just a decision made by Kiyoshima. That's confidence, and that you have to be able to just make that call and stick to that call. So, Envy, I mean, they're sitting on 11 rounds right now, so they can afford to do that.
Now Envyus, they're not going for the same strat once again. They're keeping it kind of standard, holding back at the moment. No one's pushing out just yet. They've got to be careful. They look at that MBK coming around with the Tech 9, trying to get into that B bomb site once again, but Freiburg's just pushing him back, keeping him at bay. Happy's opened up the door though. No one's just quite made the big move yet, and they've just got to be careful of where Alu's going to be positioned and see what he can do with that AWP in his hands.
Shoxy with the lurk as well. Actually, there it is. Shoxy gets picked up by Forest. We lose 2 Envy members just like that. Exist is going to take a 3rd here. Potentially, he does end NBK. The bomb now kind of just left all by its lonesome in Kiyoshima's hands. He's got the deagle. He's done amazing things with it so far. And there you go. The combination HE bullet to the face never fails.
Kiyoshima, the last guy left, got the deagle in hand. Can he pull off the 1D? He's not going to go for the plant.
Oh.
Nicely does it. Gets Get Right down. But he is surrounded at the moment. And Alu holding that position. Can't quite make the AWP shots onto him. Dealt a bit of damage to Alu as well. Dropped down to 51 health. Oh, nicely done by Kiyoshima. It's now a 1v1. Alu versus Kiyoshima. The bomb's going to be planted. This would be huge.
He has 2 flashes and a smoke as well. Like, he can do very annoying things to buy time. Now he knows that Alu's trying to push forward. He's taking this fight. Alu with the Tech 9, though, the pressure, and he gets the kill in the end. Such a performance from both players, though. Alu missing a lot of shots, but in the end, Kiyoshima, he nearly had it. He nearly clutched that scenario.
I think he might have forgotten that he had the flashes, then he could have popped a couple of them just quickly enough. Maybe hidden in one of the smoke. He had so many options there, but 11-4 is still a fantastic half from Envyus.
What's he doing? He was making a statement, you reckon?
Yeah.
Just like, I don't need these.
Yeah, I'm just going to do you right now.
Well, man, what? I mean, now we just have to see, you know, is it true? Is it true? Are NiP magical?
Yeah, can they pull this off?
If ever there was a time, a comeback now on T side, giving the same performance that we just saw Envy perform, if they can do that.
You can see here, though, look at them in their faces in the boost. Obviously, they're not going to be happy with this decision, but you look at their faces and they don't look like their heads are in the game like we saw before.
Yeah, no, they don't. Oh, man, I got to stop horsing around. All right, so... yeah, and NiP, well, NiP are going for a bit of the envy right here. They're going for the brute force method. They want to take a run and gun fight. Full Kevlar, don't stop, just keep on believing.
Oh, and look at that. Kiyoshima spots them through vents. MBK gets the first kill. On to Get Right. MBK with a second on to Alu. This is not what NiP wanted. Happy gets one. MBK with 4 kills for MBK. huge with the CZ75. That's demoralizing for NiP right now.
Oh man, that is harsh. Hopes, what are those? Dreams, not for you. Envy, they're having none of it. They're making a statement. They're saying that Inferno was a fluke. This is our territory. This is our title. In a best of 5, they're coming right back into it on cash. That's what we're talking about when they have that mentality to be able to just win from any situation. They got beat up on Inferno, but right now they are putting on one hell of a performance, and Freiberg eating some nade damage early there. Good timing from Smith. Does he get the peak? Does he get the shot? With the FAMAS long range, that is a hard shot to make, and Get Right will eventually overwhelm him.
Yeah, Get Right does get a kill. He's got to do a little bit more work than that right now. Fatness of MBK does pay off though, gets a kill onto Exist. Kirishima doing some work as well, but Freiberg picked up a kill onto Happy. And look where Alu's got himself. He could really surprise the Envyus guys right now. The bomb has been planted, and I don't think they expect him to be anywhere close to this. Oh, and here's the noise. They go up, lad. He's going to go try and get it. Can't make it happen. MBK gets the better of it. It's all up to Freiberg. Freiberg goes down at the hands of Kirishima, and it's going to be another round on the board for Envyus. But NiP, that was a really good attempt.
That was stellar right there. Just taking those fights, managing to just go quick, and get in there fast. Take out Envy for, I mean, really what that came down to was afterwards team play. Once the plan is executed, you're in the after plan positions, and it all comes down to teamwork. And both teams there really did display just that, although we did have a bit of the sneak play there, you know, trying to wait to bait them up onto Sky, seeing if he could get greedy and get both, and unfortunately he got none.
No.
And that's the problem. When you take a risk, sometimes, you know, if it pays off and you get both like that, you look like a god. If it doesn't, it does seem just a little bit risky, I mean a little bit foolish, but that time around it didn't pay off. NiP still on 4 rounds, and Envy now are 1 round away from their 14th. That is going to be one hell of a comeback from NiP.
Yeah, this could be huge for NVLs right now. NiP just waiting. Look at Kirishima's position. This could be so strong for him now. Get Right and Forest just waiting in the wings. Once they decide to go for it, and he gets Forest tagged to 57 health already. Smith's though at middle. He's got to be careful of where these NiP players are getting to. MBK's got his back, and Smith gets the kill with the scout. Kirishima gets one. Forest does reply, but it's a little bit too late. And look at that NiP full once again. Only one member of MVL's going down, and that's going to bring it to 14-4-4.
Now we get to see exactly what NiP are going to go for. Now that they have the guns, they have the nades, they have everything they need. And now it's all about mindset. It's all about just 1 round at a time. And that's the beauty of CS as well. Each and every round can be treated as its own game. It's just each and every one is special. But here we go. Envy are going for their new strat. This is interesting. Kirishima up close like that with the molly to stop the boost. Oh. This is a big power play coming out from Envy.
There's only Forest left. What on earth? It's all up to Forest right now in a 1 versus 4. Envyus just absolutely destroyed them, pushing mid so aggressively. What does Forest do?
This is great because Envy did not do this at Katowice. Going for the power play, playing with no fear. Of course, when you have so many rounds on the board, you're not going to be too scared to go for it. But that's exactly what they needed to do there. They can take a bit of a risk because they have so many rounds to give up. Just get in NiP's face and crush them. Crush them early. Don't even let them get anywhere near a bomb site.
That was ridiculous. NiP were just getting their flashes and smokes out before anything even happened.
They just got mauled.
Yeah, that was brutal. Envyus now 1 round away from closing this out. 16-4. That would be incredible for them. And NiP right now, their heads have just dropped.
Yeah, they go for it quick, and then they have the quick smoke here as well to make it more difficult for NiP to get a punish in. Because with the Molotov DHE like that going to boost, NiP are listening, and they're like, okay, we kind of have an idea of what you're going for at this point. Maybe we can hit you elsewhere. And that's what I'm talking about. Freiberg gets the pick from Squeak Door. Unfortunately for him, he gets taken out immediately by NBK, so no follow-up. But guess what? Forest is there, and he gets the headshot.
And he knows where Shoxy is right now. Will he be able to pull it off? He hasn't got the health advantage, but he does know exactly where he is. Look at that from Forest. That's a man you can rely on. He's going to try and pull this back. His back's up against the wall. Only Kirishima and Smiths remain, but look at Smiths. Does away with Exist. Got the bomb in his sights. He's in a good position, but Alu's taking the upper ground advantage. Forest with another kill there. Forest is being monstrous with 3. Alu comes in with a final one onto Smiths, and a well-deserved round finally on the board for NiP.
Yeah, and all of that just coming from Freiberg in the initial pick there. And then, of course, Forest with just the godlike shots. The first one, he's like, okay, you catch the guy out, that's fine, right? He stands his ground, he takes that fight. But the second one, when he has 17 HP and he picks that guy off of Sky, that's an incredible shot right there. That's the kind of Forest that NiP need to be able to rely on right there. As you say, you know, the man to step up. I mean, it's all about Forest in that round.
Well, NiP, not the start they wanted at all, with Happy getting a shot onto Freiburg. They tries to make it a second one. It was Forrest just jumping around there, but NiP, they need to just not focus on losing Freiburg so early on. They need to play the game they came to play. And look at this, Shoxy pushing up. Nicely done by Exist. He wasn't going to be tricked by that. Gets the kill onto Shoxy and now brings it to a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, uncharacteristic misses there from Shoxy, not really connecting at all with his burst. And Exist, he has been hitting the headshots all weekend long. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. This situation favors NiP, but look at the positioning here from Happy. This could potentially catch them off guard, but he's going to unscope just at the wrong time. And this is going to be set up here for NiP. A strong A play, straight through main with a man going on the flank. Yeah, look at that. MBK does open it up on Forest. Get right replies. Nice and early. Happy though. Gonna be Flash isn't gonna get him just yet. He has avoided that. Couldn't make the shot with the AWP. Exist comes round. Smith though does get right. Exist onto Happy. It's all happening in the A bomb site right now. The bomb is down. Alu's coming up flanking, and oh, he spotted it but got caught on the ladder. Smith gets the better of Exist. It's all up to Alu right now. He's got to be able to do this, but both the CT players know exactly where he is, and he is pretty much pinned down. And he's out of time as well. There we have it. Smith will connect, and that is going to be a very swift victory for Envy. 1-1 now in this best-of-5 series.
16-5. What an absolutely crushing defeat there. And NiP, they're going to need to work out what they want to do and how they want to achieve it when we go to Dust 2.
Talk about a shock. Okay, it's one thing to lose 30 rounds, 30th round, very close battle, everything on the line in that first map, but then to just get obliterated in the second map, on a map that you actually brought the pain on it the last time you faced this team, where you actually were the ones who were just applying the pressure early, just going for very fast play and shutting them down. I mean, for me, it sounded like Envy needed to really focus on their CT side and how to control the NiP Beast, but they never really needed to.
Oh,
they just got in their face early and just took control right from the start.
Raw skill was literally what did it for the start of that. And then once NiP's heads got down, that was almost game over for him.
That is actually what needs to be pointed out. It was just raw skill, because there wasn't anything really crazy about the strats that Envy were throwing out there. A lot of it was 4 grouped, 1 on the outskirts, which was Happy. Of course, he's their lurker. He's out there just in the wind, and then the 4 of them just crashing onto a site and getting all the entries. And they just did that time and time again, and NiP were never really able to handle it. So now, man, map 3 again is Dust 2, man.
Like, that really could go either way. If NiP can get themselves back in the game, they will be fine. But Envyus, I can't call it. It literally is 50-50 on Dust 2, 100%.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a slide. I'll give it 55 Envy. But let's go ahead and hear what the analysts have to say now.
Thank you, gentlemen. Again, here at the analyst studio, once again, with Duncan, Richard, and luckily, JW from Fnatic.
Yes.
So, predictions are going okay in that sense. Like, you get one back, you get one back. You thought that was going to go a little differently. Let's talk about it. We'll start with you, JW. What'd you think of that?
Yeah, I think Envy pretty much just rolled them over. They didn't really get a chance, pretty much. It's not much to say, really.
But that must have surprised you, because you were like, NiP have got this.
Yeah, I think if NiP maybe started T instead, maybe they could like get a roll or something. But yeah, Envy didn't really give them any chance, pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay. Richard?
Yeah, I mean, I know I called NiP to win that map, but I mean, that was the Envyus that we'd seen earlier in the tournament. Dominant performances, doing just whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, making kills. NiP were not at the races in that map at all. And it's a great response, great reaction. Sometimes you see teams when they have those 16-14 games and they're grueling and, you're slogging away and it's close and you just lose by 2 rounds at the end. That can suck all the life out of a team. To bounce back and put a performance like that on Cash, to have that kind of T-side is absolutely ridiculous. That shows the caliber of Envyus. That's why me and Duncan have rated them so highly over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the first map, which was the first map Envyus has lost in this tournament, was a really gutsy performance by NiP. It even got to like a 14-14 situation. They pulled it out, they got the win. But that second map was utter domination from the side of Envyus. Like, remember, they did most of their work on the T side. This is a map where really good teams can lock down on CT side. If you have an AWPer, in theory, Alu should be getting those picks mid, controlling the mid, stopping the boosts. But Envyus could do whatever they wanted anywhere. They were getting all sorts of crazy kills all over the place, and NiP really had no answers for them. Even the few rounds they did get towards the end there, you never really felt any kind of comeback was coming on. I mean, I'm just interested to know, was there anything different, do you think, in that map, in as much JW as you actually predicted NiP would win this map? So
and they're going to start.
Anything they didn't.
They're going to start rolling replays, but to certainly look at the replay, but also answer the question. That'd be good.
What was the question?
Sorry.
Why did you think NiP would win that map there?
Because I think last time they played Envy on it, they matched up pretty good. Yeah, NiP has a very, very strong T side usually. This time they didn't even get the chance to show it pretty much. They lost the pistol, lost first weapon, was pretty much GG after the pistol even, I would say. So, yeah, I based it pretty much on the last time they played because they matched up so good that time. And NiP seemed to have the answers back then. But maybe they just missed their shots this time or whatever reason. But yeah, they didn't find the answers this time.
I mean, you've played them on Cash, obviously. Who do you think is like the player that has to be good for NiP to win Cash games?
I think actually Forest. He usually like insta lockdown mid from those like I don't know what it's called, like sandbags to the left in mid there. He usually stands there like peek the boost, insta headshot the guy straight forward, take the guy in main. Like it's very hard to play against him usually in mid there, but it seems like he didn't really get his game going, I guess.
I mean, that's been a feature, actually, what JD has been talking about. There's been a few question marks about Forest, which is insane to me because, you know, there's a player I've sort of, you know, grown up admiring. And I've often talked about this, you know, me and Duncan have had this discussion, you know, who is the greater, you know, Neo or Forest? And that's a debate that does happen. I think there's some merit in that debate.
Yeah, sure.
But just lately, I think he's been a little bit off his game. He hasn't been up to that usual standard. Usually when the big games come running around, it's Get Right and Forest that step up. You know, they're the guys that just Mr. Reliable, and I think he has been a little bit subdued. You know, he was in the final in Katowice, and yeah, I don't think.
Apparently, I mean, I saw his name on the scoreboard. Like, I didn't see many numbers next to it. Oh, the death column. Yeah. My bad.
But yeah, he was. It's having those two old guys from the Muppets.
That Forest bot was pretty good. They should have turned the skill level up.
No, I mean, look, I'm not saying Forest was bad. That would be madness. That would be insane. It was like, you know, I heard people
fans.
People being critical of Get Right, and that's insane for me. You know, these are two of the greatest players to ever play the game. But Forest certainly has a responsibility. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. He has been a little bit off, I think.
With magical power comes magical responsibility. Yeah, I believe that's the same.
Don't tell Get Right now.
Nah, Get Right told me that.
The number of security guards that we need for you is increasing by the minute to get you out of the building.
They're actually queuing up around the block right now. The reason we sold the place out was we were going to publicly flog Thorin at the end, and we've sold tickets of it. And he bought the first one, actually, as it happens. So
I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot. You guys were talking a little bit offline, and you asked him the question of, in your personal opinion, is NiP a better team with Makalele or with Alu? And which one do you think, and kind of why?
I think with Makalele, they played better, but I think it has a lot to do with like the language barrier that comes with Alu. I think it must be very hard for Alu in like LAN matches, the big games, when it's important, it's stressed. I mean, it's not like you see it at home, and I can imagine it's pretty easy online to call out in Swedish and learn, but during these big games, I don't really see it working that good, actually. So I think they worked better as a unit with Makalele, but I would definitely say that Alu is a better player overall than he actually is. But it seemed like they worked better as a unit, but yeah.
Okay, thank you much. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, obviously they've both won their map choices. Next map choice, NiP's, and it's Dust 2. So I'm going to get your predictions. We're going to talk about that when we come back after this short break. right, welcome back, guys. Gfinity Spring Masters #1, first of many here in London, England. Let's get right into it. Map 3, Dust 2, NiP's choice. Going to start with you. What do you think, Richard?
I mean, well, I'm
Richard,
Duncan,
no.
okay.
Duncan,
Okay.
yes.
Bit of an insult to me. Okay, but anyway, yeah.
And to me, I'd say, actually. But yeah, go on.
Better than you, better looking.
Okay, fuck it. You first, Richard.
Yeah, go ahead, Richard. Go ahead.
He's forfeited his right to an opinion now.
Go ahead, Richard. Go ahead.
I'm on a clock here. We're on a clock.
Listen, Richard, I appreciate your opinion. What is it, bitch?
Okay, let's get your nonsense out the way. I'll get you in a second.
Okay, so
because then we'll get to the real expert at the end here. Saving the expert for last.
You know how the formula works. So, no, this is one of the maps where it's crazy to me that you're saying this is NiP's pick.
Yeah.
I think this is the map that Envy's the best on. I think they're amazing on Dust 2. I've already told you, they played in this tournament on Dust 2. Had the 10 rounds on T-side, just dominant. They've done that in the past versus NiP. I won't say it'll play out exactly like that. It's actually uncanny that 3 times out of 4, the exact same weird scenario would happen where you're winning on the wrong side. But it does have a trend that they are amazing on the T-side. We just saw them be amazing on a Cash T-side when that's a CC-sided map. I think Envy's going to win this. I don't know it'll be as comfortable as Cash, but I think I'd say like a 16-9, 16-10. That's the sort of range. I think they're going to win reasonably comfortable and they'll be up 2-1.
Okay.
So obviously we're getting back in line with our predictions. You know what we said at the top of the show. NiP have got their map in my 3-1. Obviously the 3-0's not going to happen now. But I can't see how NiP are going to win Dust 2. We've talked about this a little bit right at the top of the show, and that is that NiP seem to pick almost like their opponent's strongest maps, and we know that Envy are the #1 team on Dust 2. I don't think there's any doubt about it. So it's interesting that NiP have picked this map. I mean, again, as a statement of intent, it shows they're confident. But I also think, why make things difficult for yourself? The T side that Envy pull out on Dust 2 is, it's flawless a lot of the time. So I think they're going to be able to kind of really take a lot of rounds against NiP here, and I think this will be a fairly straightforward win, almost echoing what we've already seen on Cash there.
What about you, Jeb?
Yeah, I mean, I think Envy are gonna win. I still think that, but I think that it could be a bit close if NiP, like, I assume they have something planned out because they picked the map. Because if they pick the opponent's best map without having anything up in your sleeves, I think it's a pretty bad move. But I think if I know NiP correct, they have some kind of read on the opponent. But I don't think it would be enough to win the map.
What did you? Can I just ask a question quick? Because you actually played them in that first map in the final.
I was going to bring that up too. It was 16-10, but now ask your question. Yeah.
No, I mean in the first final, the first map of the final at Katowice, you narrowly won 16-14, and NiP looked like they were going to win that map. What did they do right in that map? Like, what can they do on Dust 2 to be effective?
Yeah, I don't really understand how we won that because we usually don't play Dust 2. I think
guy whose name begins with O. I think he had like a Tech 9 or something.
Yeah, probably the Tech 9.
You might have seen him around sometimes.
Yeah, but I think the thing we found on NiP was that it was pretty easy to come up short. They put a lot of focus on long and have Alu standing like side or by the cars like alone. So like rushing and taking short fast or catwalk or whatever you call it was the most like effective thing you could do against them. So I think if they don't adjust to that, I think Envy probably knows that as well. So yeah, that's pretty much what I know about them. I think it's very hard to go out mid against them because they rotate very good to mid and get right. And I think it's Freiberg coming down from B to help out in mid. So I think Envy will rush a lot of short actually.
Okay, let's talk about that third and fourth place match. Virtus Pro did 2-0 Cloud9. They beat them on Nuke and Inferno. Kind of as we thought, like which team is going to be ready to play a third and fourth match, be less tilted, be more into the game. Kind of thoughts on that outcome?
Well, those were the two maps that Virtus Pro beat them on in that winners match within the group, so it makes sense in that respect. Cloud9, I mean, The problem is they had a couple of good maps against Orbit, but otherwise it's been unconvincing, hasn't it? Like the initial Orbit series had its problems, and then against Virtus.pro they obviously broke down, and Virtus.pro kind of dumpstered them a bit. And then in today's semi-final, they weren't even close to competing. Yes, admittedly against a team that's playing amazingly, even on this last map now in the final, but they couldn't even give them a game, really. So, yeah, listen, congrats to Cloud9. You finished top 4, you got out the group. That's all great stuff, but not really good enough to consider yourself a top-level team yet, I don't think.
Yeah, that echoes my sentiments. I think, you know, I want to say good things about Cloud9. I've said it many times. I want NA to have a flagship team, and I want Cloud9 to be that team, and I want that roster to be those players. But it's like right now they just don't seem to have that self-belief. They're too inconsistent. There's no leadership in the team. There's no direction, and they're making elementary mistakes. They don't look like a top-tier team when they play the top-tier teams. That's the problem. Their performance against Orbit the other day to get out of the group, I mean, that was phenomenal. I don't know what happened to light that rocket under their asses, like to get them to perform like that. But it needs to happen before every game, otherwise they're going to get found out. Let's be real here. VP have already got their flip-flops on. They're already on holiday. You know, I don't think they really tried incredibly hard in that game because, you know, I talked to the players between the matches, and obviously they're still dissecting why they're not in the final. They've still got, you know, they're still a bit peeved that they're not in the big show here. So again, an opportunity for Cloud9 to catch a Virtus.pro with a stand-in when they're not fully tuned in on maps that probably aren't even their strongest maps, and you blow it.
I know, Rich, like you always are saying to me that like you think the key to having a world-class performance, it's much like in your musical taste, it's all about one direction, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Getting young men together, coordinated dance moves, staying on the beat. Yeah.
You know, I don't know, after the Anne Prague thing, I would have said that's more your cup of tea, but yeah,
I think you've talked to him more than me, mate.
These
Oh, man.
only to get the nudes.
You're the first person to talk to one on Skype.
Can we just kill those two mics? Your take on Virtus.pro and the Cloud9 setup. And then I got a second question for you.
Yeah, it's not much to say again about Virtus.pro. I mean, they went here with a stand-in. Probably the best player that was gone. But talking about Cloud9, I think like they try to copy the European playstyle a bit too much instead of trying to find their own way that they are comfortable playing and like that works for them. I think they try to just copy the others' playstyle instead of working out their own playstyle. I think that's something that could be a problem for them, or that style maybe not fitting them or something like that.
And what about the talk of them moving to Europe, Team House, living over here, so they can obviously, you know, compete, scrim, all those things with you guys on a daily basis?
Yeah, I really think that could work for them if they really commit to it, so to say, which you probably do if you move to Europe, of course. But it could also be like, I don't know how the players work as, let's say, living so far from home, you know. I don't know if that affects them in the long run, something like that. But I think the main focus for them should be to find their own play style and focus on like getting their own stuff.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, thank you, gentlemen. So we're all tied up 1-1 going into map 3. Dust 2, it is NiP's choice. And again, we're going to give it to Semler and Banks. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Scoots. So, there we have it, guys. There we have it.
Look at this crowd now. It's all filling out.
Man.
This is getting great. Obviously, third place has been decided. It was VP that took that. Everyone's starting to enter in, and this is looking nice and full, ready for Dust 2.
Yeah, and just a great atmosphere, man. Everybody's so friendly here. You know, it's all about CS. It's all about just watching good games and getting to meet everybody and interact. So it's been just a great weekend. And now we have a near perfect final to finish it, you know, to top it all off. So I think we're all in for a pretty big treat, right?
Oh,
we have been. We've been taking advantage of this treat. It's the biggest treat. We've just been taking bites out of it all weekend long. All right, so to talk about this map, though, they have in the analyst desk, you know, they did mention, you know, a plan. And I think the big plan here, and this is the plan that Envy are going to be keeping an eye on, trying to watch out for, it's the double AWP play from NiP.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be Forrest and Alu. I think that's what the NiP are going to fall back on. If they start CT, the whole game plan is going to be get that going as quickly as possible and make sure that we can hit them hard with it right at the beginning, because it's all about that first pistol and it's all about the first gun round. That's what these teams are all about. We just saw that on Cash. NiP don't win the pistol. A couple things don't go their way in the first gun round. They lose that too, and then it just snowballs from there, gets out of control. And Envy, once they have that advantage, it's so hard to get it away from them. CT side, T side, that's what we saw right there on display. So if we see that again on Dust 2, NiP, if they win the pistol, they start CT, they win the pistol, it could just go straight into that, and then life gets very difficult for Envy. But let's go ahead and see the knife round here to see actually who's going to get the start where. Knife round for every map. I am actually kind of liking this because really it kind of leaves it up in the air as to who's going to be able to get to start on which side, but this is actually looking fairly good here all of a sudden for NiP.
And I think one thing we haven't touched on is we look at the knife round, we say it's about choosing sides, but each team's got a preference to where they actually want to start, and that plays a part of the mental game inside all of it as well, because they'll be like, actually, we really want T this time, just because it's their preference.
I think there was I think that's a little bit of interference there from Gfinity, clearly clouding NBK's vision. He just couldn't get that. He didn't see how close Forrest was. I mean, what happened there? No, of course not. I'm joking, guys. He doesn't actually see that in game. So, Dust 2 is going to be the map, and we're going to go through the overview now just to see a bit of what this map has in store for us. So we saw the T spawn, the CT spawn, and this is the mid of the map. This is going to be where a lot of the action is going to be taking place with those ops, with those sniper rifles, holding that long line that basically cuts the map in half. That's what a lot of the action is going to be happening around. Both of these teams like to take control of mid. They like to get the oppers in there, but they also like to push. You know, cat pushes, lower dark pushes, just get in the opponent's face and make sure that they are not comfortable.
Well, Envy, I was going to say, when they're playing Dust 2, that mid control is so important for them. And I really worry when you see Shox going off absolutely crazy at middle. If he gets going and he gets a bit of backup from Smith at the top of middle, that will just be demolishing.
Here we have it. NiP CT start, and already Friberg getting tagged down to 8 HP. Alu has to fall back, and Smith picks off Forrest mid. There we go. NiP, that focus mid, and Envy, they just beat them up. They're like, no, we're not having any of that. We're going to get the control right from the start yet again and not let up the pressure that we've had at the end of Cash.
And look at this. Gerard's going to have to deal with him along. Nicely done with a P2000 to the head of Smith. But Shoxy comes around, rips him apart. And Friberg now 8 health. He's got to be so careful. Does away with one. Can he get another? No, he's shot down by Happy. And now it's in a 2 versus 3 in favor of Envyus. They're going to be able to get a bomb down comfortably. Happy's playing a little bit of dodging bullets with Alu, but Alu gets the better of him. Now Alu's going to make his way up on short. And it's now going to be between the communication here between both players on NiP.
Trying to peek together here. They're trying to work together, Envy, to eliminate this cat threat. If they can get control of it, this makes life more difficult for Exist. And now you see Exist. He has to deal with these angles, but he hits the jump shot, and he's looking for the second one. Can he get it? He's looking to connect, but it's not going to happen. Kiyoshima will shut him down, and Envy pick up the pistol. The trend continues for NiP. They just cannot seem to win a pistol round.
That was a crazy jump shot, though. Fantastic work there. Nice try from Exist. Went all the way, but Envyus, they're just continuing their pressure, doing very well. And look at Smith now with the scout. Going to try and go for the door shot. Doesn't manage to get anyone there. Getright's got his scout in hand as well. A little bit of a battle between both of them, but the smoke's going to eliminate that threat. See Getright jumping, trying to get that information. And look at that from MBK. Comes from lower B. Does the damage onto Friberg. And now NiP have got the pressure put back on him. Look at the spam coming through from Shox there. Does a nice bit of damage. Getright on 32. Forrest on 10 already. Envyus just all over him right now.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. And the timing does not work out there either. Forrest gets caught by Happy. He's been removed in CT. Happy with the perfect flank. Gets 2 kills. He has to watch out, though. Alu could potentially pick up that gun. He's trying to get down here. He's got his scout and the Tech 9 as well. But it looks like a CZ, actually, so never mind that. But pressure right now. This is very tricky. Smith is going to try and close the gap here. There's the Tech 9, and he's going to be looking to get in. Exist and Alu will both fall, and Envy are just going to get, well, another round on the board.
Yeah, 2-0 right now, the start that Envy wanted, 100% here. NiP, they just can't allow them to get that momentum again, can't allow them to run away with like 10 rounds, just like we saw on Cash, and that was absolutely devastating for NiP before. NiP just got to get their heads in the game, make sure they can capitalize on this, and it's really going to come down to that first gun round. But quite worrying for Envyus if they do manage to lose a weapon here. There's a lot of AKs in play, and that could be huge if NiP could grab one of them.
There's the peek. Shoxy not going to hit that headshot. He's looking for it. They're starting to inch their way closer. He knows that somebody's close now as well. And NiP have to change up their position, and they're going to double up. I really like this play here. Shoxy still thinks that there's a man on site, and this may work out for him. He's not even going to check behind him. That could be a free kill, but it doesn't happen. Forrest does not connect with the shots, and it is going to be a free bomb plant here for Team Envy, only having lost Happy.
Yeah, well, Getright's managed to pick up the AK, but they're just going to be training a little bit behind right now. Ideal situations if NiP can grab a couple more weapons. Smiths is doing the work, though. He's just staying around just outside on CT mid side, and Friberg's waiting for him to come round. Oh, and Smiths gets the better of him. Very unlucky there for Friberg, and now it's all going to be about keeping Getright with that weapon. Alu's going to be there as a little bit of protection for him while we wait for the few seconds of the bomb to plant.
This is now going to be, I mean, basically a game of get right, hold on to the AK.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's not the end of the world if he dies because they're going to be buying in the next round NiP. So it's kind of like this wishy-washy decision. I mean, if he holds on to the AK, he can guarantee somebody a full set of nades. And you can see that here. You know, he has double flash, smoke, and an incendiary. So all the money to get a kid, everything he needs. The other side of that coin is he could just go out and hunt and try and do as much economic damage as possible to Envy. So they went with the save. That works out. And now we're into the first buy round. And this is a big round here for NiP. They have to stop Envy.
And look at that, get right, taking that AK and putting it to work. Gets the opening kill onto Shoxy, and this is the start they desperately needed. It's going to be up to Alu right now as well to see what he can do working with that AWP. Happy just holding back as Freiburg goes a little bit aggressive here at long, but he's not going to commit to it. And Kiroshima's got quite far on short right now, uncontested. And Get Right is aware of that. Going to be waiting to see what he can do here. Got the flash prone and ready for when he hears it, but look at that from Freiburg. Gets rid of MBK at long A. Currently 3 versus 5 in favor of NiP, and this is exactly what they needed. Look at that from Aloe. Takes away Kiyoshima with the AWP. Completely blinded Smiths right now, and oh, we just saw the head. Will he be able to get the kill? Don't think, yes, he does, goes for the shot, gets Smiths down, and Happy walks out through the smoke, gets taken down by Forest.
And there it is, the save on the AWP as well. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. They want to go up to the double AWP. Here, have one for free, right? Just save so much money NiP. And there is a big play now that they can go for. The double AWP setup, we've seen it work for them in the past on Dust 2. Now we have to see if Envy are going to be able to crack it. And Envy don't even seem to be interested in taking that kind of fight. The sniper fight, they don't have one. They go straight AK nades. So this is all about speed here.
That was a very close shot there on short from Alu. Saw one at top of middle, couldn't quite make it connect though. And Envyus, they're going for that complete mid control. Kiroshima's going to get jumped up. If he can make his way through that smoke, he might be able to catch Alu off guard a little bit, but they're all building up. The nade comes out. A little bit of damage done to Shoxy there. Forest, look at this angle, and oh, couldn't quite make the shot there. Does get poked, and a little bit of damage done towards Forest. They're down on 75 health. Envyus are going to be making their way up, pushing short. And it's going to be on if Alu can hit these shots right now.
This is it. It is on Alu. In a perfect flash, he lets them pass, tries to go for the flick, but Smith hits the headshot. And this is now going to turn into a retake scenario here for NiP. Just like that. One bullet opens up that entire site because NiP weren't quite sure where Team Envy were going to be coming from. That's the big thing. They didn't have the info. They set up for a 2-1-2, and now they just have to be confident that they'll land the shots when they need to. And Freiburg starts it off strong, takes out NBK, exists up on A slope, and it's a complete and utter slaughter. Happy is now the last man alive here for Envy, trying to keep them off this bomb. Great HE, does massive damage, but there's everybody there to stop him from actually winning this round.
Very nice round from NiP. Good retake. Freiburg opening it up straight away as he came up long A. Domed off one of their heads, and, well, bomb wasn't too hard for them to defuse and get done, but it was a very key nade that came out from short there. Could have been very difficult for the NiP to deal with had they been on lower health.
Yeah, that's exactly it. If a couple more bullets come in there, that HE, instead of dropping them low, it could kill 2 guys, right? You know, that's kinds of things that can happen. But look at Envy's decision here, really. They are all about just trying to keep that momentum up because they know that these rounds are close. They managed to kill 3 guys last round, so a lot of money has been spent by NiP. The whole decision behind this is just, well, we're good with Tech 9s. We can afford to get full nades. If we can get in close and just run in as 4, let Happy lurk and see if he can pick something up. But if we can get in there as 4, potentially they can overwhelm somebody quick. And there you go. Get Right in the corner. Forest is going to open up with that AWP. Get Right does not last, however.
Forest does get one with the AWP. Can't get the second. Kiyoshima gets the better of him. Exist does manage to take down NBK though. And Happy, look at that. Does get one. Alu replies. 1v2 right now into a 1v1. Kiyoshima will be in this B bomb site. Capable of getting the bomb down. It's him versus Alu right now. Flash goes over and he's going to go for it. Oh, wow. And he gets the better of Alu. What a risk, and how worthwhile was that for him? Envy are now 4-2, and that was a huge round for them.
That was a big win. That was huge from Kiyoshima. 1v2 clutch scenario, and he actually pulls it off all of that time around. Just a real difficult position to go into. Not expecting Kiyoshima to be up that close. He could have tried to play it a bit more passively, but okay, let's take a look at this mid split. Or this mid play, right? A split of attention, we'll put it that way, because the man goes jumping past, trying to bait the off shot. Get Right pushes into lower halls, and after some of the sloppiest spray from both players, he actually gets the kill.
Yeah, no damage done to Get Right either. They were both kind of caught unaware of that actually happening. Unsure. Oh, nicely done. Gets MBK as well. And this is if you allow Get Right some room, he's going to work it and he's going to come off with 2 kills. Massive like that. A double AWP again for, well, now a double AWP for Envyus even. And it's going to be pretty difficult for them to come up against what NiP have to offer right now.
A double AWP on T side. I mean, this is wild. We've started seeing this more and more recently. So, I mean, teams are now starting to build around this, you know, having 2 capable AWPers. Hell, some teams have like 4 capable AWPers, you know? So, I mean, this is now becoming a go-to, and Team Envy, they're trying to make it work, but they've been picked by 2. I mean, now it's kind of a decision, you know, can they actually make this work? This could be ideal, actually. If they go for a B split here, there's only 1 guy holding on that side. That could be a big deal.
Yeah, look at this. It's the waiting game right now. 3 versus 5 members on NiP right now. Envyus have got to get a couple of kills here with the AWPs. This could quickly change around if they can keep the distance. Got to be so careful looking into CT spawn. Oh, couldn't quite get the kill there. Will they be able to? Oh, he finishes him off. Nicely done by Smithstead. Just through the smoke onto Alu. Get Right, though, was able to pick off 1 member and Exist finishes it up with Get Right there. 2 smooth kills in the B bomb site. 4 for 3. And NiP, they're looking to pull a couple rounds back right now.
Yeah, and now I'm looking towards Envy, and they are not going to commit. They are not going to commit. Happy is only going to pick up the flash. It looks like this might be a hard eco scenario here. Smith will be able to buy up in the next round, but he decides to invest 500 in the Tech 9. But I was curious to see if they're going to just keep going, right? Go for that Tech 9 armor again and just try and keep the pressure up. But they realize enough is enough. They only really need to get like 6 rounds on their T side to be to start feeling comfortable here. So Envy, they are close.
That was a huge nade that came in there. Freiberg's getting 1. Alu's picking them up, and look at that. No one down. Whitewash there for NiP.
I think that was almost a perfect hold, like not a point of damage taken either for NiP. So more rounds like that, please, if you're an NiP fan.
That's what they need. And, well, right now, obviously, we're going to see Envyus. They got an AK in play. The rest of them, yeah, they're doing the mixed buy again. I'm never a fan of this, but let's see if they can make it work for them. NiP do seem to just be building up their momentum. They're not quite there with it yet, but oh my god, they're rushing into B. Forest does have the AWP pinned, and oh my god, they both go down. Kirishima getting on to Exist with the AK. Alu's trying to fire this off, does get 1, but they've got to be careful right now because MBK, he's playing that happy position right now. He could be dangerous here, and Get Right seems to have an idea of where he'll be, and look at that. Oh my god, and he picks off Get Right, taking away his head, and this is just going completely in favor of Envy right now.
What was that? What was that? The fact that he gets that headshot is ludicrous. And now he's going to be able to pick up a gun. Now they have a full, I mean, they go for the force buy, and they make it work just perfectly, Envy. Just total turn of speed, and that's the power of the Tech 9 as well, or at least these kinds of pistol plays, right? 2 rifles and some Tech 9s, you just flash your way in, and again, it's just more of the same, the brute force approach that Envy is employing right now. It worked so well for them on Cash, and that's what they're trying to stick to here on Dust 2 as well. Just throw their bodies onto the bomb site and just get the kills. NiP weren't able to handle it that round.
And when we saw them all rush into B like that, they were pretty much lined up. If Forrest had managed to get that, that would have been ridiculous. But they just pulled off so perfectly. Yeah, can only dream.
Yeah, sometimes, man.
Oh, that's the start that Freiberg wanted, but Happy on the quick reply with the AWP. And he's going to fall back to see if anyone's going to be pushing him. But it is going to be quiet just for a little bit right now.
This is going to favor Envy right now because they have, I mean, basically how this works out in an even situation like this, 4-4, they can group up and then it will be a man down for NiP as far as holding a site. So they have to cover more ground, more parts of the map with less manpower. It's a very tricky position here for NiP, and the way that they decide to handle this is give up on mid and just consolidate on the bomb sites. 2 on B, 2 on A, and that's what it's going to be here. And do they actually hit the shot? Happy misses that flick. He knows there's a man on the site now. They're looking to just wallbang him down. HG to go, and he's not going to get it.
Alu does go down in the hands of Kirishima, though. Get Right. Oh, nicely done. He's got the bomb in his grasp. Can he get another one? Yes, he does. But MBK does manage to finish him off. 2 versus 2 right now. MBK spamming through the doors, but can't tag anyone just yet. He's got to be careful right now. He's being pressured, and look at that. Exist does take down MBK. They've got the bomb, and it's all up to Kirishima right now with the AWP to take on 2 members of NiP. There he goes into lower B. Oh. Don't think he meant for it to land like that. He's going to go try pick up the bomb right now, and it's going to be a hard situation for him to deal with.
Well, yeah, especially because now Forrest has worked his way all the way onto the site. He's going to think that this site is clear potentially. He walks out, hits an insane headshot. And now he gets the bomb plant. 7 seconds left. He's going to get it down. And it's a 1v1. Again, Kiyoshima in a clutch situation. Can he make it work? Exist is now trying to work his way in here. He has an M4A1. He swapped out for the AWP, and he is just running straight up here. Kiyoshima knows exactly where he is now at this point. Going for the trick nade. Is that going to force Exist out into the open? No, it will not. Exist sits down and gets the kill. NiP, it goes their way this time.
Yeah, Exist bought his A-game there, grabs the defuse as well. Nicely played by him, and that's what NiP need. NiP needs to win the rounds like that to give him that confidence again, pull back that momentum for him, if that's what they need to do to beat Envyus right now. And we have a look down their weapons. We've got Happy with an AWP again, Alu as well, and oh, Smith wasn't able to tag anyone, very close just then.
That was a close call. They're just going for the aggressive peaks as well, though. Upper halls, we didn't see it. But there, you have Happy with the AWP. That smoke goes down, though, so there isn't too much that he can really hope to do there, apart from eat nade damage, right? So that's a little unfortunate for him.
Kiyoshima working on the spam through the double doors there. So we're going to be a bit of a waiting game for a little while now. It's going to be looking for someone who's going to overextend, and Forrest could possibly do it right now. He's got to be careful, and Happy gets him down. Overextended 100% there. Happy took full advantage of that, and this is where we might see them work the B. Oh, Existo, he's going to try and eat the damage. Take him down, does manage to get MBK, but Kiyoshima fires back with a nade. Look at that, though. Get right, takes down Happy, takes down the AWP, but Smith is still going to be playing it as well.
I think they know. Do they know that there's a man up on Cat right now? They're trying to change things up, Envy, but the rotation comes out. I mean, this is such a read from Get Right, and that is such a shot from Alu. I mean, the fact that he's able to hit that, the first one, is so big, just because if they can get past on Cat, then the shot that he has to land past that just becomes more and more difficult. So the fact that he shuts it down early is big. And now Envy are just stuck. They're going to go towards the site with 2 defenders. This is a very difficult position. They have to hit just like the perfect headshot right here.
Yeah, look at the time. They've got no time to change this around. And oh, Alu just misses that. Huge nade going to come in, though. Very nicely done by Alu. And now they'll be able to work on stopping this bomb from being planted. Nice bit of... Oh, and Smiths does manage to pick up the kill onto Alu. Can Freiburg do it, though? Very close here. Does take off the head of Kiyoshima. Now he needs to wait for his teammate. They need to assault this together. And look at that. Freiburg brings the pain. Will get the defusal as well. And that's going to be NiP taking the lead on Dust 2, 6-5.
They are in the lead now. This is big for the Ninjas, but Freiburg, you have to admire just the pressure that he's able to keep going there, just stand his ground, waiting for the rotation, not overextending either. They both played it very carefully, but he connects with the first one, and then that leap to spot where the second man is, and just keeps up the pressure with that M4A4. Just having those extra bullets allows them to just put the bursts out and keep Smiths nervous, keep the pressure up on Smiths. But they see the jump past here, although, and he's probably calling, action A. Sees them all jumping past, and there you go. Very quick play out onto long now. Forrest going to go for a bit of a pop flash. That's going to slow things down here on Envy. Totally blind over there. That grinds everything down to a halt.
Yeah, smart decision from NiP there. Completely fell back. Going to give him time to get in position right now and deal with this rush. Freiburg gets one. Shoxy replies. Nice shot by Forrest onto Shoxy. Kiyoshima finishes him off with the deagle. 3 versus 3 right now. And Get Right, nicely done. Comes just at the right time. Happy wasn't ready for him, but Kiyoshima's got himself in a nice position with that AWP, and this is what could prove difficult for NiP. They're all coming from short right now.
And they're all going to be coming out. I mean, one guy is going to come out through CT here. Get Right, leaping around, trying to get lucky with the M4A1. Smith is looking there if he can actually catch him off guard, but Get Right instead is going to catch Smith. 1v3. Can Kiyoshima hit the shots? And they have a smoke as well. His life just got that much more difficult. So the bomb getting defused. He has no idea. Great flick, but the bomb, he just doesn't have the time. And because of that smoke, he cannot spot the man who is getting the defuse done.
7-5 now in favor of NiP, and if they start rolling away with this, it's going to prove very difficult for Envyus. That was just a round that was almost just played into the hands of NiP just then.
But look at how close it is still. I mean, just no money on NiP's side. And Envy are just relentless with their buys. They just keep going. If they can afford 2 rifles, they're just going to go for it. And again, very quick action out long. They're just trying to pressure as quickly as possible here. Flash around the corner, totally blind. One shot goes in with the Tech 9. Spots out the second man, and he gets team killed. That's not how it's supposed to go, Envy. You cannot be doing that.
No, that's not the ideal situation for them at all. Coming up short now, Smith trying to push, but Forrest gets the better of him. 2 huge kills from Forrest there. It's all up to Kiyoshima once again. He's going to go for the plant. Guy's gone for the fake there. They're not going to push him just yet, though. A minute and 10 on the clock. Plenty of time to play with. And Kiroshima's playing it very smart.
Look at how, well, I mean, NiP are as well, right? A, they don't take the bait, and B, they check to make sure that he isn't able to rotate off anywhere. They want to make sure that Kiyoshima is not going to try and pull a fast one on them, head over to the B site. Now the second time around, it's for real. It exists. Does he find this shot? Man, Kiyoshima, so close. But he needs to set this up well. There you go. Spots out exist just in time before that flash goes off. So now he's going to be looking to hit that headshot, and he does.
Huge.
Great reactions from Kiyoshima. And Forrest is so very low over on long as well. This is he just has to hit 2 headshots. It's got to be the double tap here from Forrest. He can do it, but he's not going to be able to do it this time. Kiyoshima catches him as he rounds the corner. And Envy just come right back into it.
Huge clutch there from Kiyoshima. Very nice positioning as well. Utilizing the smoke that he put on top of the bomb. Forrest didn't really know where to look, and he was just in the perfect position there to end that round. 7-6, and NiP do have the lead, but Envyus, they're just not letting them have any chance to get ahead in this game at all.
And now it's NiP who are willing to show that they have some courage here. They're going for the force. They're going to take the fight. Freiberg just trying to spray through that smoke. Comes very close to landing the headshot, but it's not meant to be, and he's going to get caught before he can get back to safety. Smith is now taking point, looking for that headshot on site. Gets flashed blind, but he's somehow still alive. That took way too long, Get Right.
Yeah, Get Right fluffing that up a little bit with the 5-7. It's all up to Alu and Exist. It's in a 2v2. Alu does have the AWP. Exist with the Mag 7, and, well, are they going to go for it? Yes, they will. They're just going to split up just a little bit here, and Alu's going to go from short. Bomb has been planted by Shoxy. Oh, he's got to try and make this shot. Alu gets dropped down to 17 health. Not ideal from him, and look at this from Exist. Oh my god, should have got that much sooner than that, but Kiyoshima does go down. It's now a 2 versus 1, and Shoxy, he's going to go and try and push Alu here. And look at that from Alu, huge AWP shot. He's going to bring back the round in NiP's favor. That's going to make it 8-6 right now going into the final round of this half.
Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to survive through a best of 5 ranks if it keeps going like this, man. Round after round. It just keeps going back and forth, and this is looking like, you know, Inferno, where it was just this bloody struggle. It wasn't just one-sided, you know, brutality. It was just a straight-up fight in the street. I mean, NiP now, they managed to cobble together a buy. Once again, Envy, they're just counting themselves lucky that they got that bomb plant. That bonus $800 is the reason why they have so many nades to work with this round.
And that's going to play a major factor in how this round turns out for Envy right now. Shoxy's got to make it work. Oh, look at Freiberg. He snuck all the way around. MBK does do away with Get Right on. That's just not going NiP's way. The flashes and smokes were so important there for Envyus, and NiP just couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's incredible. Just so fast. How do you react to that? If you're NiP, you're blind, and then you're dead before you can see again. It's just so quick. These are the turns of speed that Envyus are capable of, and didn't happen. He just got stomped on. Forrest, that's not how it works.
Oh man, Forrest is going to be kicking himself about that one. Smith falls down, does die at the hands of Exist, but Kiyoshima comes in, an 8-7 respectable half for Envyus, and just what we expected from these two guys on Dust 2.
I'm just thinking happy, you know, it's been 3 seconds and he has not yet realized I am not a step. Right? That is just, you know, perfect lurk from Happy. That is also just a perfect round to close it on. Just explosive. I think that's the word. It's just explosive. How quick Envy can go from just 0 to 100 in your face. Straight out long house. They kept doing that all half long, and I think that they have to come after this. You know, they're going to have 7 rounds coming out of that T side. With the way Dust 2 plays now, how you're expected to get further ahead with your CT side, I think they could be pretty pleased with how this has developed.
Yeah, massively so. Ninjas and Pajamas are going to have they need this pistol round, and they're going to have a phenomenal half here. And we can see 4 of them taken down on a long right now. Smith's in a great position here. Firing off the USP, can't quite get him. Shoxy's got one on to Get Right, who was trying to flank through middle, but it's not going to happen. Happy onto Freiberg there, and well, Smith can't quite get the kills. He's on 5 health there, spamming away, and he's keeping him at bay. And look at this from Shoxy, dominating with the Tech 9 onto Alu. Exist, trying to fire off with that Glock. It's not going to be enough, and NiP, they just get manhandled.
Yeah, they get mauled right there, and that's a lot of that is due to the push that happened in Upper Dark early. As soon as Envy knew that the push was coming in towards A, bam, straight up, both of them run into Upper Dark, they clear it out, and they make perfectly sure that this isn't there's no shenanigans happening here, this isn't a fake, they are committed to A, and it just becomes this vice that closes in on NiP from all sides. You saw that with Shoxy just taking control of mid, cutting their legs out from under him. There was no route to escape through after that. So NiP just got closed in on, and Envy, they continue now to just carry that momentum through.
And we keep seeing this from Envy. They just keep pushing smart, playing smart. As soon as they've got an instinct that it's not going to be that site, they're all there and ready.
Oh, there we go.
Get right. Huge headshot from him, but Shoxy onto Fireberg. Happy then onto Exist. And this is when it's going to start to look bad for NiP. They're spamming away, but look at Happy just grabbing the edge of Alu then and taking him down. Only Get Right and Forest remain. And, well, they're going to be falling back, but... with Glock, well, sorry, with a P250 and a FAMAS at this distance against all the members of Envyus, I don't fancy their chances.
Especially because they have that command of long. I mean, they do have the FAMAS to work with now for Forest, so they can try to take these fights. But Envy at this point don't even have to peek. Like, they can just sit here and dance on the edge and force the reaction. Get Right nearly does actually take out Shoxy there. That was far too close for comfort. But Forest is now the last man alive in a 1v4 with 30 seconds left, and he is now boxed. He is done. He is just stuck here. There's nowhere left to go. Because they're going to have 2 guys up on site, 2 guys outside long. He really just has to try and run around here and work some magic, but they are just not going to give him anything to work with. Just dancing on the edge.
Kiyoshima played that very well. That gets the better of Forest, takes it to 9-8, and NiP could quickly find themselves in a bad position right now.
Well, it's going to be the 19th round, essentially. That 19th round buy is when NiP are going to be looking to shine, because you can already see Alu stockpiling money, getting ready for that AWP buy. So he's going to be looking to gap people through that mid door, right? And the rest of NiP, I mean, it's pretty much a hard eco. Apart from $300 that's been dropped by Get Right for that P250, that's what they have going for them right now. And they do not succeed in actually catching anybody out here. Envy, of course, wants to just confirm. Play it safe. They don't want to get rushed down.
Oh, and look at that. Dink does come on to Smiths, but he gets the better of Get Right there. Oh, Alu runs up with the bomb on his own, up short. No one else really backing him up at this time. And he just is going to look for the pistol swap there. Happy's going to come through, though. Gets taken down by Forest. But they still haven't managed to pick up that bomb that Shoxy's just comfortably guarding.
Not sure if that was necessary on Happy's part, but now they have a FAMAS to work with. Shoxy does manage to play the angle just right and get the headshot on Exist, though, so he saves the situation there. And once again, we're into a 2-on-4. Forest with the P250, and it's going to be Freiberg trying to push up here. He's got that FAMAS, and there you go. That's what can happen. I mean, they will stabilize, but NiP in a round where it should have been a perfect one for Envy, they are only dealing with Glocks and a P250. They shouldn't be giving up kills.
No.
Now, because of Happy and that little push, it cost them 2, and that's more money than they wanted to spend this round right here. And what is that on Shoxy?
Shoxy's going for the disrespectful auto sniper straight away.
Ha! I was not expecting this. I was thinking, okay, AWP, right? Because he has been playing AWP on a slope. He hasn't been pleased with that. Has been missing quite a few shots with it. So maybe this is it. You know, he's just like, okay, don't necessarily need to aim. I'm just going to hit mouse 1 a lot, kill a lot of
reliable.
people. There you go. Before he gets, 1 headshot, it's like Freiberg comes around the corner and takes his face off.
NiP right now, though, working this middle area at the moment, focusing on the A bomb site still, and Exist going to be first man up. Get Right's just checking every corner. They've got to be careful of MBK, though. Molotov has gone down, and MBK he thinks someone's behind that blue box, and oh no, he spots it, but Alu's there to back Get Right up. Nice work by him. Happy hiding behind that smoke, does get taken down, though, and Alu just absolutely opening up this bomb site. Look at Forest, absolutely monstrous, cleaning up the A bomb site completely. Kiyoshima really is just probably going to sit back and save.
And I also do lottery tickets. Yeah. Shoxy, headshot, Forest, bad. I mean, that was everything going right for NiP, but that was also a brute force method right there. It's just walk out. The timing for NBK, unfortunately for NBK, he was pretty much screwed from the get-go because he threw that Molotov, but Get Right was out by the time that Molotov went out, so he saw the trajectory, and so he's like, right, okay, we know where you are, buddy, and they just have to sit and wait. NBK gets antsy, he pushes forward, and he's got 3 guys staring him down. And from there on out, though, it comes down to just fantastic rifle work from Forest. Hitting those headshots, that's what it's all about. Shoxy's in position to do tremendous damage with that Scar 20. The only way to counter that is by hitting that headshot, and Forest delivers. So there you go. Once again, Forest with that AK in hand, just doing good work for NiP.
Now we are going to see a pause here, and that's probably because it's getting a little bit close for comfort. They need to work out exactly what they want to do here. It's going going to be a tense time for both teams right now. And, well, Envyus, they need to make sure they can push this lead. They've just got 1 round advantage right now, and they really need to just work on getting this back into the game and pulling themselves and continuing what they've started.
Yeah, now what they have to be wondering is how do we shift our game up? You know, what are we going to be changing up on our CT side, Envy? Because these are also, you know, barring Shoxy going for a Scar 20, usually you can expect the AWP there, but having that 3-man hold on long, these sorts of plays are very standard as far as Envy are concerned, right? NiP know that, hey, we kill NBK, high chance that Happy's going to be floating around here if he's not mid. You know, it's like one of these 2 positions that Happy loves to play. Hold the angle on long to support NBK, or hold from CT. You know, so these teams are so familiar with the plays that they love to use, right? That these teams are familiar with. It's going to be a real problem for Envy right now because they have to be thinking, okay, wait, if we're becoming a bit too predictable with how we're holding things, how do we shift it up so that we catch NiP off guard and get control back in this match? Because NiP, if you just keep going this way, if you keep doing things that NiP have clearly figured out, it's not going to go well. NiP will stomp you into the ground.
And, well, you look from NiP at the moment, they're just focusing mainly on the A-bomb side at the moment. Maybe just like have someone float mid the entire time and just send them back. Only have 1 player in B and come back over. Could be the counter for it.
Yeah, well, I'm also wondering about the lack of AWP. You know, it's like that tells you a lot. If Shoxy's going for a Scar 20, when you have the likes of Smiths or Happy, like you have 2 reliable options that you can go for there. And the fact that Shoxy's just like, okay, I'm going to go for the auto sniper instead, it's just, you know, a little wonky there. So want to see if they're going to go back to it, if Smiths is going to get that confidence back to go ahead and start taking those op fights, or if they're going to just go for the double AWP. Give it to Happy. If Shoxy isn't feeling it, we've seen them do that already this tournament. You know, Smiths and Happy going for the double AWP. Just give it to them. Let them walk off different portions of the map, and then have NiP have to run into that.
It's almost like Envy a little bit worried at taking that gamble, and they don't want to put too much into it because right now the scoreline's so close that quickly you can be looking at your 16-14 and be in the same situation as what we were on the first map.
But what's the biggest thing, you know, on top of becoming predictable is also just not giving into the pressure, to the fear, right? Because if things start to go wrong on your CT side, you're low on money, and it's all about the money. We have to make that perfectly clear. You know, for a solid defense, you need to have money to buy your rifles, but you need to have money to buy your nades. And if you're feeling like, you know, right now we're really dancing on the line, we're having to kind of scrimp here, maybe not get a helmet, you know, save $350 so I can get a smoke, you know, these sorts of things, these are the decisions you're making on the CT side. That can influence how you're going to approach your play as well. Because if it calls for, you know, some aggression, for some kind of mid push, something like that could potentially catch NiP off guard. If you're thinking at the back of the mind, oh man, you know, I'm a little bit worried here because we're so broke right now, and you know, do we really risk it? If you play scared, again, NiP, it's just like playing predictable. If you play scared, they're gonna hunt you down. These guys are sharks. If there's blood in the water, they're gonna get you.
They're gonna overrun you each time as well. Like you say about the fear thing comes into play. It's like they can sense it. They know you're backing off. You know you're not playing that way.
That's the NiP magic.
Yeah. There we go. And then the NiP magic comes into play, and this is when they can start picking up countless rounds over and over again.
Where's Shazam when you need him, man? Like, you know, he's gonna just right
Shazam,
behind him.
Magic, go.
Yeah, okay, I can see that happening. So, man, this is exactly like what is going through NiP as far as they're concerned. They're just like, well, guys, whatever we're doing, it's working. So just keep doing it, right? It's really just going on in Envy right now as to like how do they need to adjust, how do they need to actually change things up to be able to repel NiP. Because we also have to remind you, this is a best-of-5 finals. It's not the standard format that we usually get in these tournaments. So this, you know, in a normal, right? In the usual format, this would be like the last map to settle it.
Yeah.
Still best-of-5, but it's 1-1 right now. So you really want to have that map advantage.
Yeah, and this is what it's going to come down to. We were talking about the mental game, obviously, so much on Cash, and Envyus just brought their A game. On the flip side, if NiP managed to take this, we can see similar, but look at Freiberg. He did manage to catch 1 player walking into CT spawn just then. In a good position right now. Shoxy's going to try come up and surprise a couple of them. Oh, look at this. He's been playing it very smart right now. Tries to get the one over. Freiberg can't quite get the kill, though. He's hiding behind the wall. Freiberg does take advantage of that. The bomb will be planted in the A bomb site, and NiP are looking in a good position. It's all up to Envyus to try and take this retake as best they can.
Exactly, and there's no backing off now. A side is easier to retake than B, but you have to hit the shots as well and get right Alu. They're managing to make it hard. Exist, looking for the spray. He's still here, and eventually they will connect. 4 members alive at the end for NiP, but one thing to point out, Envy did try to change things up. They put 3 guys at long early, because the last few rounds NiP have been putting aggression out there, they have been pushing, so Envy are like, okay, great, we'll just shut them down here, we'll throw some HEs in their face, you know, some incendiaries, all this sort of stuff. What happens, though, is that NiP go the other way. So they make the gamble, they say, we'll shut them down long. Instead, NiP go right up Cat and get full control from there.
Now look at this from Envyus, sitting on this short area at the moment while the rest of NiP do go to long A. This could be tricky. How are Envyus going to deal with this? All of NiP coming up. Flash and smokes are going to go over right now, but look at Smiths playing it very ballsy there, but does get taken down by Freiburg. Happy trying to get a few up, but look at Shoxy and MBK. They're coming up huge now. Nicely done by MBK. Nade does come out to finish off Kiyoshima, but 2 versus 3. Envyus doing the work right now. Huge from Shoxy. Comes in and does an absolute monstrous round there. NiP didn't know what was happening.
The NiP definitely got caught off guard there because they were probably thinking, again, perfect. We come out long, nobody's here. This is excellent, guys. We're going to be able to get onto this site, no problem. And then Shoxy was like, hey, I've got a P250 in here. Let me show you what it can do. 2 headshots, bam, stop. Like that definitely caught NiP off guard, and that's huge for Envy. Talk about like returning some confidence to yourself.
Now we were talking about Smiths picking up the AWP. He's got it in his hand right now. The rest of them have opted for rifles. He's going to be looking at middle through to short. And oh, narrowly misses the shot onto one of the NiP players there, just jumping over. Alu's now got his AWP primed and ready, trying to counter Smiths. And then we might see a little bit of an double off action here between both players.
And again, with the group play, it's a very similar play here coming in from NiP. This style, we're seeing it again. Get right lurking, 4 guys gathered up for NiP. It's very similar to what Envy were throwing at them earlier on. Now it seems like Cat is going to be the play here for NiP. They set up the smokes. This is definitely going to cut the site in half, make it a bit more difficult for Envy to hit the shots. Look at that, a perfect wall of smokes. Envy don't see anything right now.
But Happy, he's also being protected by this smoke. Can he use it to his advantage? Spamming through, wasted a full clip. Isn't actually able to get a kill. Shoxy's popped up already as well. They can't see anything through that smoke. Fantastic work by NiP here. And look at Get Right. Catches off MBK, trying to sneak out of long there. And, well, the Envious guys are very stuck right now. But look at Shoxy and Smith. They're going to pull off 2 kills. Oh, Alu does reply onto Happy. Shoxy's managed to get into the bomb site right now. Forrest onto Smiths. It's all taking place right now. And Freiburg does get 1, but Kiyoshima finishes him off. It's going to be 2 versus 1. Alu's on short right now. He's sat on that bomb, but he's just keep coming off. At the time is ticking too fast right now. Going to have to run away and save that bomb. It's going to be another round on the board for NiP, and we're going to be all the way back at even Stevens, 11-11.
So there's so much going on here as well, because Envy, they went for that 3-on-long setup again. Once again, you know, the man and Goose Happy there. That is actually, you know, the perfect position to be able to stop that plant. He's just a little off at this spray. The problem is that the rotation comes in so long from B because they don't have anybody in CT. They don't have anybody close mid to hear them running, to hear NiP running up Cat. So the information, there's a slight delay there in Envy, and then it really does come down to the retake. And when it's the retake like that, it's about hitting the shots. And this time around, NiP, they were the ones who were just hitting them.
See, NiP once again looking onto short. They're having so much success here. They're just going to continue to try and make it work for them. MBK looks to just fall back once the flashes came. Look where Happy is. Fantastic position from him. Does take down Freiburg, but Get Right quickly replies. And Smith's, oh, nearly. He just had another second. Might have caught Forrest. He's finished off by Kiyoshima, though. It's all taking place. Alu gets 1 as well. Shoxy to finish off Get Right. 2 versus 2 right now. And the health advantage is definitely in favor of Envyus right now. Look at Shoxy. Rips off the head of Exist. Only got to deal with Alu now, who's on 3 HP with the AWP. And he's going to maybe walk right into Kiyoshima.
And I'm not sure if Kiyoshima spotted him there or not. Kiyoshima kind of dancing on the edge, but this is definitely, this is Alu's time to shine though. Hits that shot, does not in fact hit that shot. And now this is a waiting game. 35 seconds left. They know where Alu is at this point. They've dialed in on him. Not sure if they realize that the bomb is in T-spawn, but Alu having to waste valuable time trying to set this up.
Nice play from Shoxy coming all the way around right here.
No, that's it, because Shoxy sees the bomb now. I mean, there's no hope here. They're never going to let him get out of this this tunnel. This tunnel has now become his tomb.
Oh, he's going to try and ninja away up to short. He's going to be saving only 10 seconds on the clock. And he should comfortably be able to keep it. He can hear the footsteps. He's just got to make sure he avoids any of the Envyus players.
So sneaky. So sneaky, Alu. Wow, he actually makes it out in time.
Very nicely done by Alu, holding on to the AWP, but look at the money for NiP right now. Not an ideal situation at all. Envyus looking to try and capitalize on this. If they can get a couple more rounds here, it's really going to put NiP and put the pressure on them massively, and they're going to struggle here. And Alu doesn't take any shots down middle at all right now. But we've got to exist with the Galil, and NiP really got to try and push this round out.
Yeah, they're really trying to force it here, but Happy already going to be able to pick off Get Right. That's a big kill. They give them control of Long at this point. They have the man advantage. Everything should be theirs at this point. Alu is going to try and force his way up, but he gets caught in the lake of fire. NBK never going to let him get out this time. And it's down to the remaining 3 members for NiP. They have control of Long, but that's about it. Envy just calmly clicking away. Shoxy, he thinks he's in DM right now. These are not bots. These are some of the best players in the world. Shoxy, show some respect.
He makes it look so easy when he's just tapping down long A right there. And it's all up to Exist and Forest. Oh, MBK can hear it. He's got the bomb. Takes down Forest. It's only Exist left. Nice shot with the Galil, but it's a little bit too late when it's still... Whoa!
Oh, okay.
Okay. He might be able to do this and come to play right now, but he's only got 38 points of health. He's done away with 2 of them, and the bomb is well and truly in control of Envyus, and they know exactly where he's going to come from.
Exactly right, exactly. They're literally standing on top of the bomb.
Come into our crosshair, you will die.
All 3 of us. We are ready, waiting. I don't think that this is the welcome committee that Exist was looking for.
Oh, narrowly avoiding the grenade there. Tries to get onto Happy, but Happy gets the better of him. And 13-11, Envyus take a 2-round lead. And this is where they need to really try and capitalize on it, because NiP, they're going to have to go for the eco.
This is where NiP's backs are to the wall. They have to go for the eco, and it's going to be about the 26th round. And I'd be surprised if they even spend anything. They actually go for it, okay. But, well, they have lost like 2 rounds in a row now, so they should be actually getting some reasonable money. But it doesn't get any simpler than this. Double flash, straight full YOLO, onto the B side. Let's go.
Oh, Kiyoshima a little bit late to the party, but he gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Fantastic work from Kiyoshima, shutting down NiP. Smiths onto Get Right. Kiyoshima comes in, but Smiths is finishing Exist off 14-11. And Envyus, they were ready and prepared for that. That was monstrous.
I think Kyo was ready to prepare. He was like, you know, okay, I got this, guys. I mean, that was impressive work right there. That's how you stop it. Keep your control with an M4A1. That's so hard to do. When you have 5 guys running at you, to take the time to line up the shots like that, so tricky. Smith's actually uncharacteristically missing a shot up that mid alley. There's the flash from MBK. Perfect timing. It keeps him alive. He gets the first, but he's not going to get the second. Very quick play out onto Long. Happy pushes into lower dark, and he's able to eliminate the cat flank. There's still 1 man there, but Soxy with the peekaboo kill onto Freiburg, and it is now going to be the 2v4 retake here. NiP just battling to get onto this site.
Yeah, NiP not in a good position right now. Forest and Exist left. They've been spotted. Oh, Exist goes down. It's all up to Forest. He takes down Shoxy, but he's on low health. 2 health remaining, and Smiths finishes him off. 15-11, and Envyus are looking to close this out in style.
There you have it. Just now is the act of desperation, because they can go for Tech 9 armor pretty much. That's what they can go for. I mean, I thought that Forest might go for the Galil. There it is. Okay, he will go for the Galil, and he does decide to go for a helmet. Not going to skimp. But this is now it. NiP, their back is to the wall, and Happy, he's already beating them up. He's got Alu down. Happy going to get caught out, though. Good flashes there for NiP to be able to return that frag and bring something back for themselves here.
Yeah, and he's going to give them the M4 as well, which is going to definitely help NiP. Exactly what they needed in this situation if they want to try and secure this round. But Envyus, they do seem like they are on point right now. They know exactly what's going on. And Smiths is going to walk straight through, and look at that, straight into Freiburg, but Freiburg gets the better of him. Shoxy on to Get Right. Shoxy gets 2. Kiyoshima's with the last 2 kills, and he locks it down at B. 16-11.
16-11, just dominant after that pause. Seems like whatever went through their minds there, that was what had to happen. They're happy probably with, you know, the Friday Night Lights speech, you know, just getting them all up and going. Like, now is the time that we have to step in. Double fist pump as well. I mean, there you go, man. They only give that out in special situations. Happy's not much of a fist bump guy. Actually, if you notice that, you know, he's not much of a fist bump. You know, he really does like to stay focused. Exactly. He's one of those guys like RPK, you know, for Titan.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, these guys that just like to zone in and stay focused.
All focus on the game, not on anything else. But what a great game that was. Fantastic. That pause was instrumental in helping Envyus secure that win, because they were just being bullied for a little while by NiP, and they didn't have an answer. They obviously had a talk, decided what their plan of action was, and they just locked it down from there on. 11-11, 16-11. It looked like we just saw a different team.
Totally, that reset was everything right there. Just hard reset. slow things down. And that's what really you have to do, and that's what NiP are also very good at doing. They're also very good at doing that live in rounds. You know, Forrest will step in and just say, okay, things are going to be a bit hectic here, guys, calm down, and then it's just that you can feel that level come down again. But this time around, it looks like, yeah, Envy, that pause, whatever, due to technical difficulty, I think they had something just, you know, sound messed up a little bit, but that was basically their ability, or their opportunity to slow things down, slow the heart rate, figure out what they had to do, and execute. Well, let's go ahead and hear now from the analysts to, you know, the result here on Dust 2. What do you think, Scoots Thorne and Richard Lewis and JW?
Thank you, Banks and Semler. All right, so Envy takes NiP's map, Dust 2. Let's chat about it. Your thoughts? Up 2-1.
Well, I mean, even though the score looked reasonably close, at times it was a competitive game. Envy, again, just had too much. They could win all the ecos. Again, this trend of them being amazing with, like, Tech9, CZ, they're still there. That's still a strength of theirs. I mean, a key thing that's kept them in these close games and given them a chance to win is that they're winning all the pistols, it seems, on these last 2 maps.
Every pistol,
And as I've learned from listening to casters, apparently teams need to win pistols. Apparently pistols are important to win. You know, there's a famous...
I had no idea about
I've got a
that,
famous
obviously.
quote for you, like, it's not that important that this team wins this pistol round. Said no caster ever in any match ever.
True
So,
story.
yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, it's a good point with the pistols. I think it was at 10-10. I think Envyus won an eco, and then I think NiP bounced back after that round, and then I think they won another eco to keep it tied up, and then obviously Envyus ran away with it. So, you know, hugely important rounds, and that's something actually that I haven't seen from a lot of teams. You know, maybe you could say that with the exception of your boys, obviously with the Rec 9 at the moment, you know, they're probably one of the best pistol teams out there, and that's been a huge factor in their play. I mean, they weren't able to decide, you know, 16-14 on Inferno, but that was so unbelievably close that maybe one more eco and we're already done and dusted, and your prediction does come true.
Suddenly not looking that far off. I mean, yeah, it was much more competitive than I would have said. I thought it would be a clean win for them in Inferno. Obviously, NiP pulled it out. Great props to them. But the other 2 maps, Envy's looking a step above.
Yeah, and I'll bring you in here because, I mean, you've sat here thinking, oh, they're going to do it, they're going to do it. It's not really been working out for you so far, brother.
No, I'm not that good at predictions, I guess.
He's much better at playing the game, for sure.
Keep topping.
But, yeah, I think, as you said, I think they lost it at 10-10 when they lost that eco. It's pretty devastating to lose an eco like in that tight match when you're coming back. And they managed to win the round after, as you said, but then again lost to an eco. And I think that eco loss was like the loss itself. Yeah, it was too much to handle pretty much. But I think it still was a pretty close game, and they might have won if they didn't lose those ecos. So.
It's been an awesome final, and no doubt, we're going to see some replays here.
I have to say, Alu played very well for NiP, actually.
Yeah.
He was absolutely fine.
Yeah, he was probably the best player.
This is what happened in Katowice, though. Ali turns up in the final, and he plays really well. Everyone's like, wow, Ali's great. But hang on, we've lost the game somehow. So why is... Well, I'll ask anyone.
Ask JW, he played against them.
Well, you know, why was Ali able to play well, but it wasn't well enough for NiP to win the game against you guys?
Yeah, it's very hard to say, really. I mean, in the game against us, Alu had an amazing game, but that time it was Forrest who didn't have a good game. So I think it was, I don't know if it's unlucky or how to say, but I mean, players, when one player step up, another player usually plays worse, but I think it's hard to like describe why, really. It's just, I think the others must just focus and do their job, I think.
It's crazy, you know, because it's like, I kind of feel with NiP at the moment, it's like they got rid of Makalele because they were like, oh, we need to get a change. So they do that and they feel more comfortable and they feel they've got this like matched personality with them. So they've got that right and that's in place. And he's playing well in the big games and arguably kept them in the tournament with his performance against Virtus Pro on that T side on Inferno. So that happens. But while that's going right, it seems that other things are going wrong. And that for me isn't necessarily a good sign, you know, because are you going to be able to put... Is it a causal thing? Like, is things going right for him a cause of the things going wrong in the team?
When I look at these wins that Envy's had, though, one of the key things is it's not like Shox is carrying every map. He's not like putting 30 frags down, but he still gets those impossible kills. Like some of his pistol kills are utterly insane here. He'll jumping headshot people, just come out and instantly first 2-bullet them in the head. Like you want to talk about NiP magic? There's a reason why Shox is undefeated against NiP in finals. It's stuff like this. Just one crazy kill like that on an eco round can totally turn that whole.
I thought it was quite funny actually, and hopefully you'll forgive me for bringing this to the table, JW. But JW was watching Shox play, and he just does all these weird, unpredictable things. And I thought, coming from you, a guy who's made a career out of just doing those weird, unpredictable things, it was really surprising.
It's like, this medicine, that's a bit bitter actually. It doesn't really go down that well, is it? Why am I making everyone drink this all the time?
But yeah, I would say though that his unpredictable things didn't work out as good as mine.
Well, of course not. You're the best, right?
There you go. So most tournaments, game's over.
It's over already, yeah.
You know, and Envyus wins 2-1.
Well, listen, if NiP somehow comes back, uses NiP magic and wins, I'm going to use that as my logic as to why I was right, because I would have actually predicted a best-of-3 tournament to be over already.
Yeah, and so
I would have won.
And I definitely want to ask you.
It doesn't matter. Don't keep score.
The house always wins.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, JW, as a player, you know, there is like we have been talking about it. I love this, right? You get to see the teams play on more maps.
JW's actually played 2 best-of-5 finals. He played at Face It in the finals of best-of-5 and Thrag
Yeah,
and he played both times against this team actually.
And before that,
once was iBad Power, but yeah.
And before this event, you know, it was announced, and people, I think a lot of people are fans of it. Again, we see more great CS, but there is a fan base contingent that kind of puts themselves in your position as a player. Because I wouldn't want to play 5 maps. That's long. Those maps won't be good at the end because I'm tired. I'm drained. Let's hear it straight from you guys. Like, what do you think about a best-of-5 versus a best-of-3?
I think it's great to play best-of-5s in the finals actually. Maybe that you have the final on a separate day, so that. But on the other hand, like we players, we play like 10 hours a day already. So I mean, we're used to it. It shouldn't affect anyone, to be honest, because that's what we do for a living, pretty much. So, but I think the matches are way better with best-of-5, and it's more exciting, and it's more maps, and you get to see like maybe a team play another team on a map they usually not play on. So I think it's only positive things with best-of-5s. And
again, probably a no-brainer question, but I would imagine that you're 100% behind a best-of-3 for group play versus the randomness of a best-of-1.
Yeah. Like if you go back to this group stage here, we won first map against NiP. They should have been out if it was a standard group play, but instead they are here in the final. So I think it's way better with best-of-3 because you take away that upset thing, pretty much. Like the better teams usually win in the end on a best-of-3.
Gotcha. And again, we're just wrapping up some highlights here. I've been asking these guys questions about OP guns and smokes and everything, so obviously I got a player here. Big talk now is not about the CZ anymore. It's about the Tech 9,
right? Ask a Fnatic player about that.
Yeah.
Do you want the internet to break, Scott?
I do. Let's do it. Let's talk about the Tech 9 a little bit. You think it's OP?
Yeah, it's OP. Like,
he knows.
He knows.
How would you?
It's over. The debate's over, Scott. He just said it. It's OP.
If it's nerfed, do you all just go back to the CZ?
He does.
I already played the C set, but I think some people would still play with it, but I don't think you would see that many rounds won because of it. So I think they should nerf it. I hope they nerf it. But yeah, people will. We wanted to get a nerf on it before the major as well. But what were I saying? People will always find a way to handle the gun, if you get what I'm saying. For me, example, I had the C set before, then I nerfed it, and I got bad. Nah, not really, but yeah, people will always find a way to master the guns, but it should have a nerf, of course.
And obviously, you were at the Masters, Major. Sorry, Valve always attends, and they tend to always try to talk to you guys. Was that because when I was at DreamHack, Winter, it was all about the CZ, right? And obviously there was all, the match fix and all that stuff. That stuff was talked about. But in that sense, like, did you guys like rally around this idea of like, Valve, please, Tech 9?
Yeah, I think most of the teams, or pretty much all the teams, talked to Valve, and I think all the teams mentioned the Tech 9.
What'd Valve say? With it, unless you don't want to get yourself in trouble.
I don't really remember actually. They talked about like they didn't really say stuff that they would do, but they are more interested in what the player think they could do, like nerf the fire shooting, like the power or the damage or how fast it is, or just the magazine, or like. So it's pretty different takes on that, and it will be interesting to see in then what they come up with.
Yeah, they're definitely much more listeners than like giving back. Oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. They just go, oh, interesting. Why do you think that?
And that's why the Tech Nine's now going to get 50 bullets.
Exactly. All right, thank you guys. We're going to take a quick break. Coming back, map 4, Cobblestone. I'll get your thoughts on that. It is Envyus's pick. So we'll guys see you in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, folks. Gfinity Masters Spring Event #1 of many coming, which is great, here in London, England. Again, joined by an illustrious panel, my man Duncan, Richard, and the world-famous JW from Fnatic. Thanks again for joining us.
I love it when Americans always remind us it's London, England, like so we don't think it's London, Ontario, you know. Yeah.
There's many. There's actually like a London. There's a London Bridge, Arizona, where I live, actually. So I had to clarify because like four people were watching from there, probably. Anyway. Let's talk about it. So Cobblestone,
after this,
Envyus is up 2-1. Cobblestone is their choice. You think it's over, right? I mean, your
and especially seeing them play on Cobblestone, like they seem like a pretty good team on that map. They seem to have a good feel for it. I mean, we saw they actually picked it, I think, against Cloud9. I'm trying to think if they did. I think that was their pick actually. So I'm assuming they're confident on it themselves. As far as I know, it was the first map against Cloud9, and they won convincingly. It was where Cloud9 went up like 6 rounds, and then they just came back. They won the half 9-6, and then they only lost 2 rounds after that. So I thought it was pretty impressive overall.
There it is. Yeah, it was their pick. Yep, absolutely.
It's not a map historically we've seen played a lot. The last time they played, this was actually the 3rd map of the MLG final, but that was the old Cobblestone. That was before it had been redesigned a bit. Actually, I want to ask JW a bit.
Yeah.
If someone's only played matchmaking like now on this new Cobblestone, or they've only watched it in this tournament, can you give like very basic sentence of like what's changed on it? What are the basic changes they made to it?
They pretty much changed like the whole CT mid, and they also changed adding a connection for T's in mid as well, so that you can run up the stairs and go faster to B or rotate between that.
Because that was a problem on the old map. You couldn't if you committed to a site, you couldn't really go to the other.
If you went to a site, you could never rotate to the other one. Okay. So they made rotations faster, and that's about it, I think.
Should teams be winning more T rounds in general?
I think it depends on the teams, of course, but yeah, it should be a lot more 50-50, I would say.
Your thoughts?
Well, look, JW, who's actually probably seems a little bit shy on camera, made a great point when we were.
Yeah, you should hear this guy
honestly,
off camera.
Swears
like a sailor.
Yeah,
nice.
Old man jokes. Red Eye will come in a minute and go like, does he swear like a sailor?
Someone's like, old man?
So, but anyway, look, he made a great point, actually, and that is that, we know there's a language barrier in the team at the moment with Arlu for NiP, and that they're having to make certain calls in English, and there isn't that fluidity when it comes to calling. Now, on Cobblestone, that's going to be absolutely lethal because it's very precise, because there's all these little points in the map, and JW was wondering if that was going to be a factor, actually, in NiP's downfall, inevitable downfall.
Well, especially if you've got
on this map.
When you've got a new map, it takes a while within the scene before people learn like a consensus on the names within teams, etc. But if it's a redesigned map, you even have to change the name positions, and so that's something people have always taken for granted. Actually, when we had that discussion about NA teams, etc., one of the things in that NA teams actually I think caught up on was having good nicknames for all the spots. Yeah, because I've heard certain teams who had like insane numbers of nicknames, and if you have more and more names for spots, your communication can be better. Because rather than just saying, "Oh, he's in mid," well, if you can literally say like he's in mid on this spot because you have a special name for it, they usually have special nicknames, then you can be even more specific with it. Like to give a weird side tangent, the famous Korean team, We Made Fox, those guys who solo, etc., they literally went to the level, this is what Koreans are like, where they labeled every spot by a number, and if you joined their team, you had to learn like 50 different numbers. Like, they're at 42. So they didn't have a name that reference, but they were that hardcore. It turned out We Made Fox were crap, though, like by international standards. That was like an example of Koreans coming in and not dominating. They were good. They were all right. They won a big tournament. They were all right, though. Okay. There wasn't a dynasty or a legacy there.
But again, back to the point about the language barrier. I did talk to Alu outside on the first day, and I was like, how's it going? And I brought up that exact question, and he absolutely confirmed. He's like, I'm still figuring out, do they call in English and they're less comfortable, or when they call in Swedish, I still have to process what they said before I can react to it. And that might not take that much time, but that's a couple footsteps towards a rotation and getting moving, right? Him going, whoa, go. And he says, as I learn it better, obviously that all goes away. And again, his English sounds pretty poor, actually. He was really slow with that. He was like, no, speak English. As I learn it, it's better. I had a translator next to me. And I think, like you said, Spanish, once that goes away as a problem, the better player can come out against, the debate between him and Makaleli.
Yeah, I really think so. Because like, especially on Cobblestone, there's so many like small positions. It will be super hard for him to call on that map, I think. Even we have lots of problems with that, I would say, because there's so many corners, there's so many like open spaces that people don't really name. So I really think, I hope that NiP can take the map so that we get to see a final map. But considering that, I think it will be hard, to be honest, and I think Envy might end this final.
Hang on.
Whoa.
We've turned him.
Flip, flop.
If we don't see the NiP magic here, I think
I've turned him. Get right. He said it too.
This is it. This is what analysis does to people. It breaks you down. You come in, you think you have an idea, and then you've got to present it to people, and then when you start looking stupid, you panic and you change. That's what's happening, Jay. You're a lot cooler when you're playing me.
I still think NiP will win, though.
What?
He's doubling down. He's doubling down.
Last minute detour.
doubling down, guys.
I think it's going to be really hard. I think Envyus are going to win, but actually I think NiP will win.
He's doubling down, guys. He's
Yeah,
doubling down. Okay.
I think that language barrier will be too much here.
Good. And we're glad you agree with us.
So you think NiP will win, but you think the language barrier will be too much?
No, he's going with Envyus. He's on our
Going with Envyus?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Envyus.
We've made a man of him. He's with us now.
You're with him.
And again, this might be the final map, so I know our wrap-up is going to be short if it's all said and done. I don't know if we're going to have much more time with you, but I want to ask you a question about maps, unrelated to this match. Valve just announced that they're taking Nuke out of the active pool for a while and putting Train in. First off, you guys haven't really been playing Train, probably at all. And your thoughts on, obviously, we all know Nuke is very CT-sided, but your thoughts on, does it need to be removed? Should it stay and maybe Train comes with it? But your thoughts on that whole idea?
I think it's a good idea to like take out the least played map and bring in a newer map. But I don't really see people playing that map more than the least played map, you know. But we don't even know if this new Train is playable yet.
Because nobody's using it,
exactly.
right? Yeah,
so nobody have played it yet, but I guess that's what Valve did with Overpass and Cobblestone as well.
Yeah.
And then they adjust it during the plays, I guess. But I think it seems to be a very aim-heavy map, the new Train. It's very open spaces, and a lot of aim will be needed, I think.
I'm sure you guys will be practicing boosts on it as well when it comes out a little bit.
Of course.
We have something planned.
Yeah, they're actually already working on it. They're already working on it. Don't kid yourself. All right, thank you, gentlemen. So again, let's get to map 4. It is, again, Envyus' pick. Semler and Banks, take it away. Map 4.
All right, thank you so much, Scoots. And glad to hear that we have, JW here for this discussion as well, because it's great to have, the player who's going to be able to give the opinion, because we can speculate all we want, right, as far as bringing in this map. But I think he hit it right on the nose there by saying, well, the way that it worked out last time, Cobblestone and Overpass, they just put it into the active pool and got feedback that way from the pro players. Why would they change that up? Why would they use a different approach? Just put it into the game, get the feedback, start adjusting the map, start tweaking it. What I do hope is that the change is made with enough time to prepare for the major, right? I think that's the most
important thing there, because if they just throw it out and then be like, okay, next week you got to use it. No, that's no way enough time. You've got to give them this time. And they want to prepare for it. They want to give us great games. If they don't give you time to prepare for it, then we're just going to end up with complete randomness.
Exactly, or we're just never going to see it at all, right? I mean, then it's just the risk. Do you leave it in the pool to get randomed into that third one? And just like with Cobblestone, if Cobblestone is left, Cobblestone gets picked. Don't know how that works. But Train probably going to be the same, right? If you leave it in there, you're going to be playing Train. I hope you you played with your Train set when you were a kid or something like that. You're used to the map.
You got to guess it. Train's my favorite map, man. I can't wait to see that be brought back in.
All right, well, talking about this now, I mean, it's a good point to be made as well as far as the communication is concerned, because Cobble is just a vast map. There's, and even now after the recent updates where they removed great swaths of the map, behind the bomb sites, etc., it's still a very big map with a lot of call-out names, with a lot of places, nooks and crannies that you have to be worried about, and that you have to be able to communicate immediately to your teammates. This guy is here. Don't go running past it, right? And a little bit of a communication barrier can be a problem, and that's something that NiP, have been dealing with. It seems like when you were able to listen in at Katowice, it wasn't too big of an issue, but Scoots makes the right point. That split second in CS, when we're talking about a game that's built off of fractions of seconds, that split second can cost you the round. So we'll see if that's going to play an impact here. I think the big thing is really just going to be, barring the communication. Can NiP just come into it and have that kind of performance like Forrest had, where it's just, snap on, get some headshots, and really land the kills? Because right now, what we're seeing from these teams isn't so tactically in depth. It's much more about just, we're going to impose our will on you. We're going to kill you. We're going to crush you, and that's it, right? Just brute force.
I'm interested to see how happy he's going to play on Cobblestone again. Look at him when we saw him before. He was just running away, being that lurker and causing so many problems for the other team. If NiP can't get that nailed down and work out what he's doing on a quick time, then this could quickly go in favor of Envy. And, well, we know what's going to happen then.
That's one thing that I'm not going to like call NiP out on, right? I don't think that NiP will make the same mistake that Cloud9 made, where they let Happy just get into connector 5 rounds in a row and never really did anything about it. Like that is not a mistake that NiP will make, right? They are a team. They're here as one of the best teams in the world because they can adjust on the fly. Because if that happens to them one round, they will make sure that it damn well doesn't happen the next round.
Yeah.
So that sort of thing I don't think is going to be the end of the world. What I'm more concerned about is just, will Force be able to hold long effectively with the help of Exist? Will they be able to lock down that A site with Alu? These are the kinds of questions that really need to come to the fore for NiP. But we're going to go into the knife round now to determine who's going to get the easier side, who's going to be able to start on that CT side. Well, actually, this is looking pretty one-sided already.
Envyus just going in and slicing their way to victory right now. Only Forest left, being hunted down. Hiroshima gets in. Envyus staying on the CT side as a shoot. Now, what I want to know here is, do you reckon we're going to see a double AWP setup come out from the CT side? Because with the map being so big, I really find it lends itself to that.
It does. It depends on, CT side, I think we would be able to see it because you can have those scenarios where you want to have an AWP up in A apartments and you want to have an AWP to hold long towards B, right?
Yep.
That new hallway that's been put in since the last update really just kind of funneling the terrorists through. If you can get an AWP there, we've even seen teams use SCAR 20s. Just if you can get something that can do massive damage right there, it can be deadly. But no, don't worry, guys. We're not live with the match yet. Not the fist around yet. But right, I would be surprised if with the likes of Forest and Alu, we don't see, if we don't see that play. The thing is, right now, before we can even get to that question, as far as NiP are concerned, are they even going to be able to get rounds on the T side? That's their big focus right now. And what are they going to throw at us here in this pistol round? So I think the buys here are going to tell us a lot. And quad Kevlar, single flash into smoke. Right. What do they have in mind? I wouldn't be surprised to see them gather up in B halls and try and bum rush B. That seems to be the case. They have the bomb already heading over there. Forest just magnificent with pistols. He's going to see if he can't get a pick elsewhere on the map, but here it is. NiP just taking over and just gathering up, and it does look like this is going to be the run and gun YOLO play.
Doxy now, look at this, pushing out very aggressively, and he's going to be able to call into the team, and look, they're going to get themselves nice and positioned ready for this B rush already.
4 already on B, right? Just because of the information that he's able to give. If they hang around much longer here, they actually have to worry about getting backstabbed by this guy, so this is big here. Shoxy just getting so much information for his team right now. Such a big play. He even spots out the man. It gets the headshot on Forest, and now this is going to force NiP's hand. NiP now have to make a decision. Where do we try and go and pick off Shoxy? Do we try and just go bum rushing onto the site? They have to know that Envy know that this is just a big play, but look at this. Another headshot coming in from Shoxy.
Shoxy doing phenomenal work there, getting all the information, picking up 2 kills as well. Obviously, Alu just finishing him off there, but look, we can see Envyus, they've reacted straight away. A couple of players back near to the A bomb site, but NiP still seem committed towards B. Are they going to come through now and actually come from behind? Yes, they are. Happy can hear all of it. There we go, MBK opens up, gets the kill onto Freiburg. Fantastic work from here. MBK gets a second as well. Happy though, look at him in a great position. Gonna spot onto, and he does get the kill there. Very nicely done by him. And Get Right does finally get taken down towards the end there. Envyus, fantastic pistol round.
Yeah, just perfect on all fronts there. And NiP as well, right? Trying to go off of the information that they got. Because for them, it's a mental image that's starting to unfold. If they have Shoxy in their rear, they know that if they can kill Shoxy, maybe they can catch Envy off guard. But then Envy are the ones who are trying to shift it up. NiP tried to slip through the gap and try and go towards that site where there would only be one guy after having killed Shoxy. So they tried to adapt, but in the end, Envy were just able to land all the shots that they needed to lock down these bomb sites.
Oh, here it's going to stand. We've got a couple of Tech-9s in play, P250s as well from NiP. Going to have to make the most of it, but MBK's got the Mag 7 in hand, looking to do some damage, and he's heard them drop down. He's just going to wait for them to come round to him. And look at that Hiroshima. He's picking up the kills as well, and it's just demolishment from Envyus. Perfect round, flawless from them. 2-0 up straight away, and good money.
Oh yeah, good money. Silly amounts of money going into the bank there for Envy. 3 shotgun kills. That is a stupid amount of money to be playing off of. I mean, that's an option. That's a real option now. Because now, I mean, even Shoxy, you know, he's skimping. I'm expecting Shoxy to go for an AWP. That's what he's been doing. He takes it up into the A halls, starts to control that space where NiP are right now. You know, Shoxy's going to be looking to get picks there earlier. Happy now actually spots one man go by, spots all of them, and now he has to back off. He has to play the waiting game and just hold this angle. Great HE there, doing massive damage, and so far he's doing a very good job. Shoxy looking for the flank, and he's going to be there to save the day as well.
And look at this from NBK. He's got one already. Trying to fire off. Oh, he gets another one with the Mag 7. Shoxy comes round as well. And Envyus looking so dominant, so confident. And we're only on round 3.
Yeah, just look at that money. 8,600 on Shoxy. We're 4 rounds in. And just a stupid bank going up on Envy. Now, does Smiths hold on to this? Yeah, okay, get rid of that upgrade to the FAMAS. Not too worried about NBK sticking with the Swag 7 because there are certain positions on this map where you can get up close and really hold on to those. I think NBK actually, no, he did not miss his smoke. That is actually a really neat smoke.
We just keep seeing great smokes from these guys.
Yeah. Clearly, Envy have put the time in to prepare. This is just clear. This is work right here. This is work. This is sitting on the map and finding all the little angles to get the smoke to do exactly what you want it to do.
Oh, and look at that. Forest there just pushing out. Kiyoshima is going to get the first kill, though, onto Exist. And, well, Ninjas in Pajamas are one man down already early on. Get right here, pushing around. He's going to try and find the opening. He needs to get this kill. He needs to even up the board. But look, they're waiting and ready for him. Oh, and he gets 2 of them. Huge for Get right now. And Freiburg has opened up onto Shoxy, leaving it in at a 4 versus 2. Envyus did not expect that.
No, certainly not. This is so important for NiP as well. This is going to break the momentum that Envy have managed to get together, and there you go. I mean, Kiyoshima just trying to make something happen with a little pop flash there. It backfires on him, and then he literally gets shot in the face. So nothing going right here for Envy this round. Just great openings here for NiP. And Happy, all by his lonesome, walks into Forest. Crosshairs, of course, not going to miss a shot like that. And NiP, this is the first step towards victory for NiP. Because, okay, they lost the pistol, but they needed to win. They needed to win that 4th round bye. So now all of a sudden, Envy, all that money, it's a good thing that they got so many shotgun kills because they need to spend all of it now to get re-equipped.
And look at this, the double orb setup. We've got 1 on Smiths, 1 on Shoxy. This could be dangerous for NiP. If they get to leave themselves just hanging back a little bit too much, they're going to be completely taken advantage of. And Shoxy right now is just scoping round, playing quite aggressively here. Will he have heard that? Oh, when he wedged to take the shot, but couldn't quite make it. Dropped down to 58 health, and he's got no armor. He's got to be careful.
Am I seeing things, or did he actually tag up Freiburg? I don't think he did. I don't think Freiburg's playing over there. But that was something special, all right. Shoxy getting out of there in one piece is big. NBK playing in the drop-down room, takes out Get Right. Hard to do. Get Right is a master of that position.
Right now, Forest onto Shoxy. That's going to take 1 AWP out of the game, but they've still got to worry about Smiths. Happy, though, look at this. Comes around just at the right time, takes down Forest. Envyus do seem to be regaining a little bit of control, but not if Freiburg can help it. Taking down Happy, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Currently, Envyus being forced to push back a little bit here. They're on the bomb sites, and NiP are working their way up right now.
Fantastic flashes, though, to delay this push. Now this has bought valuable seconds for Envy to get into position to start holding things off. Freiburg saw them go jumping, so he knows that an extra man is down on that site, but NBK manages to clean up one. That's Freiburg being taken out there. But a great HE comes in from Alu. Smith returns with the AWP, drops the bomb carrier in front of him, and applies the pressure. Gets that smoke down, and now it's time for a hard decision here. Does Alu actually go walking through? And they are actually going to trade places. Alu doesn't realize. Oh!
Literally just a waiting game. Only a few seconds left on the clock.
And there it is.
Alu gets the better of him. Smith does go down, and very nice there, but that was so touch and go.
That was so close. And that must have been just that half-second hesitation there, some kind of timing, some kind of sixth sense kicked in for Alu for him to realize that Smith was in there lurking. But what a play from Alu. That's the kind of clutch play that he needed to pull off there. Perfectly done. NBK once again setting up a different smoke, as we can see. Goes gliding down to stop any kind of early rush onto long.
So
and instead,
effective.
Look at how closely they're going to be working in here. Already turning to the boost, but Get Right is savvy. Get Right is waiting, and he is not going to allow that to pass.
Yeah, Get Right getting the early kill, and that's just what they needed. Spamming through that smoke that NBK dropped down earlier on as well, and wow, Exist taking off Kiyoshima. This is going in favor of NiP right now, but obviously it is the eco round for Envyus, and they are just going to be hanging back here. Oh, Alu just scratches the edge of Smiths there, getting him down, and Get Right's got to be careful. His head is poking out. NBK's trying to get better of him, but he can't quite make it, and it's going to be all up to Shoxy in a 1v5.
Oh, and Forrest has been taking notes. This is Semphasis' spot. And there you go. Shoxy knows where that spot is now because he actually went into a duel earlier with Semphis, and now he knows, okay, if I get shot from there, I kind of know where, but you really can only see the guy's shoulder there. So it's a really tricky position to be trying to pick off. I mean, I think the Shoxy would get a little bit frustrated there because he didn't have that AWP. But that's behind them now. Envy, now it's all about resetting. They've got 5 rifles here, decent nades on their side, but no sniper rifles. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. They're going to have to adjust a little bit as to how they approach this. You know, taking this peak here is very hard because now they have to worry about Alu just waiting, lurking, holding this angle. But in the meantime, 2 kills coming in, 3 kills coming in for Envy, and that's a big deal. NiP just got eviscerated in the space of 3 seconds.
And I was almost worried there because I saw Alu picked up the AWP. I thought this was going to cause some real damage to Envyus. But look, they're just handling it so well. Alu's not even been spotted. Forrest does take down NBK. Alu is trying to fire off shots there towards the middle area, but can't make anything of it yet. Envyus have got complete control right now.
And now this isn't about like strategy. This is literally about just trying to work together as a unit, potentially set up for trade kills. You can see that they're gathering up together now. So if they can actually manage to catch Kyoshima off guard here, this could be a big opportunity for NiP. And we have to see if Force is going to check right, and he does, but not too fast enough. Kyoshima takes the shoulder peek as well. He's going to set up that HC. Alu gets dropped down to 66, forced into the corner, and then sprayed down mercilessly. Free AWP for Kyoshima in the mix. Thank you for that party favor.
Yes, that was a flawless round from Envyus. Very well played from them. NiP just got picked apart one by one. Even when they were regrouping up there, it was just them trying to survive, and Envyus had complete control. NiP have been able to buy up fully. Again, they've got the AWP up on Alu. This time Smiths will be holding the AWP for Envyus, and MBK's opted for the FAMAS in play, but look at this. Alu just being very cautious here, checking every angle, but he is out on his own currently. The rest of his team are towards B.
They've changed up the positioning here as well. Smith's now with that AWP, not holding close. He's definitely holding at the back of the side by Chicken Hut, but the smokes are going to go down here. Very nice lob there by Forrest to set it up, and the aggression catches Kyoshima off guard. This is all down to Smith now to land the shots, and he's not going to get it. You can wallbang through here, so this is a high-pressure situation, and he's only going to get 1 frag out of it before getting taken down by Forrest.
Yeah, couldn't quite make it work from there. MBK spamming off with the FAMAS. Throws up a flash, trying to bide some time. The bomb has been planted now. Oh, and Alu does get the better of MBK there. Get right taken down by Shoxy. 3 versus 2. Envyus are under a little bit of pressure here. The bomb has been planted and they are just out of position. Happy trying to get the kill there. Couldn't quite finish off Freiberg. Finds him exactly, finally gets the kill. Looking for the other players. They have an idea of where they are. Can't quite make it yet. Just staying so defensive. Shoxy gets another one, but it's now a 1v1 and he's just too far away. That bomb's ticking too fast. And NiP are going to easily secure this round.
That was some fatalism there, you know, by Shoxy. He's like, if I'm going out, I'm taking you with me. He just realizes there's no way he's going to get out of there in time.
I'm going to stay. I'm going to deal with it. Just to try to get the kill.
This is a real problem for Envy. I'd almost say that this is calamitous because now it's going to force them to put their backs to the wall again early in this half. But you can see where their money is at. It's just like, okay, Shoxy has enough for a glass cannon AWP, but then it's like 2 CZs, very limited nades. It's not a lot for Envy to work with here. So whatever. Oh, and look, they're going for this boost. This is very clever stuff here. Shoxy, he's like, okay, I'm not going to take the usual peek. Instead, I'm going to spot you out, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't react in time, and he doesn't get the read.
Literally just needed a couple more seconds there for him to move around, and Shoxy could have picked him off. Just holding it, hoping that he's going to walk in front of him, and yes, that's exactly what they needed. Envyus get the first kill onto Forrest there, but look where Fireback's got himself. He does take down Shoxy, and that's going to just do a reply trade for him. Nicely done, and once again, Get Right playing his position. Trying to look to see if we can find any of the CTs there. Nice and slow play as it stands, and just holding that perfect angle. Happy does manage to get Freiberg down though, so currently a 1-man advantage in favor of Team Envyus right now.
Envy really playing very carefully. Look at the not peeking. NBK could have very well peeked into that crosshair, but instead holds his ground, decides to shift it up. They're going to rotate back over to the A site, and this push begins. Get Right getting overwhelmed by Smith up close with that CZ-75, and Kyoshima, he's alive on the site, and he just has to stay alive. All he has to do now is go for the shoulder peaks, but he decides to take the fight straight up. He's got the rotation coming in as well from his teammates, but it is unnecessary in the end. He does the job solo, gets all the frags, and there you have him right there in all his glory.
cool, calm, and collected. That looked like easy work for Kirishima right there.
Yeah, that definitely looked like, you know, just clocking in,
Yeah, he's
clocking
like,
out.
I've done it, done my job, happy with that.
That's
5 for
fantastic.
4. Envyus are just 1 round ahead at the moment against NiP. Now, still, the money's not the best situation for them, but NiP will be on the eco. Envyus need to capitalize on this and just need to hold on to as many weapons as possible. Nice angle by Happy. They gets the nade in. Doesn't do too much damage, though. And NiP will be running straight into Shoxy. He gets 1, gets 2. Yes, he gets the 3rd, but finally taken down by Freiburg. MBK also did get rid of Get Right, so it's all going to be up to Freiburg.
Got the bomb. He's got a FAMAS to play with now as well, but that was some excellent spray control from Shoxy and good information as well from Happy. That's what it's all about, communication. Shoxy could have very well got flanked right there before Happy could have reacted. But there's the peek, and NBK just takes Freiburg off the map. Got a solid hold there and a good reaction from Happy. That's what it boils down to right there. Shoxy keeping his cool with the spray and Happy with the quick communication. But look at this, actually, this is a bit of an interesting buy. Does he have the AWP? No, Alu's just going straight Tech 9. Okay, then.
Interesting choice by NiP. No AWP to combat the AWP of Shoxy right now. I really want to see NiP just try and get straight into one of these sites right now. Every round taking it so slow at the moment. Freiburg's getting the first kill of this round. Trying to continue it, spamming through that smoke, but Envyus, nicely done by Smith. Does tag Alu down to 30 health there, but not the man with the weapons in his hand.
Exactly, that's a little bit unfortunate, right? You would much rather do the damage to somebody holding an AK or a Galil. But NiP right now, they did get the entry, and this is just slow, patient work from them. They know they have the advantage, and they're just looking to grind out the round. Unfortunately for them, you cannot wallbang through that, but Exist decides to get the job done when Kirishima takes a sidestep and peeks into a 4, or rather a 5-on-3, but then Happy does make it a 4-on-3.
And this is it. Smith needs to hit the shots. They are coming towards him. They're going to be pushing him nice and fast. It's coming from all directions, and Exist gets the better of him. It's now up to MBK. He gets one with the Molotov. Now another one with the FAMAS. Can he hold? Can he do this for his team? It's in a 2v2 right now. He's got to wait for Happy to come and back him up.
That's the waiting game now. 28 seconds, and NiP are making use of every single one of them. They know that they can play the time a little bit and wait for somebody to get antsy, and that's it. NBK, as soon as he starts questioning things, walks right out into the open and gets punished for it. Happy now, the last man alive here with 50 HP in a 1v2, but NiP, this is not a situation that they should be able to lose, and they take that fight and win it. So, NiP right back into the mix here. This has, again, just been the theme of this grand final. So close. Each and every round is just down to the wire, and it's always an exchange, just back and forth. Apart from the one exception, I suppose, on Cash, right? But
we'll ignore that.
We'll ignore that one, right? You know, just so it looks pretty and fits nice, and you know, I can just say that, you know, this is just so close.
Well, 6-5 in favor of Envyus still, but NiP picking up that last round. Crucial round for them as well. Still, now they've opted just for AKs once again. See Alu struggling with the money. Doesn't really have too many grenades either. And, well, Exist is going to get boosted up there. Envyus, they've got to hold this B-bomb site just a little bit better.
Now, this really has been where NiP have been focusing their attention, just B site. But the shots that you have to hit sometimes to hold off that B site push are so difficult, especially if you're behind the pillar on that B site. You know, it's like a cat push on Dust 2, you know, towards that A site, right? You just need to lock onto the head. Exactly. You just need to lock onto the head and, you know, pull the trigger, and it's very difficult to do. So NiP taking advantage of that. They are definitely not afraid of taking these fights in the end.
Oh, the spray off there between Forest and Happy. Forest does get the better of Happy there. It's going to give them the one-man advantage, but again, a very slow and steady round from NiP. And look where the bomb is currently. They looked like they were going to go B, kind of trying to fake out Envyus. They've got 3 towards the B bomb site right now, and look at that. Shoxy opens up on the Forest, comes in with a reply frag, but it looks like they're going to try and push onto this A site, but they're going to try and get Shoxy down first. Existo making his way. He's in B all alone. Playing the Lone Ranger for now, but Alu straight onto MBK. It's going to be all up to Kirishima and Shoxy. Shoxy, though, only down on 22 health in a tricky situation right now.
Get right has to be very careful, but there's the instant headshot coming around that corner from Shoxy. Excellent work from him, trying to reposition himself. But they're not aware. I mean, does Kirishima know that somebody is flanking him right now? It seems like it. He's worried, and just that timing, he still manages to rectify the spray and find the headshot in the end, but he was caught mid-air there at the beginning, so that could have gone either way.
Yeah, they are going to be saving it now. Probably the best decision they can make, because they just got completely caught off guard by just fully focused and committed with another B push, and then NiP just turned it around on him.
Both of these teams should be fairly low on money right now, so the fact that, yeah, it's like they now have a bit of bank on NiP's side, so they're going to spend a lot of that right now, actually, having to re-equip their players, but the ones who are really hurting are Envy. They are so low right now, so these two rifles can make a world of difference. It's excellent that Envy were able to hold on to it.
Well, interesting buy for Envyus. They've got the guns coming in for the M4 and the AK that was saved over, Season 75, P2000 and the USP. Gonna see what work they can make of it. Maybe just try something a little bit more risky here because NiP, they're just playing so slow. I'd like to see Happy get back on the board and kind of push them out a little bit.
Right now, really, it is the waiting game. So very careful. And NiP as well, just holding the angles. And this is very difficult, you know, when you want to think about pushing. When NiP aren't showing anything at the beginning of these rounds, you know, where exactly do you go? They really are focusing quite a bit on this A site right now, or this B site rather. Right now, Envy leaving one rifle alone, but Kiyoshima needed to hit that shot, boosted because of it, but Exist, he manages to tag him first, and now man advantage here for NiP, and once again setting up the smokes for the B push.
Brilliant smoke coming out from Exist there. They're not pushing onto the site just yet. They're keeping it back, holding back. NBK has managed to pick up the gun that Kiyoshima dropped, but he can't do anything with it. Exist gets the better of him. Smith gets one kill. Can he get another? No, he's shot in the back by Exist. Happy does manage to get a kill on to Get Right. It's 3 versus 2, currently in favor of NiP. Exist is doing damage right now. 4 kills on the board for him.
Shoxy on the hunt. NiP at this point, though, they know it's a 1v3. They can afford to give up one frag trying to peek these angles, and there you go. Exist so low, he gets taken out, but the time that it takes Shoxy to get that kill, always able to step out into the open and find the headshot first. So there it is, NiP passing ahead in rounds here over Envy on their T side. This is just a huge lead for NiP, actually, because Envy should be expecting to shut this down at around 10-5, 9-6 at the most. The fact that NiP, now the best case scenario for Envy is they have to win the remaining 2 rounds, and even then, 8-7, it's far too close for comfort.
Yeah, it's going to go right down to the wire once again between these two teams. The recurring theme of these series.
Good information gained there by Get Right, however. NBK just playing incredibly passive over here. Not wanting to give anything away. Going for a bit of the pre-fire, but now we have to see exactly how things are going to shape up. Looks like Get Right wants to just set up to be able to actually start moving in here, but the flash is going to catch him. It's going to take a little bit more time with it, but just look at how incredibly patient NiP are playing right now. Not giving anything away.
Yeah, no one's taking that risk at all. No one's going to risk anything. They want to just stay completely hidden. They know they need to get that one-man advantage. But Smiths, I think he's in a good position here. And oh, he does not manage to get that shot. Finally does open up though and kill. Get Right. Oh, he's quickly taken down by Exist. A straight reply, 1-for-1 this entire time.
Exactly right. Force is going to have to check left if he wants it to. I mean, he's checking for Henhunt right now, but he is going to get taken out by NBK. Perfect shot there by NBK. They line up for him. He nearly takes out all 3, and they just get bogged down here at the edge of long. NBK with the headshots everywhere, and the last man standing for NiP will get revenge for his fallen mates, but this is now going to be a 1v3 scenario here for Freiburg with 20 seconds left, and he's about to walk into 2 members of Envy.
Freiburg got to be very careful right now, make the most of it with 20 seconds on the clock. He gets shut down by Shoxy. Very strong round from Envyus, but NBK instrumental in that with huge free kills.
That's where, when you're on and you just start lining them up, he catches them in that gap as well, so he can get more of a body shot. If you can get them before they get to the low wall, where then you're really only aiming for the head, you know, it's that easier shot, and he manages to just draw that line that NiP cannot pass. So well played there by NBK, just stopping NiP cold. And this actually forces NiP into a bit of an awkward buy situation for the last round here of this first half. Pistols on 3, rifles on 2, somewhat limited nades. Right now, I mean, just this slow, steady pace has really paid off for NiP. Again, just taking the time.
Oh,
that
look
peak.
at that. Drop down to 6 health already. Get Right's not going to be happy with that. NBK getting the better of him, and Smith's coming in to finish him off. Oh, and he comes around. Alu, though, does fire back with a Tech 9, taking down NBK. But they need to try to get their hands on some of these weapons.
Yeah, they know, and they're going to use that smoke, exactly. They're going to use that smoke to be able to drop down in there and maybe snake one away. But Smith is here to try and hold that angle. He takes them quite a bit of damage, actually. Drops down to 40 HP. That should open things up here for Exist to be able to work his way forward and actually pick up one of these guns. Alu can come in behind him as well. An M4, an AK, this is great armament here for NiP to be picking up.
It's taking these calculated risks right now. They're in a 4v4. It's just checking every angle once again, making sure he's going back to where he's previously been. He doesn't want to get caught off guard. Kiyoshima knows the information right now. He knows they're not around there anymore.
But look at this misinformation, in fact, being sold here by NiP. They're making noise over at A. Envy have bought into this. They've circumnavigated the bomb. I mean, Shoxy is going to be able to take out Freiburg, but there's still a man lurking in mid, and in the meantime, the bomb is getting planted at B site. Envy are going to be scratching their heads, wondering what is going on. Forrest with the headshot on Shoxy certainly isn't going to help things. He gets caught in the crossfire, but these are valuable seconds that are ticking off the clock.
Yeah, that bomb is going to be ticking very fast by the time they get to an Exist coming to open up, but does get shot down by Kiyoshima. We're now in a 1v1. It's Alu versus Happy. It's the last round of the first half, and look what Alu's doing. Smart, sneaky man right now. Oh, and look at that. Completely destroyed. Very easy round for Alu there. So smart.
Look at him, man. He's just so calm and collected. Alu is definitely that kind of player who does not show emotion. I mean, he'll go for the fist bump every now and again. But coming out of those situations, you'd think, your heart's pounding and you're just totally wired. But it just looks like it's any other day.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Not phased at all.
I mean, he's had 2 big clutch rounds actually throughout that first half, at least 2 that we can remember, right? So I mean, he has made an impact here for NiP so far. It's Envy now who are just under an enormous amount of pressure actually, because they're the team that's in the lead. They have the 2-1 lead. They just need this one map to secure the title. But they've basically bungled their first half, and now have to just come up with a magical T-half to really, go out and close it in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, they need to have the most amazing T-half of their lives on this map, and it's probably going to take some time just to kind of think and plan, because I guarantee you their CT half didn't go to the plan they made originally.
Now, what I'm wondering is what kind of style are they going to approach it with? Because, Cash is all-out aggression, 4 guys running all over the place. Dust 2, more of the same. Are we going to see that kind of just all-out pressure coming out here from Envy, or is it going to be more of the slow, sedated pace that NiP set in the first half? Freiburg does not like plants. Apparently, he doesn't like animals. He doesn't like plants. Man, this guy.
Bad manner.
Yeah, man. It's a good thing there isn't a fly in the But here we have it already, just the group rush coming through towards the A side with that bomb. They have the lurker as well. Happy, he's just waiting in connector, listening to see if they're going to go by. Will NiP make the mistake of letting him backstab them?
It's all being a little bit fast to start off with, and look at that get right. Catches on to Happy. We spoke about it before and we said they know that it was happening, and look at this. Freiburg, huge USP shot. 1 kill. Tries to get the second, but shut down by MBK there. NiP on the back foot just a little bit. They've got to try and get a couple more kills here. Happy still playing around, but Forrest comes in to shut him down. MBK jumping up with that Glock. Doesn't want to take the risk. Got the burst on go. Bomb has been planted now. 3 versus 3, but Envyus, the healths are deteriorating very fast.
The problem here is that they don't have the best crossfire, but Shoxy able to give some support to MBK. MBK buying valuable seconds here, and Shoxy with the second kill takes out Forrest. 1v2 now, and it's down to Get Right. Can he clutch it now? Can he pull an Alu? Shoxy's going to get caught, and now the last man alive. Smith's just pinned down on this site, and he has to play Ring Around the Rosies with the hut, but Get Right is just so close to taking him out time and time again. Walks up and gets the job done, but he doesn't have the time for the defuse. Envy will be picking up the second round here. This incredibly important T-side pistol.
Incredible round there. Envy has played it so smart for time. Low on health compared to NiP. Shoxy coming up huge, pretty much protecting MBK there towards the end. And
yeah. That kill right there, MBK should have been a goner.
Yeah.
That guy dropping on him, that should have been it, but Shoxy just slapped that aside. And the other hero here is actually Happy. He cost NiP valuable time by forcing them to come back and deal with him to make sure that he wouldn't be able to backstab them. Yeah. So that was very big there by Happy. Shoxy putting the pressure on there, not expecting a second man. He goes for the reload. Matchmaking stress.
And Shoxy does pick up both kills there with the UMP. Got to deal with the rest of NiP though, but it's going to take him a little bit of time to react. And look at this once again. Happy just going for his little lurking situation, trying to find people. He's going to see Exist. Oh, and Exist does some damage onto him. Going to lose to Galil now, and it's not the ideal situation that Envyus wanted.
And Exist is still here. What? Oh, there's the HE touchdown nade. Kiyoshima's going to be able to get that plant. 2-on-4 scenario here, 5-7 and P250 in hand for the remaining members of NiP, and they are trying to close in on this. Shoxy's actually going to go for the hunt. He just goes in for the full-out run and gun. Doesn't see the second man, however, and he is going to get caught out. Get right doing the damage, but the second ump comes into it, and Smith will clean it up. Envy just keeping the pressure up.
Yeah, Envy was looking very confident right there, and another round on the board from this is what they needed. This is the start they needed for their T-half. But it's all going to come down to that all-important gun round, and, well, they need to have the master plan in order to take NiP down and try and close this out 3-1.
Exactly right, and we're going to see that in the 19th. But for now, Envy continue to go with the anti-eco strats, essentially, double ump. I mean, Shoxy, that's $1,200 that he just spent right there, you know, so it's not that big of a deal. You know, $1,200, and I think he bought like a flash and aid, or flash and a smoke, and Kevlar, I mean, not a big investment for him, but he is sitting on some pretty big cash right now.
And look at Happy once again, all on his own, trying to do the damage. He is getting shot down. There's got to be so careful. And he is taken down by Forrest. They will grab his Galil. It's not worked out from the past 2 rounds. They've got wise to it. Well, we're looking at what Get Right's going to do here now. And they've got into this A bomb site, but they are kind of surrounded. Smith comes up with the UMP. Freiberg, nice position, but Shoxy gets the better of him, jumping once again. Get Right takes him down though, and that's with the reply. Got the UMP, can he make it work? Kiyoshima shuts him down, and now it's all up to the last member of the CT side. It is Alu. He's got a Galil though, and woo!
Yeah, woo is right.
Didn't expect the mid-air jump headshot there.
Dialed in. You can see Kiyoshima there on your screen, as well as Happy sitting to his left. The mastermind and the lurker.
And it's just not phased at all. It's just Corp did it.
They got to be dialed in right now, both of these teams. That was also a very solid round coming out of NiP. Far too much damage taken by Team Envy. I'm sure that they're glad that they got all those UMP kills. That's bonus money going into their pockets. But here we go. The aggression coming out from Envy, and NBK is able to catch Freiberg out early. This is a big kill, and you can already see the reaction from NiP. They're starting to funnel closer to that A site. Do Team Envy commit?
Oh, and Get Right should have got the kill there, but Kiyoshima got the better of him. Tries to get a warp shot from Alu. He's just not working. NiP are not hitting the shots right now. And Envy, they're just starting to walk all over him. Only Forrest and Exist left. And, well, they've got to take on 5 members of Envyus right now, and it's not likely to happen.
It is definitely far from it now. The first concern for them is, can we actually hold on to our guns? And it's not going to be the case for Exist. Is Forrest going to be any luckier here? Is he going to have any more luck? I mean, Shoxy's about to jump into connector, and there you go. Forrest gets it, but he gets headshot in the process, and that's certainly not going to help things for him. Life expectancy drops to 0 as Happy catches him before that smoke goes up, and Envy will now have full control. But that's the ideal situation here for Envy. This is now real fear that's starting to set in for NiP, because they've given up the pistol, they've given up the first buy round. This is where the real danger sets in, where Envy can start rolling, because Smith, Kiyoshima, these guys are sitting on near $10,000 in the bank. It's a nightmare for NiP to have to break that.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of work, and NiP are going to have to come up with something special here. But Envyus, they're just on a roll right now, and we were worried about what they're going to do on the T side. Well, so far it looks like they've got it solved, and they've just got to not make any silly mistakes right now. Shoxy jumping around with that UMP once again, just using it to his advantage, trying to scout out there. And look at that MBK straight away with the reply. Does return the frag onto Forrest. Smith's getting Get Right there. And look, NiP falling down, but Alu comes in, does get 1 kill. Won't be able to go for the gun just yet, but Smith is on very low HP. If he can get round there, he might be able to pick up the kill and turn this into NiP's favor. Nice use of the Molotov, though.
I like that Molotov. That is very good. Without the Kevlar, you're going to take far too much damage trying to run through that. So that's going to buy valuable seconds here. Alu just waiting, goes leaping in, grabs that AK. He now has the tools necessary, but Happy hits the perfect timing to ruin his hopes and dreams. Alu, it's not happening, man. Go back to the forest.
It's all up to Exist now, and Happy will come and find him, finish him off, take it to 12-8, and look at this for Envyus now. They've got a 4-round lead. This is potentially the last map here at Gfinity, and, well, Envyus, they're looking in good form on this T side.
They are. They're starting to get that confidence, that momentum going their way. Smith actually stays with the ump. Not sure if I agree with this decision. When you're sitting on so much money, just drop it, get an AWP, get a rifle. I mean,
I kind of see what they're doing because they're utilizing it in a way where they can just push forward and not worry about losing a weapon on its own. But I agree with you, it just needs to upgrade now. And look at NiP, they've just come so dominant just when it was required. Everyone's being dropped right now, and it's all up to Smiths. He does manage to get the kill on to Get Right. He's being found by Freiburg, though. Doesn't have the bomb, and he's only got his UMP, and this is where the issue comes in.
And that timing just does not work out for Freiburg either. All of that spray, 0 kills. But this is Envy just getting slammed by NiP. Envy trying to go for the 4-man push, you know, just the push, right? Get into mid again, just try and catch NiP off guard. But this time around, NiP were clearly prepared. They had that crossfire there to lock down that section of the map, and that's everything going according to plan for NiP. There's nothing really apart from just, you know, them hitting the shots in that scenario.
Smiths had 14k there. Money's not going to be an issue for these guys, but that previous round, NiP desperately needed that, and they bought their A game. Can they make any more of it right now? Full buy from Envyus, and look, all AK is a much smarter decision this time round.
Yeah.
Forrest, though, in a very good position. Oh, and he doesn't get... Oh, and he fluffs the shot against Shoxy. Shoxy gets the better of him, and now it's going to be up to Exist to try and stop this rush just a little bit. Hold it off. MBK onto Existo. Get Right is the man of the moment. He's going to be the one to try and take control of this bomb site while he waits for the rest of his team to come towards him. Oh, and Kirishima rips off his head. Absolutely fantastic work, and Happy's being allowed to sneak round. Fantastic shot from Alu, though. Can he do anything more with it? 48 health. They know exactly where he is, and he's heard the noise. MBK, he looks for it. MBK gets the better of him. Nice shot by MBK, but well played. Alu, he was so on the ball, he knew exactly what was happening, and he just couldn't make it work.
Right now, I'm wondering if NiP, they're having flashbacks, you know, to Cologne, all of a sudden Kirishima running around corners, taking people's faces off with the AK. It's just like nightmares, you know, they close their eyes, and it's just this slideshow going in front of them. I mean, right now, that is a real problem, because NiP are quickly running out of rounds, and because of just them winning a round and then losing a round, it's forced them into this position of, well, we're going to take a risk, we're going to go for a buy, but we really don't have much gear to back this up.
Yeah, and if they drop this round now, that could be all she wrote. It's going to be some very tricky situations. Freiburg trying to do the spam here against Kirishima there. Nicely done, does 30 bits of damage, but not quite enough to get the kill. Oh, but Alu, this is what you were looking for. Gets the shot onto Shoxy there, and MBK's replying to get rid of Exist. It's 1-for-1 trades right now, but Freiburg still only on 2 health, and MBK comes straight into the B-bomb site, opens up Forest, and now look at Get Right. He's only got the 5-7 in his hand, but he's got to make this work. He's getting up close and personal. This is what you need. Freiburg's gone down, but Get Right, he's already given his position away, and MBK takes off his head. That's not what they needed. It's all up to Alu. Alu gets 1. He's still on 100 health. He's got the AWP in hand. He's playing it smart, but look at that. Happy takes him down. 14-9, and it looks like Envyus have put NiP in the situation that they could only hope was never going to happen.
Exactly right. Now it's just NiP having to go for a force. I mean, it's either force or do they have the courage to eco? They're going for overtime. They are going for overtime. This takes a lot of courage.
Hey, NiP magic. That's all it's got to come down to now.
Wow, okay then, NiP. They go for the clay. I mean, this is a very big boost, and this is all the mind game. This is the mind game. They're trying to draw Shoxy into this, but Shoxy picks off Alu, checks to make sure the second man isn't there, but does not hit the spray. Kirishima, in the meantime, is taking out Get Right, and Happy has found Exist, but the remaining 2 members, they know where they are. Shoxy spotted them, so Envyus should be able to get this bomb plant on the B site fairly easily here.
Yeah, just Freiburg and Forest remain. The bomb will comfortably go down on the B side, but they have left Smiths a little bit undefended at the moment. Oh, nice shot from Forest, waiting for Kirishima to come around the corner. If Freiburg can now pick himself up a weapon, but nope, Happy's not going to let that happen. So it's just going to be Forest trying to hold on to this and take it through to the next round, and they really are just going to have to go for all out for this overtime.
Exactly, that's it. It's now going to have to be 6 rounds in a row for NiP on the CT side, and all for the back of a force buy.
There's no other team, I think, in the world that could do this right now and put such a risk on it. Only NiP can play for this kind of situation right now.
Forrest is in an ideal situation here. He should be able to hold on to this AK as well. That means so much for his team. When they're broke the way they are, having an AK, a free rifle, could make all the difference in the world. That means somebody with full gear, the nades, the Kevlar, the kit, they're going to have everything at least on one person in NiP. But we have to see what kind of buy they're going to be able to cobble together here.
Envyus potentially 1 round away here from being the first Gfinity Spring Master 1 champions, and NiP are playing for overtime. They're going to give it their all. Alu's got to hit these shots. He's got to get the early picks out here, I think. He's got to scout out with that AWP and really put the pressure on Envyus.
Let us see. Smiths with the opening flash, and are they going to go for the all-out aggression? Yes, they will. And there you go. Initial shot coming in from Exist. The headshot comes in, and Forrest is going to be able to pick up a second one, but then Smith returns with a double kill of his own. They're going to be able to cross that line as well and get that bomb onto the bomb site.
Yeah, right. Just there, taking it slow. Happy playing around here, can't get the kill. Bomb has been planted on the B bomb site. Happy still quite a way away. Smiths, oh my god, Happy gets it, and he can't get the last one. It's all up to Alu. He's got 9 health, and he's got to deal with 2 members of Envyus. This is not looking good for him. He's got to give it all he can right now. Coming through very fast. He's running out of time drastically, and look at that, Kiyoshima saw him. He's going to come around the back of him, and Smiths gets the final kill. Good game, and Envyus are your champions. Fantastic bit of Counter-Strike from both teams there.
And there's the winning moment, but look at how laid back they are about the whole thing.
Casual as hell.
Casual, that was the best of 5 guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that is about as good as it gets as far as establishing dominance. But NiP, I mean, going to come in and shake the hands, of course, you know, congratulate Envy on yet another victory. So that's another gold medal being added to this team, a team that has not been knocked out of the top 4 in any tournament that they've played in. I mean, they have dominated.
And we were worried about Envyus going on to the T side, and they just made it look so easy once they got in that flow.
Again, headshots, just headshots, headshots, headshots. Going together as a group, round after round, they just started to press forward, gather up, and then it's all about just Kiyoshima taking that entry position. Smith also, in that last round, he was the one who managed to step forward and actually create the opportunity to be able to get across and get that bomb planted. And once that happens, it just starts falling apart for NiP. It was going to be a difficult position for NiP regardless, because they were just low on nades. They didn't have everything they needed to really set up the perfect defense. So everything pointed, you know, throughout this entire half, you know, to Envy managing to just get this victory for themselves.
And once they got themselves in that terrible situation with the money, they just kind of fell flat once again. Ali was hitting off some amazing AWP shots and really pushing it, but it just wasn't enough. And Envyus, they just seemed so drilled and ready. Everything that NiP threw at them, they just dealt with so calmly.
Exactly. I mean, it's just that bumpy start, that Inferno, but they were able to just come right back into it. I mean, let's go ahead and throw it over to the analyst, but just to remind you all, we will be coming back very shortly here to hand off the trophy.
There you have it, folks. Our champions, Envyus. Spring Masters #1 here at Gfinity. Big shout out to the players as well as Hastro, their owner/manager. This is their first big title win. It was in kind of process that he was like working to get this team before, you know, during the X Games. It was kind of going to happen afterwards, but LDLC said, no, we're keeping him at least till Aspen. So he didn't really get that gold medal under his belt. So great job by them, obviously. I think someone predicted a 3-1. 3. Yeah, I think that would be you, Richard.
Well,
now, again, your maps are wrong. Your maps are wrong.
You got the overall one right, yeah.
And again, NiP yet again a second place. Second place for NiP.
Remember though, JW did say that NiP would win 3-2.
That is true. Yeah.
Admitting that I got that right, but you're as salty as the
that hurts, doesn't
right
it?
now. Like,
check your electrolytes.
Stay hydrated, guys.
Stay hydrated.
Salt can kill you. Too much of it. It's your heart. You got to have a good heart. I know NiP fans have got a big heart, so don't let that salt kill it.
And again, that was a really
like
good start for NiP, right? Like that was a great, solid first half. Let's just talk about the match a little bit. Start with you, JW.
I think it was like a classic current NiP start, starting T, right? Yeah, and got that good start. A very good start, I would say.
7 rounds it was.
Yeah, no, 8. I think. Yeah, I think they got 8-7 as T. So I mean, that's right. Very good.
Sorry,
and then CT, they just fell apart pretty much. It feels like that is the current problem with this NiP lineup right now, that they don't get the CT game to work. I think if they get the CT game to work, they will be like very, very, very scarier than they actually are right now, because the T side is probably one of the best right now. But it's just that CT game that they can't get together, I think.
That's why this was the wrong team to play now, though, because we've seen in this tournament, Envy's T-side against everyone has been amazing, on every map as well. Even the maps that are like cash, you're not supposed to win the T-side on that map, you know, but they've been incredible. And listen, I said before that stat, Shox had never lost a final to NiP. He still hasn't. There's a reason why. Look at that last map there. It was absolutely crazy. His dominance when he had an AK, you know, he was absolutely unreal. I guess, in the end, Scott, maybe NiP could have used a little bit of that magic.
He's going to keep bringing up the magic. You can tweet it, get right later, mate.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Take your dick waving contest somewhere else.
This is the analysis. I thought this was settling scores with Thorin and Rich.
No.
Settling scores. That would be a good show, actually. That show's
coming.
Can I be in on that?
Yeah.
Okay. No, because you're gonna settle them against me. I got you.
So look, we
also have our prize pool up here. Let's do that first, Richard, and then you'll let you make your point. So obviously, this is how it ends up, folks. 50 grand total on the line. 4 places get paid. You can see it right in front of you. 25 grand, 15, 7, and 3,000. And again, all these teams, kind of a cool thing. All expense paid trip. Players got food vouchers, hotel, flight. So again, for an organization, a free event, so to speak, and possible exposure. So kind of nice. They're really cool. Again, congratulations to Envyus. And go ahead and go point.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's been lots of question marks about NiP, like what, they've changed players. We had Makalala in, and I think they had a much stronger CT dynamic when Makalala was playing. I think defensively they were a lot stronger. They brought Arlo in, and I think unquestionably he's given them more in that T side, but it seems to really be at the expense of the CT side. They're at 6s and 7s. Now, I wonder if that relates to the point JW made before that final map, which is it's a communications thing, because obviously on CT you need your rotations, you need your communication to be on point, you need to make calls pretty quickly and accurately. So that perhaps is something they can get right. But if it's something deeper than just a linguistic issue, I think NiP are going to have problems right now. It's because, teams like yourself, Fnatic, and obviously Envyus are posting great, terrorist halves as well. They know how to be aggressive. They know how to get in your face. And, Duncan rightly identifies Envyus today. I'd love to see the stat, actually, if we could, about what kind of scores they got in T-halves consistently across the tournament. Because I imagine, how many T-halves do you reckon they've lost overall?
I would guess only maybe one or two.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Yeah. It can't have been many.
And again, in that matchup, we talked about it before, they had won all 6 pistols. They won both of those, too. So all 8 pistols went to Envyus.
Yeah, and again, huge pistol dominance. And that's really strange because NiP were one of the first teams that really sort of showed the benefits of playing around with other guns. They were the first guys to be like, okay, well, we've lost this one, but it's okay, we've got enough money for a Mag 7 or whatever. They used to play around and marshal the other guns and use them to win eco rounds. Now it seems like, again, you guys and Envyus, you're getting hold of that Tech 9, and they're like, look, it doesn't matter if you've got guns. Our 1-bullet aim is as good as anyone's in the world, and we can win these eco rounds. And Envyus winning all the pistols and key eco rounds when the game was tied up, that's what champions do.
Yeah, I really think that I wouldn't blame it all on him, of course, but I think a big reason why they lose all these pistol rounds is Forrest. He usually put up these big numbers on the pistol rounds for NiP, and like always these 3 kills, 4 kills, but we didn't really see that today. I think that is a big reason to why they actually lost the pistol rounds. Not the only reason, but I think he always play a big part in all the pistol round wins for NiP, and I think he didn't really show up as the pistol force we used to see him today.
Yeah, I know. He has been off a little bit these last couple of tournaments, which was something we talked about in the build-up to that game. And look, Patrick's a true champion, absolute great player, a god in Counter-Strike terms. I'm sure he'll be back to his best if he wants to get there. We have seen NiP have these lulls when they have these like quite densely packed periods where they're at tournaments over and over and over again, and sometimes they take the foot off the gas. We saw it at the last Gfinity actually, where we saw a quite a poor malfunctioning NiP when they just come back from a holiday. So look, I'm sure they'll start getting into the swing of things, but right now, like you say, this is a NiP side that doesn't look like their old selves.
Now listen, I get it. Like, I let these guys handle the NiP side. There's a team who just won a best of 5 here, 3-1, and the one map they lost was by 2 rounds. So to give it up for Envy, you can't. Listen,
well, we knew you were going to do that anyway.
Okay, yeah. The only thing you can say about Envy that's negative is they haven't been Fnatic. Like I actually said before this last major, if Envy were to win that major, you'd actually have to change it. I always called it the Fnatic era, okay, because they'd won by far the most tournaments. They had all the top 4s just like Envy, but now, and Envy obviously had a major, but now obviously Fnatic's still ahead, but in some ways, it has been the Fnatic and Envy era overall, because these are the teams that nearly always finish top 4. The amount of events they've shared between themselves, they've lost almost none when both of them attend, It almost never happens. And now, here we go. Fnatic's not here, and they only drop 1 map, and that's 16-14. They just cruise through the competition, you know. So they're a phenomenal team. I actually want to see them play Fnatic again after this sort of performance, you know. Let's see them go head-to-head in their primes because they looked absolutely dominant here.
Is that likely to happen soon? Is there any competitions coming up where you guys are going to be playing them?
I don't think so. Next for us is ECA, the LAN finals. I think they are not playing there. So
and then they go to Star Ladder, I think.
Yeah, and we failed to qualify for Star Ladder.
This is like Mayweather Pacquiao going on at the moment. You guys,
I think it could be a good thing though, like that it takes a long time before we actually play them, and that it's actually a bigger matchup if you get.
Oh yeah, like, definitely it'll be huge.
I think a lot of people is looking forward to that. We ourselves, of course, as well, because we want to show that we are the #1. But so I think. I don't really know when we play them, but I hope we do it pretty soon.
Yeah, same here.
Should we pick an MVP?
Yeah, good idea, actually. Yeah. Obviously, we didn't talk about it in advance to kind of keep an eye on it. But yeah. What do you think?
I'm going to go with Shocks because he didn't carry every map.
Why did we even question that?
He didn't carry every map, but listen, the maps he didn't carry, he still had insane kills that like almost no one else can pull off. And then he did carry that last map. He had a few that he was the main force in it. And within their team, actually, this was very much a shared effort, I thought. It wasn't just like one guy dominating. So I'd pick him overall.
Great.
Let JW have his say on the MVP as well, because you are a player. You know what to look for.
Like based on the final, I think they all did a pretty good job. Like Kirishima had his maps, and I must say that MBK did a great job this last map. But overall, over the whole final, I think Shocks deserves it, to be honest, because he did a stable job on all the maps.
I mean, I always give mad props to Happy because I think people forget that he is the in-game leader. You know, he's the throbbing brain of the team, and he drops all these frags as well, which is like pretty much unheard of in the modern CS:GO era. So I always like to give him props. But yeah, I got to go with Thorin's personal pick, and yeah, the MVP award is the Shocks award, as it just so happens.
I was going to say, by the way, the end rankings on the tournament were just in line with my world rankings, like number 2.
It's like you've got nothing to do but watch the game.
Well, I do stuff while I'm watching the game. That's
so who's the bigger? Who's the bigger MVP though? Blonde, Shocks, or Natural?
The blonde thing worked for him, didn't it?
It worked today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You should keep it.
We're about to go to the awards ceremony, but obviously, so it's going to be the end of our little segments here at the studio. It's been great being with you guys, and thank you so much for JW stopping by and hanging out with us today.
Pleasure was all mine.
Dealing with all the abuse on camera and off. Final thoughts. Let's start with you on the tournament, and obviously how to find you. You know, your YouTube, all that kind of good stuff. Give your plugs.
No, fun tournament. Like as we went on, like I think we showed, despite the time constraints early on, what a great format best of 3 is in the group stage. I want to see that in majors now. Because like we saw here, if it had been best of 1, what utterly skewed results we'd have had.
Yeah.
And then even in the final, best of 5, it's hard to argue who was the best team in that final. It was pretty convincing. And so, yeah, dominant performance by Envy. Great to see NiP get better as the tournament went on and challenge everyone. Virtus Pro, even with a stand-in, pretty good. So, yeah, great tournament, I think. If you want to follow me, Storing with 3 O's everywhere, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all that good stuff.
And then the website where you put a lot of content as well as your rankings is what again?
Goldper10.com.
Goldper10.com. All right.
Yeah, my final thoughts. Obviously, I'm not going to be as crass as to plug my Twitter and YouTube and all that because if people want to find me,
he's got a lot of integrity. He doesn't have many followers. He just selects for you. He handpicks them. I believe. His grandma, his nan,
my mum especially.
She's great.
No, but obviously, if people want to find me, they know where to do it. What I wanted to say is, there was some hurdles here at Gfinity. Obviously, they're cutting me a paycheck right now, so people might take this sort of pinch.
Wait, you got paid?
Yeah, up front. But
I pay them.
Listen, the thing is, they did have these hurdles on day one. Everyone was super negative. I mean, people need to think about actually where we've got to here. We've had the best of 3 group stage, which even bigger tournaments and more experienced tournament organizers shy away from because they're worried about delays, and that worked out, and that's what we all want as purists in the game. We have an amazing best-of-5 final. I mean, a great series with some incredible maps. We had yesterday the Gfinity, I'm not sure which title he's got, but, one of the co-owners, I believe, go on Reddit to basically answer concerns of the community.
Martin,
Martin did that, and he stayed up all night to do that, to address those concerns. And not a lot of companies do that kind of thing. And ultimately, we've had, teams come for free to an event in the UK. And so, you know, I hope that people out there realise that Gfinity are serious. They are looking to do good things for the scene. And, you know, people give them that time to learn the trade, which some of the other companies have had far more experience with doing. And, of course, Robert Olin and Red Eye haven't got involved yet. So
yeah, they just are landing here.
So they had nothing to do with this event. That it's going to get better. So
nothing, I should add.
yeah. I mean, well, that's maybe they did. I don't know. I won't speak for them. But when I say nothing, I mean nothing. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's been a great event. I've had a great time. It's great to have the desk, meet the stars. You know, it's been brilliant. So I've really enjoyed it, and looking forward to doing it again in future.
Okay. And as a player, your perspective.
Yeah, all I can say is like I think this is a prime example of why we actually should have these best of 3 groups, because if you look through the group stage, for example, NiP would have been out in the groups if it wasn't for best of 3. Cloud9 would be in a pretty bad spot as well if it wasn't for best of 3. So I think this is a prime example to look back on and like watch why we actually should have these best of 3s in the group stage, because the better team comes out in the end. So, and yeah, the final was amazing. As well.
Great stuff.
4 maps, even we could have gone to 5 maps, but I mean, best of 5 is a better format as well in the finals, I would say. And yeah, it was an amazing experience as a player, I would say. So it was a very good event.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen. I would echo all that, so I'm not going to repeat it, but all the same stuff, both the good, positive, and the negative. That being said, we have talked to Gfinity. They have agreed to bring us all back in May as of right now.
Yeah.
Once they hit Reddit and HalfLifeTV.org, they'll probably then change their mind.
You better look next time, guys.
Start a petition maybe to get me out of esports. Why don't you? Anyway,
WhiteHouse.gov.
Absolute pleasure being with all you guys all weekend, as always. I love hanging out with you guys, love talking on camera and off camera, so thank you very much for that. That being said, that's it for us here at the Analyst Studio. Right now, we're going to send you to the only guy in the venue that has less hair than me, Martin, the guy who made the thread on Half-Life TV, from Reddit, I should say, from Gfinity. Take it away, Martin, for the award ceremony.
Thanks very much. What a lovely reception. That's not for me. Thanks very much, Scoots. I think we should check the follicles. Just to see if we actually got the same amount of hair, but thanks very much for the shout out. My baldness just given to the world there. Thanks to those guys in the Analyst Studio. They've been brilliant. This was about top-class Counter-Strike all weekend, and we really have seen it. We've got a worthy winner. Everybody's come out to the Gfinity Arena. We've had an amazing crowd across the last 3 days, and we've really seen some top-draw CSGO. Let's not waste any more time. They've just won $25,000. They're the first CSGO Spring Masters champions. Go crazy, go wild. Put your hands together for Team Envyus. Congratulations, boys. Right, that's it from us. This has been the first big event from the Gfinity Arena. Hope you've enjoyed it. Great news is we've got about 24 more, so do come out and join us. We'll be back for more top-class CSGO in May for the Spring Masters 2. So keep an eye on our Twitter feed at Gfinity for more information. If you want to come, go to the gfinity.net website and /tickets, and that's where you can pick up your chance to come and be 5 or 6 feet away from absolute world-class esports legends. Just want to say a few thank yous. Want to say a thank you to NJ Live, PC Hire, BenQ, GT Omega for helping us put the event on. All of the casters, all of the presenters, the boys in the Analyst Studio. Yes, they are coming back. You know, they basically told us they were coming back, so we've had to book them. Only joking, they've been brilliant. All the casters, all the admins, all the staff, of course you, the spectators, and everybody at home that's watched with us. We'll be back. This has been the Gfinity Arena CSGO Masters 1, and we'll see you next weekend.